A Grass Orphan by Franklin P. Harry. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Grass Orphan. Young Bennings and the pickup girl sat on the darkest bench he could find in the garishly lighted riverside park that went by the name of Beauty Beach. Across from them, in a big, dusty, creaking pavilion, a jazz band squealed and hammered, the dancers fringed by a swarm of rushing, soiled white-aproned waiters. Glasses clinked and orders were shouted. Just between them and it, a flippant crowd jostled. Beyond the beshrubbery gateway at the right, departing surface cars alternately shrieked and purred. The demure little pickup was sipping timidly at a glass of strange-tasting lemonade, but recently set before her, flavored by the adroit wink her companion had bestowed upon the dusky waiter when he had ordered. How simple that had been! Bennings was immensely tickled with the ease with which he had made himself understood. 24 hours out of the woods and already playing the big game like an old hander. "Don't you worry," he lied glibly, smiling up from his watch. "You've got lots of time. I won't let you overstay." "Oh, please," she murmured, her shy, disturbing gray eyes meeting his for a moment. "Grandfather will lock the door and what then?" smiled the boy encouragingly. "Make me sit on the steps all night and send me back home tomorrow. Then I'd lose my only chance to study music." "Couldn't you tell him your girlfriend had a party and persuaded you to stay later?" "Shucks, let's dance some more and do some of the amusements and have a real live time." "No, he said 11, she said sadly, her eyes hungry upon the crowd. "You don't know my grandfather." "If I don't," he said lightly, "I know two of my own. Either of them a match for him." "Think of it, 2. "Heavens," she laughed, her glass half finished and her eyes lighting up. A delicious color came creeping into her cheeks, and, he noted, a certain amount of reassurance in her voice. "Fact. And I live with both of them. Alternately. They raised me from a little kid. Every 6 months I change homes. I suppose I'm a grass orphan." "A what?" "Well, I'm not a real orphan, for my father and mother are both living, but they couldn't hit it off together. Each went home to Pa, and I was switched about on a 6-month basis. Ever since then I've taken after mother's father or father's father, according to who was keeping me at the time, for each took me and decided to bring me up true to pattern." "The idea!" The girl laughed and jiggled the ice in her glass. "And then?" she asked. "Well, from then on, naturally, every half-year my viewpoint was changed. Couldn't have been otherwise, for they are about as near alike as a Plymouth Rock rooster and a brindle bull pup, and each tried his darndest to fit me to his mold." "Of course you're joking." Her eyes danced at him. "But how did it turn out?" "Great," Bennings laughed, albeit a bit ruefully. "You've heard of dual personalities? Dr. Jekyll stuff, you know?" "Yes," she nodded encouragingly. "Well, they made me one better. I've got 3. Talk about being complex. A small part of the whole business is myself, but the most of me is grandfather. The Bennings strain is the strongest, or at least crops up the most. However, when I begin to realize it, the other usually horns in and sets things straight." "I never heard anything half so interesting. And was it your grandfather Bennings that made you notice me and dance with me all the evening when there were so many prettier girls about, and let me have such a good time?" She said it shyly, yet with a certain amount of impudence that stirred his blood afresh. He regarded her closely. Behind her awkward schoolgirlishness, if he knew women, lay the real thing. He had felt it from the start. Once he had broken down that little barrier of prudishness with which she had surrounded herself, He was sure he would find a good little sport. "No," he said decidedly, "that was me." But Grandfather Bennings was strong with women, that's a fact. Used to be one of those gay dogs that thought they were hitting the high mark by drinking out of their lady's slipper. Claims he's still got an eye for a pretty girl. He moved over a trifle, intoxicated by her faint perfume. "But I saw you," he said. "That's nice," she sighed, "though you won't find me a bit interesting. I've never had a chance to go anywhere or see anything. I slipped away to come here. It's my first time. Mary met that boy she knew right after we got here, and I just stood about, growing lonesomer and lonesomer." That amused Bennings. "I wouldn't tag after them," she added stoutly. "I can't bear to be a third party." She pouted deliciously. He watched her until her features relaxed. He was wondering how long it would take to kiss a pout like that away. "I lost 15 minutes screwing up courage to come over and speak to you," he confessed. "You're the first girl I ever talked to without an introduction. But that was because I knew every girl in my hometown from the time I was born, almost, and this is my first time to get away alone. I read and heard a lot. Now I'm here to see for myself. I got in last night late. I spent all day changing my hick clothes for something else. Had to start right, you know." It was evident he was satisfied with the change. The little pickup followed him with flattering interest. "Then, after dinner tonight, I got on a streetcar and asked the conductor where I could find the liveliest place in town. Somewhere with a bit of pep to it and a chance to see something different. He mentioned Beauty Beach. And there you have it." "But no one would ever believe it. I mean," she explained admiringly, "that you look like you've been used to this all your life. Your clothes and your way and the things you say." "That's because people are pretty much the same everywhere," he explained patiently, vastly pleased. "This is just like Beauville on a Saturday night, only speedier. Here the dial hand points 50. There, about 26 flat. I feel at home because I know what to expect. I guess," confidently, "when it's all summed up, there's not so many new wrinkles that I'm not already hep to." The pickup girl's hand, crushing her handkerchief, had fallen upon the seat between them, and Bennings casually dropped his so that his wrist touched her fingers. They trembled, stilled, but were not withdrawn. Her name was Dorothy, he felt sure. Nothing else would suit. He had named her Dorothy in that first satisfied glimpse he had caught of her, standing wistfully at the edge of the dancing floor, so startlingly unlike the other girls about her. Whatever it might turn out to be, Dorothy, he felt certain, she would always be to him. There was an indefinable, appealing something about her simple blue linen dress with its wide side pockets, its youthful white cuffs, and its flat white collar, about her small white rubber-soled Oxfords that were practically heelless and which made her look smaller, about her white Panama encircled by a demure, cool blue band like her dress, from under which he caught attractive glimpses of her dark hair. He was almost certain she had rolled it up tonight for the first time. Just a foolish kid, a flapper, a squab, he thought, making believe it was grown up, a regular infant in this incubator. That also made him smile. For Beauty Beach seemed all the conductor had claimed for it, and gave promise of being even more. His eyes saw more than hers, else they could not have kept their innocent gray. And his ears heard and translated things undoubtedly Hindustani to hers. She saw what she came to see: lights, color, and a good-natured crowd. The surface of things sufficed. Those and the fact that she had run away to achieve it seemed to have wrapped her in the folds of a great adventure. He glanced slant-eyed at her, his hand closing over her fingers, and noted the soft curve of her cheek that was warmer looking now. the fine sweep of her long lashes, the dusky pearl of her throat that the open V of her collar exposed. She was exquisite. He marveled at his luck. He had not made his choice in a hurry. Jewish girls, Slavs, Polish, Bohemians, girls unmistakably Irish, and others that might have claimed any other nationality, yet all of the same kind. Red-lipped, swagger, bold-eyed, smiling, had filed by him as he lounged and smoked on the dancing pavilion steps. They called to him, mutely, after a fashion, yet in the oldest language in the world, and though he readily understood, he had waited and bided his time. In that, the strain of Grandfather Bennings showed strongly. He saw her. She did not call, but she was there at the beach, which was all sufficient. He was no fool. Though timidly, she readily accepted his advances. That was an hour and a half ago. She was not nearly so timid now. She had learned to laugh, a trifle excitedly the last 15 minutes, to drop some of her quaint reserve, to dance much closer to him. He began to plan ahead when she should discover how late it actually was. To her constant inquiries, he had shifted the time until he was more than half an hour behind his watch. A half hour more. Another lemonade or two. Into the little charmed silence that had fallen between them, a strange voices, suddenly spoke. 2 men had sauntered up behind them. Taken unawares, the very thing happened that Bennings had feared, and he was too slow-witted to switch her attention. "Well, let's beat it," suggested one. "I'm on a new job, and I've got to get up early in the morning." "Go on, it's not late yet. Why, the chickens haven't begun to roost." There sounded the decisive snap of a watch case. "It's 10:30. It'll take me an hour to get home and hit the hay. If you're not coming, good night." 10:30! The little pickup sprang to her feet, her eyes wide, a quick hand at her throat. "Is it?" she cried. "Oh, look quickly." "Yes," he stammered, glancing at his own watch. "But don't get excited. What's it matter? I'll see that you get home safely." He caught her hand to pull her back upon the seat. "It's nearly an hour's ride," she said dully, her hand to her eyes with a queer gesture. "I had to be home by 11. I thought you just said it wasn't quite 10. She dropped weakly on the bench beside him, crumpled, piteous, staring hopelessly at the ground. "There, there," Bennings said cheerfully, sliding an arm along the back of the bench and beginning to pat her shoulder. If not the speech, at least the persuasiveness of an older generation crept to his tongue. "Don't you worry, kid. Life's too short. You just leave it to me. I'll see you through." "You couldn't do anything," she moaned, "but make it worse. He said he would lock the door, and he will. Don't you realize what that means? We live in an old part of the town, among the foreigners, and there's not one I could go to at this hour of the night. Tomorrow's way off," he reminded her eagerly. "You've never had a real good time, and neither have I. The mischief's done. Let's make the best of it. We owe it to ourselves. Let's dance some more and have a bite to eat. I'll find you a better place to stay than your front doorstep. We've never had a chance, you or I. Let's make this a big night, something we can remember. You might never have such an opportunity again if he really sends you home. You've got the makings of a rare little scout in you. Come on." The elder Bennings could not have put it better. She made a dab or two at her eyes and stared wistfully at the thinning crowd. Again her lips framed that adorable pout, and again he studied them in delightful speculation. Step by step he followed her thoughts. He liked that tilt of her chin. It meant, he imagined, that she could play a losing game without going to pieces. Once she decided, he could rest easy, for there would be no further fuss or hysterics. Unconsciously, a queer admiration and respect for her had arisen within him, born of the battle she was fighting. a vague, almost chivalrous something that he would have scouted at had he but have realized it. It was something decidedly not Bennings. Suddenly she stood before him, one hand thrust in her pocket, the other held firmly out to him, a little swagger lurching her shoulders, her speech choked. "No, I'll be going," she said firmly, when her voice cleared. "I'll take my medicine, but my conscience will be clear. You've been just awfully kind." It slew the grandfather Bennings in him with one blow. Like a cork, that small portion of him that was really himself came to the surface. Probably it wouldn't have had she not tried to smile bravely, with her moist gray eyes and her chin wavering. A moment before, every one of his senses clamored. Now he stood like a boob, his own eyes blinky and his throat growing thick. "See here, now, you can't go off like that," he growled. "Of course not. I'll bust something but what I'll get you to town in time." "Oh, if you only could." She pounced on his arm eagerly, a pathetically hopeful note in her voice. He whirled down through the crowd and the beshrubbered entrance. "A taxi!" She pointed joyfully. He followed her gaze. "Right-o!" They sprinted half a block along the car tracks. A listless, half-asleep driver sat in the lonely machine. "Take you up, but I can't wait up there," he said briskly to Bennings' inquiry. "Gotta be back here in less than an hour." He swung the door open, his bored, sophisticated eyes confidently reading them. "Where?" There was just the faintest flicker of an eyelid as he addressed Bennings. The little pickup had lost no time in climbing in. "Highlandtown's the nearest place," he added in a lowered voice. In his sudden, lofty mood, the insinuation came as an insult to Bennings. Earlier in the evening he would have gratefully welcomed the tip. He dared not risk the folly of offending the fellow. "Bond and N Streets," he snapped coldly, and added, with fine contempt, "an extra 5 if you make it before 11. Then he slammed the door viciously after him. The car leaped ahead so violently that it sprawled him awkwardly across the seat. "You'll never be sorry for this," a tremulous voice breathed in his ear. A sound followed it, not unlike a stifled sob. "Don't cry." He put out his arm, found her near him in the darkness, and drew her yet closer. "Poor kid," he said huskily. Her shoulders heaved. Her hand was very close to his. He was alive to the faint odor of violets, and with every lurch of the car, to the fact that the brim of her hat was most cruelly sharp when it smote his eyes. For minutes they bumped over dark, rough streets. They swung round corners that flung her tighter in his grasp. They sped out, at last, upon a velvety, smooth, narrow street, and she put aside his arm gently, sat up, and gracefully straightened her hat. "Here," she said, glancing out as the taxi faltered. "5 minutes grace," she whispered. "The clock, up there." He had climbed out and swung her down. "Don't come, please, and oh, thank you so much." He felt the quick pressure of her fingers, and she darted away, across the street, and down the darker one that intersected. He stared after her, stupidly. The shadows had swallowed her up before he realized she was gone. Gone, and he had made no arrangements to see her again, did not know where she lived, her name. Was it Dorothy? But she was gone. A sort of panic seized him. "Hey, come across. Come across. Chase the skirt after you've delivered." Bennings had started after her. The chauffeur leaped from his machine and advanced upon him with outstretched hand and lowering countenance. $4, please." The polite word at the end was so skillfully manipulated that it became maddening, and matching it, 5 extra for the time I made. Bennings willed to meet it by flinging him a 10 spot, and forthwith his hand sought his inner pocket. He felt, and felt again, bewildered. The contemptuous one read the signs. "And your watch and your stick pin, too?" he sneered in honeyed accents. "Yes," Bennings had to admit weakly, after a hasty examination. "Gone. Cleaned out. Trimmed." He continued the hunt mechanically. Here, from a trouser pocket through sheer luck and carelessness, he brought forth a couple of bills and a handful of loose change. It was doubly humiliating to piece it out quarter by quarter, but he finally found that he had the desired amount. "I could have put you next," the chauffeur jeered, sliding it into his pocket. "But you seem to know it all. Guess you'll be wise to jitney Jess the next time you see her. Third time, to my knowledge, that she's pulled off that stunt. Dresses the part all right, don't she? But to think that she missed your pants pocket." Bennings stood petrified, surprised, hurt, his little rose-colored dream all torn and bedraggled. The Grass Orphan, just himself, held the stage for possibly the longest period he could remember. The taxi driver seemed to be enjoying it immensely. "What did you think the beach was, a kindergarten?" he tormented. "You little hick sports ought to bring a nurse with you." Suddenly, a dapper little whirlwind, a sartorial typhoon, sprang into life and bore down upon him. It was the antidote for Grandfather Bennings. The unbelievable small-town dude seemed to have two rocks for fists and a force behind him like a catapult in action. Before the chauffeur could gather himself together, the cool and now smiling youngster had jabbed him in the wind, had nearly split his lip, and had felt out and caught him a peach of a clip on the point of his jaw. The asphalt rose up behind him. Actually whistling, the maelstrom walked over him, then proceeded quickly down the street. And the latter was not pretense, the whistling, for Bennings' mind was as clear as a bell, his feelings as unruffled as a forest pool, for the great counter-irritant had arrived. That, may it please you, was his other grandfather, one Timothy O'Toole. End of A Grass Orphan.
The Ant and the Grasshopper by W. Somerset Maugham. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in September 2021. The Ant and the Grasshopper. A traveler over the field of life wonders if prudence yields the best crop. When I was a very small boy, I was made to learn by heart certain of the fables of La Fontaine, and the moral of each was carefully explained to me. Among those I learned was The Ant and the Grasshopper, which is devised to bring home to the young the useful lesson that in an imperfect world industry is rewarded and giddiness punished. In this admirable fable, I apologize for telling something which everyone is politely but inexactly supposed to know. The ant spends a laborious summer gathering its winter store, while the grasshopper sits on a blade of grass singing to the sun. Winter comes, and the ant is comfortably provided for, but the grasshopper has an empty larder. He goes to the ant and begs for a little food. Then the ant gives him her classic answer. "What were you doing in the summertime?" "Saving your presents, I sang. I sang all day and all night." "You sang? Why then, go and dance." I do not ascribe it to perversity on my part, but rather to the inconsequence of childhood, which is sadly deficient in moral sense, that I could never quite reconcile myself to the lesson. My sympathies were with the grasshopper, and for some time I never saw an ant without putting my foot on it. In this summary, and as I have discovered since, entirely human fashion, I sought to express my disapproval of prudence and common sense. I could not help thinking of this fable when the other day I saw George Ramsay lunching by himself in a restaurant. I never saw anyone wear an expression of such deep gloom. He was staring into space. He looked as though the burden of the whole world sat on his shoulders. I was sorry for him. I suspected at once that his unfortunate brother had been causing trouble again. I went up to him and held out my hand. "How are you?" I asked. "I'm not in hilarious spirits," he answered. "Is it Tom again?" He sighed. "Yes, it's Tom again." "Why don't you chuck him? You've done everything in the world for him. You must know by now that he is quite hopeless." I suppose every family has a black sheep. Tom had been a sore trial to him for 20 years. He had begun life decently enough. He went into business, married, and had 2 children. The Ramsays were perfectly respectable people, and there was every reason to suppose that Tom Ramsay would have a useful and honorable career. But one day, without warning, he announced that he didn't like work and that he wasn't suited for marriage. He wanted to enjoy himself. He would listen to no expostulations. He left his wife and his office. He had a little money, and he spent 2 happy years in the various capitals of Europe. Rumors of his doings reached his relatives from time to time, and they were profoundly shocked. He certainly had a very good time. They shook their heads and asked what would happen when his money was spent. They soon found out. He borrowed. He was charming and unscrupulous. I have never met anyone to whom it was more difficult to refuse a loan. He made a steady income from his friends, and he made friends easily. But he always said that the money you spent on necessities was boring. The money which was amusing to spend was the money you spent on luxuries. For this he depended on his brother George. He didn't waste his charm on him. George was a serious man and insensible to such enticements. George was respectable. Once or twice he fell to Tom's promises of amendment and gave him considerable sums in order that he might make a fresh start. On these Tom bought a motorcycle and some very nice jewelry. But when circumstances forced George to realize that his brother would never settle down, and he washed his hands of him, Tom, without a qualm, began to blackmail him. It was not very nice for a respectable lawyer to find his brother shaking cocktails behind the bar of his favorite restaurant, or to see him waiting on the box seat of a taxi outside his club. Tom said that to serve in a bar or to drive a taxi was a perfectly decent occupation, but if George could oblige him with a couple of £100, he didn't mind, for the honor of the family, giving it up. George paid. Once Tom nearly went to prison. George was terribly upset. He went into the whole discreditable affair. Really, Tom had gone too far. He had been wild, thoughtless, and selfish, but he had never before done anything dishonest, by which George means illegal, and if he were prosecuted he would assuredly be convicted. But you cannot allow your only brother to go to jail. The man Tom had cheated, a man called Crenshaw, was vindictive and was determined to take the matter into court. He said Tom was a scoundrel and should be punished. It cost George an infinite deal of trouble and £500 to settle the matter. I have never seen him in such a rage as when he heard that Tom and Crenshaw had gone off together to Monte Carlo the moment they cashed the check. They spent a happy month there. For 20 years Tom raced and gambled, philandered with the prettiest girls, danced, ate in the most expensive restaurants, and dressed beautifully. He always looked as if he had just stepped out of a bandbox. Though he was 46, you would never have taken him for more than 35. He was a most amusing companion, and though you knew he was perfectly worthless, you could not but enjoy his society. He had high spirits, an unfailing gaiety, and an incredible charm. I never grudged the contributions he regularly levied on me for the necessities of his existence. I never lent him £50 without feeling that I was in his debt. Tom Ramsay knew everyone, and everyone knew Tom Ramsay. You could not approve of him, but you could not help liking him. Poor George, only a year older than his scapegrace brother, looked 60. He had never taken more than a fortnight's holiday in a year for a quarter of a century. He was in his office every morning at 9:30 and never left it till 6. He was honest, industrious, and worthy. He had a good wife, to whom even in thought he had never been unfaithful, and 3 daughters, to whom he was the best of fathers. He made a point of saving a third of his income, and his plan was to retire at 55 to a little house in the country, where he proposed to cultivate his garden and play golf. His life was blameless. He was glad that he was growing old, because Tom was growing old too. He rubbed his hands and said, "It was all very well when Tom was young and good-looking, but he's only a year younger than I am. In 4 years he'll be 50. He won't find life so easy then. I shall have 30,000 pounds by the time I'm 50. For 25 years I've said that Tom would end in the gutter, and we shall see how he likes that. We shall see if it really pays best to work or to idle." Poor George! I sympathized with him. I wondered now, as I sat down beside him, what infamous thing Tom had done. George was evidently very much upset. "Do you know what's happened now?" he asked me. I was prepared for the worst. I wondered if Tom had got into the hands of the police at last. George could hardly bring himself to speak. "You're not going to deny that all my life I've been hard-working, decent, respectable, and straightforward. After a life of industry and thrift, I can look forward to retiring on a small income and gilt-edged securities. I've always done my duty in that state of life in which it has pleased Providence to place me." "True. And you can't deny that Tom has been an idle, worthless, dissolute, and dishonorable rogue. If there were any justice, he'd be in the workhouse." "True." George grew red in the face. I was quite alarmed. "A few weeks ago he became engaged to a woman old enough to be his mother, and now she's died and left him everything she had. £500,000, a yacht, a house in London, and a house in the country." George Ramsay beat his clenched fist on the table. "It's not fair, I tell you. It's not fair. Damn it, it's not fair." I could not help it. I burst into a shout of laughter as I looked at George's wrathful face. I rolled in my chair. I very nearly fell on the floor. George never forgave me. But Tom often asks me to excellent dinners in his charming house in Mayfair, and if he occasionally borrows a trifle from me, that is merely force of habit. It is never more than a sovereign. End of The Ant and the Grasshopper by W. Somerset Maugham. Published in the October 1924 issue of Cosmopolitan magazine.
My Battle with Drink by P.G. Wodehouse. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Merritt. My Battle with Drink. I could tell my story in 2 words. The 2 words, I drank. But I was not always a drinker. This is the story of my downfall and of my rise. For through the influence of a good woman, I have, thank heaven, risen from the depths. The thing stole upon me gradually, as it does upon so many young men. As a boy, I remember taking a glass of root beer, but it did not grip me then. I can recall that I even disliked the taste. I was a young man before temptation really came upon me. My downfall began when I joined the Yonkers Shorthand and Typing College. It was then that I first made acquaintance with the awful power of ridicule. They were a hard-living set at college, reckless youths. They frequented movie palaces. They thought nothing of winding up an evening with a couple of egg phosphates and a chocolate fudge. They laughed at me when I refused to join them. I was only 20. My character was undeveloped. I could not endure their scorn. The next time I was offered a drink, I accepted. They were pleased, I remember. They called me good old Plum and a good sport, and other complimentary names. I was intoxicated with sudden popularity. How vividly I can recall that day. The shining counter, the placards advertising strange mixtures with ice cream as their basis, the busy man behind the counter, the half-cynical, half-pitying eyes of the girl in the cage where you bought the soda checks. She had seen so many happy, healthy boys through that little hole in the wire netting. So many thoughtless boys, all eager for their first soda, clamoring to set their foot on the primrose path that leads to destruction. It was an apple marshmallow sundae, I recollect. I dug my spoon into it with an assumption of gaiety which I was far from feeling. The first mouthful almost nauseated me. It was like cold hair oil. But I stuck to it. I could not break down now. I could not bear to forfeit the newly won esteem of my comrades. They were gulping their sundaes down with the speed and enjoyment of old hands. I set my teeth and persevered, and by degrees a strange exhilaration began to steal over me. I felt that I had burnt my boats and bridges, that I had crossed the Rubicon. I was reckless. I ordered another round. I was the life and soul of that party. The next morning brought remorse. I did not feel well. I had pains, physical and mental, but I could not go back now. I was too weak to dispense with my popularity. I was only a boy. And on the previous evening the captain of the Checkers Club, to whom I looked up with an almost worshipping reverence, had slapped me on the back and told me that I was a corker. I felt that nothing could be excessive payment for such an honor. That night I gave a party at which orange phosphate flowed like water. It was the turning point. I had got the habit. I will pass briefly over the next few years. I continued to sink deeper and deeper into the slough. I knew all the drugstore clerks in New York by their first names, and they called me by mine. I no longer even had to specify the abomination I desired. I simply handed the man my 10-cent check and said, "The usual, Jimmy," and he understood. At first, considerations of health did not trouble me. I was young and strong, and my constitution quickly threw off the effects of my dissipation. Then, gradually, I began to feel worse. I was losing my grip. I found a difficulty in concentrating my attention on my work. I had dizzy spells. I became nervous and distrait. Eventually I went to a doctor. He examined me thoroughly and shook his head. "If I am to do you any good," he said, "you must tell me all. You must hold no secrets from me." "Doctor," I said, covering my face with my hands, "I am a confirmed soda fiend." He gave me a long lecture and a longer list of instructions. I must take air and exercise, and I must become a total abstainer from sundaes of all descriptions. I must avoid limeade like the plague. And if anybody offered me a Bulgarzoom, I was to knock him down and shout for the nearest policeman. I learned then, for the first time, what a bitterly hard thing it is for a man in a large and wicked city to keep from soda when once he has got the habit. Everything was against me. The old convivial circle began to shun me. I could not join in their revels, and they began to look on me as a grouch. In the end, I fell, and in one wild orgy undid all the good of a month's abstinence. I was desperate then. I felt that nothing could save me, and I might as well give up the struggle. I drank 2 pineapple lades, 3 grapefruit olas, and an egg zoulak before pausing to take breath. And then the next day I met May, the girl who effected my reformation. She was a clergyman's daughter who, to support her widowed mother, had accepted a non-speaking part in a musical comedy production entitled "Oh Joy, Oh Pep." Our acquaintance ripened, and one night I asked her out to supper. I look on that moment as the happiest of my life. I met her at the stage door and conducted her to the nearest soda fountain. We were inside, and I was buying the checks before she realized where she was. And I shall never forget her look of mingled pain and horror. "And I thought you were a live one," she murmured. It seemed that she had been looking forward to a little lobster and champagne. The idea was absolutely new to me. She quickly convinced me, however, that such was the only refreshment which she would consider, and she recoiled with unconcealed aversion from my suggestion of a mocha malted and an Eva Tanguay. That night I tasted wine for the first time, and my reformation began. It was hard at first, desperately hard. Something inside me was trying to pull me back to the Sundays for which I craved, but I resisted the impulse. Always, with her divinely sympathetic encouragement, I gradually acquired a taste for alcohol. And suddenly one evening, like a flash, it came upon me that I had shaken off the cursed yoke that had held me down, that I never wanted to see the inside of a drugstore again. Cocktails, at first repellent, have at last become palatable to me. I drink highballs for breakfast. I am saved. And of my battle with drink.
The Most Dangerous Game by Richard Connell. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Off there, to the right, somewhere, is a large island, said Whitney. It's rather a mystery. What island is it? Rainsford asked. The old charts call it Ship Trap Island, Whitney replied. A suggestive name, isn't it? Sailors have a curious dread of the place. I don't know why. Some superstition. Can't see it, remarked Rainsford, trying to peer through the dank tropical night that was palpable as it pressed its thick warm blackness upon the yacht. You've good eyes, said Whitney with a laugh, and I've seen you pick off a moose moving in the brown fall bush at 400 yards, but even you can't see 4 miles or so through a moonless Caribbean night. Nor 4 yards, admitted Rainsford. Ugh, it's like moist black velvet. It will be light enough in Rio, promised Whitney. We should make it in a few days. I hope the Jaguar guns have come in from Purdy's. We should have some good hunting up the Amazon. Great sport, hunting. The best sport in the world, agreed Rainsford. For the hunter, amended Whitney, not for the jaguar. Don't talk rot, Whitney, said Rainsford. You're a big game hunter, not a philosopher. Who cares how a jaguar feels? Perhaps a jaguar does, observed Whitney. Ugh, they've no understanding. Even so, I rather think they understand one thing, fear. The fear of pain and the fear of death. Nonsense, laughed Rainsford. This hot weather is making you soft, Whitney. Be a realist. The world is made up of 2 classes, the hunters and the huntees. Luckily, you and I are hunters. Do you think we've passed that island yet? I can't tell in the dark. I hope so. Why? Asked Rainsford. The place has a reputation. A bad one. Cannibals? Suggested Rainsford. Hardly. Even cannibals wouldn't live in such a god-forsaken place, but it's gotten into sailor lore somehow. Didn't you notice that the crew's nerves seemed a bit jumpy today? They were a bit strange, now you mention it. Even Captain Nielsen. Yes, even that tough-minded old Swede who'd go up to the devil himself and ask him for a light. Those fishy blue eyes held a look I never saw there before. All I could get out of him was, "This place has an evil name among seafaring men, sir." Then he said to me, very gravely, "Don't you feel anything?" As if the air about us was actually poisonous. Now you mustn't laugh when I tell you this. I did feel something like a sudden chill. There was no breeze. The sea was as flat as a plate glass window. We were drawing near the island then. What I felt was a mental chill, a sort of sudden dread. "Pure imagination," said Rainsford. "One superstitious sailor can taint the whole ship's company with this fear." Maybe, but sometimes I think sailors have an extra sense that tells them when they are in danger. Sometimes I think evil is a tangible thing, with wavelengths, just as sound and light have. An evil place can, so to speak, broadcast vibrations of evil. Anyway, I'm glad we're getting out of this zone. Well, I think I'll turn in now, Rainsford. "I'm not sleepy," said Rainsford. "I'm going to smoke another pipe up in the afterdeck." "Good night then, Rainsford. See you at breakfast." "Right. Good night, Whitney." There was no sound in the night as Rainsford sat there, but the muffled throb of the engine that drove the yacht swiftly through the darkness, and the swish and ripple of the wash of the propeller. Rainsford, reclining in his steamer chair, indolently puffed on his favorite briar. The sensuous drowsiness of the night was on him. "It's so dark," he thought, "that I should sleep without closing my eyes. The night would be my eyelids." An abrupt sound startled him. Off to the right he heard it, and his ears, expert in such matters, could not be mistaken. Again he heard the sound, and again. Somewhere, off in the blackness, someone had fired a gun 3 times. Rainsford sprang up and moved quickly to the rail, mystified. He strained his eyes in the direction from which the reports had come, but it was like trying to see through a blanket. He leaped upon the rail and balanced himself there to get greater elevation. His pipe, striking a rope, was knocked from his mouth. He lunged for it. A short, hoarse cry came from his lip as he realized he had reached too far and had lost his balance. The cry was pinched off short as the blood-warm waters of the Caribbean Sea dozed over his head. He struggled up to the surface and tried to cry out, but the wash from the speeding yacht slapped him in the face, and the salt water in his open mouth made him gag and strangle. Desperately, he struck out with strong strokes after the receding lights of the yacht, but he stopped before he had swum 50 feet. A certain cool-headedness had come to him. It was not the first time he had been in a tight place. There was a chance that his cries could be heard by someone aboard the yacht, but that chance was slender and grew more slender as the yacht raced on. He rustled himself out of his clothes and shouted with all his power. The lights of the yacht became faint and ever-vanishing fireflies. Then they were blotted out entirely by the night. Rainsford remembered the shots. They had come from the right, and doggedly he swam in that direction, swimming with slow, deliberate strokes, conserving his strength. For a seemingly endless time he fought the sea. He began to count his strokes. He could do possibly 100 more, and then Rainsford heard a sound. It came out of the darkness, a high screaming sound, the sound of an animal in an extremity of anguish and terror. He did not recognize the animal that made the sound. He did not try to. With fresh vitality, he swam toward the sound. He heard it again. Then it was cut short by another noise, crisp, staccato. "Pistol shot," muttered Rainsford, swimming on. 10 minutes of determined effort brought another sound to his ears, the most welcome he had ever heard, the muttering and growling of the sea breaking on a rocky shore. He was almost on the rocks before he saw them. On a night less calm he would have been shattered against them. With his remaining strength he dragged himself from the swirling waters. Jagged crags appeared to jut up onto the opaqueness. He forced himself upward, hand over hand. Grasping, his hands raw, he reached a flat place at the top. Dense jungle came down to the very edge of the cliffs. What perils that tangle of trees and underbrush might hold for him did not concern Rainsford just then. All he knew was that he was safe from his enemy, the sea, and that utter weariness was on him. He flung himself down at the jungle edge and tumbled headlong into the deepest sleep of his life. When he opened his eyes, he knew from the position of the sun that it was late in the afternoon. Sleep had given him new vigor. A sharp hunger was picking at him. He looked about him, almost cheerfully. Where there are pistol shots, then there are men. Where there are men, there is food, he thought. But what kind of men, he wondered, in so forbidding a place? An unbroken front of snarled and ragged jungle fringed the shore. He saw no sign of a trail through the closely knitted web of trees and weeds. It was easier to go along the shore, and Rainsford floundered along by the water, not far from where he landed. He stopped. Some wounded thing, by the evidence, a large animal, had thrashed about in the underbrush. The jungle weeds were crushed down, and the moss was lacerated. One patch of weeds was stained crimson. A small glittering object not far away caught Rainsford's eye, and he picked it up. It was an empty cartridge. "A 22, he remarked. "That's odd. It must have been a fairly large animal, too." The hunter had his nerve with him to tackle it with a light gun. It's clear that the brute put up a fight. I suppose the first 3 shots I heard was when the hunter fleshed his quarry and wounded it. The last shot was when he trailed it here and finished it. He examined the ground closely and found what he had hoped to find, the print of hunting boots. They pointed along the cliff in the direction that he had been going. Eagerly he hurried along, now slipping on a rotten log or a loose stone, but making headway. Night was beginning to settle on the island. Bleak darkness was blacking out the sea and jungle when Rainsford sighted the lights. He came upon them as he turned a crook in the coastline, and his first thought was that he had come upon a village, for there were many lights. But as he forged along, he saw to his great astonishment that all the lights were in an enormous building, a lofty structure with pointed towers plunging upward into the gloom. His eyes made out the shadowy outlines of a palatial chateau. It was set on a high bluff, and on 3 sides of it, cliffs dived down to where the sea licked greedy lips in the shadows. Mirage, thought Rainsford, but it was no mirage, he found, when he opened the tall spiked iron gate. The stone steps were real enough. The massive door, with a leering gargoyle for a knocker, was real enough. Yet above it all hung an air of unreality. He lifted the knocker, and it creaked up stiffly, as if it had never been used. He let it fall, and it startled him with its booming loudness. He thought he heard steps within. The door remained closed. Again Rainsford lifted the heavy knocker and let it fall. The door opened then, opened as suddenly as if it were on a spring, and Rainsford stood blinking in the river of glaring gold light that poured out. The first thing Rainsford's eyes discerned was the largest man Rainsford had ever seen, a gigantic creature, solidly made and black-bearded to the waist. In his hand the man held a long-barreled revolver, and he was pointing it straight at Rainsford's heart. Out of the snarl of beard 2 small eyes regarded Rainsford. "Don't be alarmed," said Rainsford, with a smile which he hoped was disarming. "I'm no robber. I fell off a yacht. My name is Sanger Rainsford of New York City." The menacing look in the eyes did not change. The revolver pointing as rigidly as if the giant were a statue, he gave no sign that he understood Rainsford's words, or that he had even heard them. He was dressed in uniform, a black uniform trimmed with gray astrakhan. "I'm Sanger Rainsford of New York," Rainsford began again. "I fell off a yacht. I'm hungry." The man's only answer was to raise with his thumb the hammer of his revolver. Then Rainsford saw the man's free hand go to his forehead in a military salute, and he saw him click his heels together and stand at attention. Another man was coming down the broad marble steps, an erect, slender man in evening clothes. He advanced to Rainsford and held out his hand. In a cultivated voice, marked by a slight accent that gave it an added precision and deliberateness, he said, "It is a very great pleasure and honor to welcome Mr. Sanger Rainsford, the celebrated hunter, to my home." Automatically, Rainsford shook the man's hand. "I've read your book about hunting snow leopards in Tibet, you see," explained the man. "I am General Zaroff." Rainsford's first impression was that the man was singularly handsome. His second was that there was an original, almost bizarre quality about the general's face. He was a tall man, past middle age, for his hair was a vivid white, but his thick eyebrows and pointed military mustache were as black as the night from which Rainsford had come. His eyes, too, were black and very bright. He had high cheekbones, a sharp-cut nose, a spare, dark face, the face of a man used to giving orders, the face of an aristocrat. Turning to the giant in uniform, the general made a sign. The giant put away his pistol, saluted, and withdrew. "Ivan is an incredibly strong fellow," remarked the general, "but he has the misfortune to be deaf and dumb. A simple fellow, but I'm afraid, like all his race, a bit of a savage." "Is he Russian?" "He is a Cossack," said the general, and his smile showed red lips and pointed teeth. "So am I." "Come," he said, "we shouldn't be chatting here. We can talk later. Now you want clothes, food, and rest. You shall have them. This is the most restful spot." Ivan had reappeared, and the general spoke to him with lips that moved but gave forth no sound. "Follow Ivan, if you please, Mr. Rainsford," said the general. "I was about to have dinner when you came. I'll wait for you. You'll find that my clothes will fit you, I think." It was to a huge, beam-ceilinged bedroom with a canopied bed big enough for 6 men that Rainsford followed the silent giant. Ivan laid out an evening suit, and Rainsford, as he put it on, noticed that it came from a London tailor who ordinarily cut and sewed for none below the rank of duke. The dining room to which Ivan conducted him was in many ways remarkable. There was a medieval magnificence about it. It suggested a baronial hall of feudal times with its oaken panels, its high ceilings, its vast refectory tables where 20 men could sit down to eat. About the hall were mounted heads of many animals, lions, tigers, elephant, moose, bears, larger or more perfect specimens Rainsford had never seen. At the great table the general was sitting, alone. "You'll have a cocktail, Mr. Rainsford," he suggested. The cocktail was surpassingly good, and Rainsford noted the table appointments were of the finest, the linen, the crystal, the silver, and china. They were eating borscht, the rich red soup with whipped cream so dear to Russian palates. Half apologetically, General Zaroff said, "We do our best to preserve the amenities of civilization here. Please forgive any lapses. We are well off the beaten track, you know. Do you think the champagne has suffered from its long ocean trip?" "Not in the least," declared Rainsford. He was finding the general a most delightful, thoughtful, and affable host, a true cosmopolite. But there was one small trait of the general's that made Rainsford uncomfortable. Whenever he looked up from his plate, he found the general studying him, appraising him narrowly. "Perhaps," said General Zaroff, "you are surprised that I recognized your name. You see, I read all books on hunting published in English, French, and Russian. I have but one passion in my life, Mr. Rainsford, and it is the hunt." "You have some wonderful heads here," said Rainsford, as he ate a particularly well-cooked filet mignon. "That Cape buffalo is the largest I ever saw." "Oh, that fellow?" "Yes, he was a monster." "Did he charge you?" "Hurled me against a tree," said the general. "Fractured my skull, but I got the brute." "I've always thought," said Rainsford, "that the Cape buffalo is the most dangerous of all big game." For a moment the general did not reply. He was smiling his curious red-lipped smile when he said slowly, "No, you are wrong, sir. The Cape buffalo is not the most dangerous big game." He sipped his wine. "Here in my preserve on this land," he said in the same slow tone, "I hunt more dangerous game." Rainsford expressed his surprise. "Is there big game on this island?" The general nodded. "The biggest." "Really?" "Oh, it isn't here naturally, of course. I have to stock the island." "What have you imported, General?" Rainsford asked. "Tigers?" The general smiled. "No. Hunting tigers ceased to interest me some years ago. I exhausted their possibilities, you see. No thrill left in tigers. No real danger. I live for danger, Mr. Rainsford." The general took from his pocket a gold cigarette case and offered his guest a long black cigarette with a silver tip. It was perfumed and gave off a smell like incense. "We will have some capital hunting, you and I," said the general. "I shall be most glad to have your society." "But what game?" began Rainsford. "I'll tell you," said the general. "You will be amused, I know. I think I may say, in all modesty, that I have done a rare thing. I have invented a new sensation. May I pour you another glass of port?" "Thank you, General." The general filled both glasses and said, God makes some men poets. Some he makes kings, some beggars. Me, he made me a hunter. My hand was made for the trigger, my father said. He was a very rich man with 250,000 acres in the Crimea, and he was an ardent sportsman. When I was only 5 years old, he gave me a little gun, specifically made in Moscow for me, to shoot sparrows with. When I shot some of his prize turkeys with it, he did not punish me. He complimented me on my marksmanship. I killed my first bear in the Caucasus when I was 10. My whole life had been one prolonged hunt. I went into the army. It was expected of noblemen's sons, and for a time commanded a division of Cossack cavalry. But my real interest was always the hunt. I have hunted every kind of game in every land. It would be impossible for me to tell you how many animals I've killed. The general puffed his cigarette. After the debacle in Russia, I left the country, for it was imprudent for an officer of the Tsar to stay there. Many noble Russians lost everything. I, luckily, had invested heavily in the American securities, so I shall never have to open a tea room in Monte Carlo or drive a taxi in Paris. Naturally, I continued to hunt, grizzlies in your Rockies, rhinos in East Africa. It was in Africa that the Cape buffalo hit me and laid me up for 6 months. As soon as I recovered, I started for the Amazon to hunt jaguars, for I had heard they were unusually cunning. They weren't. The Cossack sighed. They were no match at all for a hunter with his wits about him and a high-powered rifle. I was bitterly disappointed. I was lying in my tent with a splitting headache one night when a terrible thought pushed its way into my mind. Hunting was beginning to bore me. And hunting, remember, had been my life. I have heard that in America, businessmen often go to pieces when they give up the business that has been their life. Yes, that is so, said Rainsford. The general smiled. I had no wish to go to pieces, he said. I must do something. Now, mine is an analytical mind, Mr. Rainsford. Doubtless, that is why I enjoy the problems of the chase. No doubt, General Zaroff. So, continued the general, I asked myself why the hunt was no longer fascinating to me. You are much younger than I am, Mr. Rainsford, and have not hunted as much, but you perhaps can guess the answer. What was it? Simply this. Hunting had ceased to be what you call a sporting proposition. It had become too easy. I always got my quarry. Always. There is no greater bore than perfection. The general lit a fresh cigarette. No animal had a chance with me anymore. That is no boast. It is a mathematical certainty. The animal had nothing but his legs and his instinct. Instinct is no match for reason. When I thought of this, it was a tragic moment for me, I can tell you. Rainsford leaned across the table, absorbed in what his host was saying. It came to me as an inspiration what I must do, the general went on. And that was? The general smiled the quiet smile of one who has faced an obstacle and surmounted it with success. I had to invent a new animal to hunt, he said. I found one. So I bought this island, built this house, and here I do my hunting. The island is perfect for my purposes. There are jungles with a maze of traits in them, hills, swamps. But the animal, General Zaroff? Oh, said the general, it supplies me with the most exciting hunting in the world. No other hunting compares with it for an instant. Every day I hunt, and I never grow bored, for I have a quarry with which I can match my wits. Rainsford's bewilderment showed on his face. I wanted the ideal animal to hunt, explained the general. So I said, what are the attributes of an ideal quarry? And the answer was, of course, it must have courage, cunning, and above all, it must be able to reason. But no animal can reason, objected Rainsford. My dear fellow, said the general, there is one that can. But you can't mean, gasped Rainsford. And why not? I can't believe you are serious, General Zaroff. This is a grisly joke. Why should I not be serious? I am speaking of hunting. Hunting? Great guns, General Zaroff. What you speak of is murder. The general laughed with entire good nature. He regarded Rainsford quizzically. I refuse to believe that so modern and civilized a young man as you seems to harbor romantic ideas about the value of human life. Surely your experiences in the war did not make me condone cold-blooded murder, finished Rainsford stiffly. Laughter shook the general. How extraordinarily droll you are, he said. One does not expect nowadays to find a young man of the educated class, even in America, with such a naive, and if I may say so, mid-Victorian point of view. It's like finding a snuff box in a limousine. Ugh. Well, regardless, you had Puritan ancestors. So many Americans appear to have had. I'll wager you forget your notions when you go hunting with me. You've a genuine new thrill in store for you, Mr. Rainsford. Thank you. I'm a hunter, not a murderer. Dear me, said the general, quite unruffled. Again that unpleasant word. But I think I can show you that your scruples are quite ill-founded. Yes? Life is for the strong, to be lived by the strong, and, if needs be, taken by the strong. The weak of the world were put here to give the strong pleasure. I am strong. Why should I not use my gift? If I wish to hunt, why should I not? I hunt the scum of the earth, sailors from tramp ships, lascars, blacks, Chinese, whites, mongrels. A thoroughbred horse or hound is worth more than a score of them. But they are men, said Rainsford hotly. Precisely, said the general. That is why I use them. It gives me pleasure. They can reason, after a fashion, so they are dangerous. But where do you get them? The general's eyelid fluttered down in a wink. This island is called Ship Trap, he answered. Sometimes an angry god of the high seas sends them to me. Sometimes, when Providence is not so kind, I help Providence a bit. Come to the window with me. Rainsford went to the window and looked out towards the sea. Watch, out there, exclaimed the general, pointing into the night. Rainsford's eyes only saw blackness, and then, as the general pressed a button, far out to sea, Rainsford saw a flash of lights. The general chuckled. They indicate a channel, he said, where there's none. Giant rocks with razor edges crouch like a sea monster with wide-open jaws. They can crush a ship as easily as I crush this nut. He dropped a walnut on the hardwood floor and brought his heel grinding down on it. Oh, yes, he said, as if in answer to a question. I have electricity? We try to be civilized here. Civilized? And you shoot down men? A trace of anger was in the general's black eyes, but it was there for but a second, and he said in his most pleasant manner, Dear me, what a righteous young man you are. I assure you I do not do the thing you suggest. That would be barbarous. I treat these visitors with every consideration. They get plenty of good food and exercise. They get into splendid physical condition. You shall see for yourself tomorrow. What do you mean? We'll be visiting my training school, smiled the general. It's in the cellar. I have about a dozen pupils down there now. They're from the Spanish bark San Lucar, and had the bad luck to go on the rocks out there. A very inferior lot, I regret to say. Poor specimens, and more accustomed to the deck than to the jungle. He raised his hand, and Ivan, who served as a waiter, brought thick Turkish coffee. Rainsford, with an effort, held his tongue in cheek. It's a game, you see, perused the general blandly. I suggest to one of them that we go hunting. I give him a supply of food and an excellent hunting knife. I give him 3 hours' start. I am to follow, armed only with the pistol of the smallest caliber and range. If my quarry eludes me for 3 whole days, he wins the game. And if I find him, the general smiled, he loses. Suppose he refuses to be hunted? Oh, said the general, I'll give him his option, of course. He need not play that game if he doesn't wish to. If he does not wish to hunt, I turn him over to Ivan. Ivan once had the honor of serving as official nauter to the great white Tsar, and he has his own ideas of sport. Invariably, Mr. Rainsford, invariably, they choose the hunt. And if they win? The smile on the general's face widened. To date, I have not lost, he said, and then he added hastily, I don't wish you to think me a braggart, Mr. Rainsford. Many of them only afford the most elementary sort of problems. Occasionally I strike a Tartar. One almost did win. Eventually I had to use the dogs. The dogs? This way, please. I'll show you. The general steered Rainsford to a window. The lights from the window sent a flickering illumination that made grotesque patterns on the courtyard below, and Rainsford could see moving there about a dozen or so huge black shapes. As they turned toward him, their eyes glittered greenly. A rather good lot, I think, observed the general. They are out at 7 every night. If anyone should try to get into my house, or out of it, something extremely regrettable would occur to him. He hummed a snatch of the song from the Folie Bergère. "And now," said the general, "I want to show you my new collection of heads. Will you come with me to the library?" "I hope," said Rainsford, "that you will excuse me tonight, General Zaroff. I'm really not feeling well." "Ah, indeed?" the general inquired solicitously. "Well, I hope that's only natural after your long swim. You need a good, restful night's sleep. Tomorrow you'll feel like a new man, I'll wager. Then we'll hunt, eh?" "I've one rather promising prospect." Rainsford was hurrying from the room. "Sorry you can't go with me tonight," called the general. "I expect rather fair sport. A big, strong black. He looks resourceful. Well, good night, Mr. Rainsford. I hope you have a good night's rest." The bed was good, and the pajamas of the softest silk, and he was tired in every fiber of his being. But nevertheless, Rainsford could not quiet his brain with the opiate of sleep. He lay, eyes wide open. Once he thought he heard stealthy steps in the corridor outside his room. He sought to throw open the door. It would not open. He went to the window and looked out. His room was high up in one of the towers. The lights of the chateau were out now, and it was dark and silent. But there was a fragment of sallow moon, and by its wan light he could see, dimly, the courtyard. There, weaving in and out of the pattern of shadow, were black, noiseless forms. The hounds heard him at the window and looked up, expectantly, with their green eyes. Rainsford went back to the bed and lay down. By many methods he tried to put himself to sleep. He had achieved a doze when, just as morning began to come, he heard, far off in the jungle, the faint report of a pistol. General Zaroff did not appear until luncheon. He was dressed faultlessly in the tweeds of a country squire. He was solicitous about the state of Rainsford's health. "As for me," sighed the general, "I do not feel so well." "I am worried, Mr. Rainsford. Last night I detected traces of my old complaint." To Rainsford's questioning glance, the general said, "Ennui. Boredom." Then, taking a second helping of crepes Suzette, the general explained, "The hunting was not good last night. The fellow lost his head. He made a straight trail that offered no problems at all. That's the trouble with these sailors. They have dull brains to begin with, and they do not know how to get about in the woods. They do excessively stupid and obvious things. It's most annoying. Will you have another glass of Chablis, Mr. Rainsford?" "General," said Rainsford firmly, "I wish to leave this island at once." The general raised his thickets of eyebrows. He seemed hurt. "But my dear fellow," the general protested, "you've only just come. You've had no hunting." "I wish to go today," said Rainsford. He saw the dead black eyes of the general on him, studying him. General Zaroff's face suddenly brightened. He filled Rainsford's glass with venerable Chablis from a dusty bottle. "Tonight," said the general, "we will hunt, you and I." Rainsford shook his head. "No, General," he said, "I will not hunt." The general shrugged his shoulders and delicately ate a hothouse grape. "As you wish, my friend," he said. "The choice rests entirely with you, but I may not venture to suggest that you will find my idea of sport more diverting than Ivan's." He nodded toward the corner where the giant stood, scowling, his thick arms crossed on his hogshead of a chest. "You don't mean!" cried Rainsford. "My dear fellow," said the general, "have I not told you? I always mean what I say about hunting. This is really an inspiration. I drink to a foeman worthy of my steel at last." The general raised his glass, but Rainsford sat staring at him. "You'll find this game worth playing," the general said enthusiastically. "Your brain against mine, your woodcraft against mine, your strength and stamina against mine. Outdoor chess! And the stake is not without value, eh?" "And if I win," Rainsford began huskily, "I'll cheerfully acknowledge myself defeat if I do not find you by midnight of the third day," said the General Zaroff. "My sloop will place you on the mainland near town." The general read what Rainsford was thinking. "Oh, you can trust me," said the Cossack. "I will give you my word as a gentleman and a sportsman. Of course you, in turn, must agree to say nothing of your visit here." "I will agree to nothing of the kind," said Rainsford. "Oh," said the general, "in that case, why discuss that now? 3 days hence we can discuss it over a bottle of Veuve Clicquot, unless—" The general sipped his wine. Then a businesslike air animated him. "Ivan," he said to Rainsford, "will supply you with hunting clothes, food, a knife. I suggest you wear moccasins. They leave a poorer trail. I suggest, too, that you avoid the big swamp in the southeast corner of the island. We call it Death Swamp. There's quicksand there. One foolish fellow tried it. The deplorable part of it was that Lazarus followed him. You can imagine my feelings, Mr. Rainsford. I loved Lazarus. He was the finest hound in my pack. Well, I must beg you to excuse me now. I always take a siesta after lunch. You'll hardly have time for a nap, I fear. You'll want to start, no doubt. I shall not follow till dusk. Hunting at night is so much more exciting than by day, don't you think? Au revoir, Mr. Rainsford. Au revoir. General Zaroff, with a deep courtly bow, strolled from the room. From another door came Ivan. Under one arm he carried khaki hunting clothes, a haversack of food, a leather sheath containing a long-bladed hunting knife. His right hand rested on a cocked revolver thrust into a crimson sash about his waist. Rainsford had fought his way through the bush for 2 hours. I must keep my nerve, he thought through tight teeth. He had not been entirely clear-headed when the chateau gates snapped shut behind him. His whole idea at first was to put distance between himself and General Zaroff, and, to this end, he had plunged along, spurred on by the sharp rowers of something very like panic. Now he had got a grip on himself. He had stopped, and was taking stock of himself and the situation. He saw that straight flight was futile. Inevitably, it would bring him face to face with the sea. He was in a picture with a frame of water, and his operations, clearly, must take place within that frame. I'll give him a trail to follow, muttered Rainsford, and he struck off from the rude path he had been following into the trackless wilderness. He executed a series of intricate loops. He doubled on his trail again and again, recalling all the lore of the fox hunt and all the lodges of the fox. Night found him leg-weary, with hands and face lashed by the branches, on a thickly wooded ridge. He knew it would be insane to blunder on through the dark, even if he had the strength. His need for rest was imperative, and he thought, I have played the fox. Now I must play the cat of the fable. A big tree with a thick trunk and outspread branches was nearby, and, taking care not to leave the slightest mark, he climbed up into the crotch, and stretching out on one of the broad limbs, after a fashion, rested. Rest brought him new confidence and almost a feeling of security. Even so zealous a hunter as General Zaroff could not trace him here, he told himself. Only the devil himself could follow that complicated trail through the jungle after dark, but perhaps the general was a devil. An apprehensive night crawled slowly by like a wounded snake, and sleep did not visit Rainsford. Although the silence of a dead world was on the jungle, toward morning, when a dingy gray was varnishing the sky, the cry of some startled bird focused Rainsford's attention in that direction. Something was coming through the bush, coming slowly, carefully, coming by the same winding way Rainsford had come. He flattened himself down on the limb, and through a screen of leaves, almost as thick as tapestry, he watched. That which was approaching was a man. It was General Zaroff. He made his way along with eyes fixed in utmost concentration on the ground before him. He paused, almost beneath the tree, dropped to his knees, and studied the ground. Rainsford's impulse was to hurl himself down like a panther, but he saw that the general's right hand held something metallic, a small automatic pistol. The hunter shook his head several times, as if he were puzzled. Then he straightened up and took from his case one of his black cigarettes. Its pungent incense-like smoke floated up to Rainsford's nostrils. Rainsford held his breath. The general's eyes had left the ground and were traveling inch by inch up the tree. Rainsford froze there, every muscle tensed for a spring. The sharp eyes of the hunter stopped before they reached the limb where Rainsford lay. A smile spread over his brown face. Very deliberately, he blew a smoke ring into the air. Then he turned his back on the tree and walked carelessly away, back along the trail he had come. The swish of the underbrush against his hunting boots grew fainter and fainter. The pent-up air burst hotly from Rainsford's lungs. His first thought made him feel sick and numb. The general could follow a trail through the woods at night. He could follow an extremely difficult trail. He must have uncanny powers, but only by the merest chance had the Cossack failed to see his quarry. Rainsford's second thought was even more terrible. It sent a shudder of cold horror through his whole being. Why had the general smiled? Why had he turned back? Rainsford did not want to believe what his reason told him was true, but the truth was as evident as the sun that had now pushed through the morning mists. The general was playing with him. The general was saving him for another day's sport. The Cossack was the cat. He was the mouse. Then it was that Rainsford knew the full meaning of terror. I will not lose my nerve. I will not. He slid down from the tree and struck off again into the woods. His face was set, and he forced the machinery of his mind to function. 300 yards from his hiding place, he stopped where a huge dead tree leaned precariously on a smaller, living one. Throwing off his sack of food, Rainsford took his knife from his sheath and began to work with all his energy. The job was finished at last, and he threw himself down behind a fallen log 100 feet away. He did not have to wait long. The cat was coming again to play with the mouse. Following the trail with the sureness of a bloodhound came General Zaroff. Nothing escaped those searching black eyes. No crushed blade of glass, no bent twig, no mark, no matter how faint, in the moss. So intent was the Cossack on his stalking that he was upon the thing Rainsford had made before he saw it. His foot touched the protruding bow that was the trigger. Even as he touched it, the general sensed his danger and leaped back with the agility of an ape. But he was not quite quick enough. The dead tree, delicately adjusted to rest on the cut living one, cracked down and struck the general in a glancing blow on the shoulder as it fell. But for his alertness, he must have been smashed beneath it. He staggered, but he did not fall, nor did he drop his revolver. He stood there, rubbing his injured shoulder, and Rainsford, with fear gripping his heart, heard the general's mocking laugh ring through the jungle. "Rainsford!" called the general. "If you are within the sound of my voice, as I suppose you are, let me congratulate you. Not many men know how to make a Malay man-catcher. Luckily for me, I, too, have hunted in Malacca. You are proving interesting, Mr. Rainsford. I am going now to have my wound dressed. It's only a slight one, but I shall be back. I shall be back." When the general, nursing his bruised shoulder, had gone, Rainsford took upon his flight again. It was flight now, a desperate, hopeless flight that carried him on for some hours. Dusk came, then darkness, and still he pressed on. The ground grew softer under his moccasins. The vegetation grew ranker, denser. Insects bit him savagely. Then as he stepped forward, his foot stank into the ooze. He tried to wrench it back, but the muck sucked viciously at his foot as if it were a giant leech. With a violent effort, he tore his feet loose. He knew where he was now, Death Swamp and its quicksand. His hands were tight closed, as if his nerve were something tangible that someone in the darkness was trying to tear from his grip. The softness of the earth had given him an idea. He stepped back from the quicksand a dozen feet or so. Like some huge prehistoric beaver, he began to dig. Rainsford had dug himself in France when a second's delay meant death. That had been a placid pastime compared to his digging now. The pit grew deeper. When it was above his shoulders, he climbed out and from some hard saplings cut stakes and sharpened them to a fine point. These stakes he planted in the bottom of the pit with the point sticking up. With flying fingers he wove a rough carpet of weeds and branches, and with it he covered the mouth of the pit. Then, wet with sweat and aching and tiredness, he crouched behind the stump of a lightning-charred tree. He knew his pursuer was coming. He heard the padding sound of feet on the soft earth, and the night breeze brought with him the perfume of the general's cigarette. It seemed to Rainsford that the general was coming with unusual swiftness. He was not feeling his way along, foot by foot. Rainsford, crouching there, could not see the general, nor could he see the pit. He lived a year in a minute. Then he felt an impulse to cry aloud with joy, for he heard the sharp crackle of the breaking branches as the cover of the pit gave away. He heard the sharp scream of pain as the pointed stakes found their mark. He leapt up from his place of concealment. Then he cowered back. 3 feet from the pit a man was standing, with an electric torch in his hand. "You've done well, Rainsford," the voice of the general called. "Your Burmese tiger pit has claimed one of my best dogs. Again you score. I think, Mr. Rainsford, I'll see what you can do against my whole pack. I'm going home to rest now. Thank you for the most amusing evening." At daybreak, Rainsford, lying near the swamp, was awakened by a sound that made him know he had new things to learn about fear. It was a distant sound, faint and wavering, but he knew it. It was the baying of a pack of hounds. Rainsford knew he could do one of 2 things. He could stay where he was at and wait. That was suicide. He could flee. That was postponing the inevitable. For a moment he stood there, thinking. An idea that held a wild chance came to him, and tightening his belt, he headed away from the swamp. The baying of the hounds drew nearer, then nearer, and nearer, ever nearer. On a ridge, Rainsford climbed a tree. Down a watercourse, not a quarter of a mile away, he could see the bush moving. Straining his eyes, he saw the lean figure of General Zaroff. Just ahead of him, Rainsford made out another figure whose wide shoulders surged through the tall jungle weeds. It was the giant Ivan, and he seemed pulled forward by some unseen force. Rainsford knew that Ivan must be holding the pack in leash. They would be upon him any minute now. His mind worked frantically. He thought of a native trick he had learned in Uganda. He slid down the tree. He caught hold of a springing young sapling, and he fastened to it his hunting knife, with the blade pointing down the trail. With a bit of wild grapevine, he tied the back of the sapling. Then he ran for his life. The hounds raised their voices as they hit the fresh scent. Rainsford knew now how an animal at bay feels. He had to stop to get his breath. The baying of the hounds stopped abruptly, and Rainsford's heart stopped too. They must have reached the knife. He shinned excitedly up a tree and looked back. His pursuers had stopped, but the hope that was in Rainsford's brain when he climbed died. For he saw in the shallow valley that General Zaroff was still on his feet, but Ivan was not. The knife, driven by the recoil of the springing tree, had not wholly failed. Rainsford had hardly tumbled to the ground when the pack took up the cry again. "Nerve! Nerve! Nerve!" he panted as he dashed along. A blue gap showed between the dead trees ahead. Ever nearer drew the hounds. Rainsford forced himself on toward the gap. He reached it. It was the shore of the sea. Across a cove he could see the gloomy gray stone of the chateau. 20 feet below him the sea rumbled and hissed. Rainsford hesitated. He heard the hounds. Then he leaped far out into the sea. When the general and his pack reached the place by the sea, the Cossack stopped. For some minutes he stood regarding the blue-green expanse of the water. He shrugged his shoulders. Then he sat down, took a drink of brandy from a silver flask, lit a cigarette, and hummed a bit from Madame Butterfly. General Zaroff had an exceedingly good dinner in his great paneled dining hall that evening. With it he had a bottle of Pau Roger and half a bottle of Chambertin. 2 slight annoyances kept him from perfect enjoyment. One was the thought that it would be difficult to replace Ivan. The other was that his quarry had escaped him. Of course the American hadn't played the game. So thought the general as he tasted his after-dinner liqueur. In his library he read, to soothe himself, from the works of Marcus Aurelius. At 10 he went up to his bedroom. He was deliciously tired. He said to himself as he locked himself in, there was a little moonlight. So before turning on his light, he went to the window and looked down at the courtyard. He could see the great hounds, and he called, "Better luck another time." Then he switched on the light. A man who had been hiding in the curtains of the bed was standing there. "Rainsford!" screamed the general. "How in God's name did you get here?" "Swam," said Rainsford. "I found it quicker than walking through the jungle." The general sucked in his breath and smiled. "I congratulate you. You have won the game." Rainsford did not smile. "I am still a beast at bay," he said in a low, hoarse voice. "Get ready, General Zaroff." The general made one of his deepest bows. "I see," he said. "Splendid. One of us is to furnish a repast for the hounds. The other will sleep in this very excellent bed. On guard, Rainsford." He had never slept in a better bed, Rainsford decided. End of The Most Dangerous Game in Short Story Collection 100, read by Daly Blanton.
The Dare by Harold Ward, from Saucy Stories, February 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Dare by Harold Ward. Betty Birch, known to the police of 2 continents as the girl who never was caught, stood before a jewelry shop inspecting, with womanly curiosity, the glittering display in the window. "Not figuring on lifting the Duke's diamond, are you, Betty?" drawled a masculine voice at her elbow. She turned suddenly to gaze into the eyes of Adonis Brown of headquarters. Thanks for the idea, she retorted laughingly. I hadn't thought of it before, but now that you mention it, I do have half an idea that I could find a use for the jewel. Think again, Brown retorted. If you want to retain that sobriquet of yours, let the bauble alone. I'm going to be on the job myself the night of the wedding, and while I wouldn't mind having the distinction of being the first man to pinch you, I hate to see you stick your head in the lion's mouth. Not only will the regular force be represented, but old Van Twiller's hired the Pinkertons to send over a squad of their crack operatives to guard his daughter's present. So you see, young lady, there's no chance for you. Betty Birch arched her eyebrows prettily. Really, Mr. Brown, you interest me, she smiled. Do you know that I've half a notion to take a sporting chance, just for the pleasure it takes me in putting something over on you bulls? I'll wager you the best dinner that money can buy that I can lift the diamond and get away without being caught. Are you on? Brown looked at her quizzically. Then a flush of anger mounted to his cheek. You little devil, he exclaimed brusquely. I'd like to slip the bracelets on you on general principle. I'd take the bet. Only... She wrinkled her nose saucily. Only what? She asked in an air of injured innocence that belied the twinkle in her roguish eyes. Why, I'm not such a fool as to think that you'd come to me and confess that you'd stolen the sparkler if it was taken, Brown answered. Betty thought deeply for a second. Tell you what we'll do, Brownie, she said seriously. We'll make it what is called a gentleman's agreement between the two of us. If you pinch me in the act, all right. If not, and I make a clean getaway, you are to forget this little conversation and act as if it had never taken place. She hesitated. Then suddenly she leaned over toward him and whispered, Of course, I'll not dare to tell you that I stole the diamond, but if I do, I'll let you know that I did by giving you a kiss. Do you take the dare? The big detective shrugged his shoulders. Have your own way, Betty, have your own way, he laughed. Only remember, I've warned you. He plunged into the passing throng, and a second later had disappeared from sight around the corner. For an instant longer, Betty Birch stood gazing at the big diamond blazing in the rays of sun in the jeweler's window. Then, with her brows puckered in thought, she, too, wended her way down the street. 2. The Van Twiller Ball was a social affair which promised in every way to eclipse all other events of the season. For Louise Van Twiller, the acknowledged season's beauty and only daughter of old Gaunt Van Twiller, the lumber king, was to wed the Duke of Kentmore and Billerstad. Society had left no stone unturned to make the international alliance a memorable affair. Party had followed party, each, in turn, outdoing its predecessor in magnificence. And, as the crowning event, on the wedding eve, came the Van Twiller Ball, where, according to all newspaper accounts, old Gaunt Van Twiller was expected to empty his barrel and give his only daughter a send-off that, for sheer lavishness and expenditure of money, would make those that had gone before look small in comparison. The Duke's gift to his fiancée was a magnificent diamond, one of his ancestral jewels. A replica of the great stone had been on exhibition in the window of a prominent jeweler, where Betty Birch had seen and coveted it, and where her conversation with Adonis Brown had taken place. That she had never been caught was, she realized, not the result of her luck, but because she never went into a deal until every detail had been planned and rehearsed until the possibility of a slip had been practically eliminated. Now, conversant as she was with the ways in which the diamond would be guarded, she realized that, unless something unforeseen happened, there was little likelihood of her making good her boast to Brown. It was not that she needed the money, for she already had enough, the proceeds of previous escapades, to keep her in luxury for several years to come. It was the patronizing air that Brown had bestowed upon her that had angered her, despite her smiling exterior. She hated Brown, the big detective, and he knew it. And knowing, he had assumed that attitude of solicitude in hope of baiting her on to do just what she had done, planned to steal the Duke's gift to his bride. Viewed from every angle, the chances of success were extremely slim. Yet hers was the nature that refused to accept defeat. It was a game of wits between the detective and herself, with her liberty at stake against the Duke's diamond. Rather than confess herself beaten, she went ahead with her plans. Only she was more careful to plan every minute detail, to see that there was no possibility of a mistake, than she had ever been before in her long and, from the standpoint of crookdom, brilliant career. 3. The bride's wedding gifts were laid out on a long table in one room of the Van Twiller mansion. Cut glass which sparkled and scintillated with myriad colors under the brilliant electric lamps, richly carved silver worth a king's ransom, all surrounding the wonderful diamond which reposed in its velvet-lined case like a queen in the midst of her court. Near the table, his clear gray eyes never leaving it for an instant, save to scrutinize the face of each guest, stood Detective Edward Brown, tall, handsome in evening clothes, fitting in perfectly with his surroundings. Close to the door stood another headquarters man. There were others stationed here and there around the house. Among the guests mingled the skilled operatives from the Pinkerton agency, men and women who had reached the very top of their profession, and to whom the face of every one in crookdom was an open book. As Detective Brown completed the detail of stationing his assistants, taking the post of greatest danger himself, he smiled inwardly as he thought of the boast that Betty Birch had made to him a few days before. Would she attempt to steal the jewel? He hoped so. His arrangements had been so made that not one man nor woman nor 100 could get through the net. He was inclined to think that the fair Betty, who was wise beyond her years, would think better of the bargain after mature reflection, and not make the attempt. But if she did, he was ready for her. A stream of guests passed through the room constantly, hovering over the lavish outlay of money represented on the table, for all the 400 were here tonight. From the distant ballroom came the rich, mellow strains of an orchestra and the silvery tinkle of women's laughter. Close by the detective stood a woman, young, handsome, black of hair and darkly brunette of skin, faultlessly clad in a gown which showed off to perfection the line of her graceful figure. Unescorted, she stood at the table admiring the gifts until the room was empty for a second. Then she turned quickly to Brown. "Quick," she whispered. "I'm from the Pinkertons." She showed him a badge cupped in the palm of her hand, then slipped it quickly out of sight in the bosom of her dress. "I have been mingling with the guests and overheard a few words which lead me to believe that an attempt will be made to lift the big sparkler tonight. Do you get me?" Adonis Brown lifted his eyebrows inquiringly and smiled. "Thanks for the tip," he drawled. "But I guess that we'll be able to handle anything that comes our way without the help of you private dicks." "But you don't understand me," she hurried on. "We're hired to look out for such things and tip you off if we get wise to anything. You get the credit, we don't. It's Betty Birch and her gang. She's out to show you up. Some sort of dare, I understand. From what I've learned, one of her confederates is to cut the light wires, and they're planning to rush you in the darkness. Watch out for it. Watch your opportunity, and, if my tip is right and the lights do go out, grab the diamond and stick it in your pocket. It's that and nothing else they want. And they have to work fast." Brown was about to reply when another party of guests entered the room. With a knowing look toward him, the girl turned away to the table and mingled among them. From where he stood, Brown could see that she was listening to every word they said, without apparently seeming to do so. 4. Suddenly, the lights went out. The entire house was engulfed in darkness, black, impenetrable darkness. From the ballroom came shrieks and hysterical laughter. One or two of the women surrounding the table tittered in the darkness. Brown, his every facility alert, leapt to the edge of the table and, with a map of its contents in his mind's eye, laid his hand on the case containing the big diamond. Snapping it shut, he thrust it into his pocket. "Keep your places," he shouted as he sprang to the door and blocked it with his huge body. "Remain where you are until the lights are brought." A second later, servants emerged with candles, lighting the gas chandeliers. Brown ran to the switch and tried it. There was no response. The wire had been tampered with. Into the room where the jewels reposed rushed old Gaunt Van Twiller, followed by the Duke of Kentmore and Bilderstand. After them came a troop of servants with lights. A second later, the room was again ablaze. The lumber king's face was bathed with perspiration. "Quick!" he snapped. "The electric lights were deliberately tampered with. It was the work of thieves. Did they get anything? Speak up, damn it! Say something!" Brown overlooked the rich man's explosion. "From certain sources," he smiled, "I learned that a well-known female crook was to make an attempt to steal the Duke's diamond, and—" The old man's glance strayed toward the table. "And by God, she did!" he yelled, pointing to the empty space from which the case had been taken. Several of the women shrieked, while there was a rumbling explosion from the Duke. Again, Brown smiled with a knowing air. Reaching into his pocket, he drew forth the case and handed it to Van Twiller. "You mean he tried," he corrected. "Only I was on the job, and—" He was startled by the loud bellow from the lumber king, who had clicked open the catch. Brown gave one look toward the case and then recoiled a step, his face white and drawn. For, tucked away in the depression made for the diamond, lay a candy kiss. Half an hour later, in her own apartment, a black wig lying on the table before her, Betty Birch washed off the brunette cosmetic which covered her fair skin, and imagined Brown's expression when he discovered the trick she had played on him. Occasionally, her glance stole toward the big diamond which winked saucily up at her from the dresser, where it lay beside a Pinkerton Detective Agency badge. The end of The Dare by Harold Ward.
Deacons by W.H. Murray. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Keith Salis. Deacons. Author's Preface. On giving Deacons to my publishers, and through them to the public, a word from the author may be expected, at least permitted. The lecture was written to call the attention of the Church and the people to the preservation and abuse of an office in our congregational churches, which was created to assist the pastors by relieving them from much of the detail work of the parish, that they might give their thoughts more entirely to the preaching of the Word, but which, through certain causes, today fulfills no such service. In the second place, and above all, I wish to inculcate the sweet lesson of charity and forgiveness, both as regards practical almsgiving and also as regards intellectual differences in matters of belief. With such a motive, the lecture was composed and delivered first in Music Hall, 1871. When delivered first, there were only 17 engagements secured for it, and for reasons which I could never understand, nearly all the religious press were, directly or indirectly, unfriendly in their criticism of it. But there seemed to be something in it that the people were willing to hear, for it was called for over 100 times that season, and has since been demanded by lyceums until it has been heard before almost every course in New England, and, I presume, by 250,000 people. It is to that portion of this large number who, having heard the lecture, expressed the earnest wish that I would ultimately allow it to be published, that I now dedicate it. With me it has always been a favorite. Its composition gave me delight and needed discipline, while by it I have been brought into pleasant relations with many delightful people, and have done something, I trust, to bring men into relations of kindness and brotherhood. That it may continue and perpetuate this influence, it is the sincere wish of the author. W.H.H. Murray. Outdoor Orthodoxy. In New England, ladies and gentlemen, the student of human nature runs across all sorts of characters. Classes and types are as distinct as geologic strata. The strictest individuality abounds everywhere. Now a Frenchman is a Frenchman, an Englishman is an Englishman, and a Jew, as you all know, is a Jew the world over. They represent their several nations. They are only the pattern of millions of others just like themselves. But here in New England it is different. Here there is no national type. A Yankee is a nation in himself. No one is like his neighbor. You cannot go into any New England village and find two men who look alike. You can scarcely go into a New England family and find two children who look alike. The blonde and the brunette, the light and dark-haired, the lean and the stout, eat at the same family table and bear the same family name. Bigotry and liberality sit side by side in the same church pew. Progression and old fogyism sing piously from the same hymn book. New England character is diversified. Like the scenery of the Adirondacks, every look you take at it is a revelation. In nothing is this diversity, this antagonism of character, so prominent as in ecclesiastical affairs. When the descendant of the Puritan enters the realm of a religion, his sense of personality begins to stand forth. It is such a revelation of his inner nature as a tree makes of its nature, when in June it puts forth its leaves. In religious matters, the typical Yankee never shams. Cool, calculating, stoical as to everything else, touch him with a catechism, and you will see the flash of his eyes through the holes in his mask. Cautious and secretive in everything else, he is frankness itself touching what he believes or does not believe in reference to religion. You take a dozen men out of this audience tonight, and ask them what they think about total depravity, and you will find that each has a very positive opinion of his own. Assertion will be set over against assertion. Like knives drawn against each other, they will warm up as they proceed. Their language will sharpen until it cuts. By and by their tempers will clash. Very soon the sparks will begin to fly, and before they have been at it half an hour, the doctrine will be proved by their conduct. In respect to religion, then, the typical American is both individual and talkative. He cannot agree, and he cannot keep silent. He is a natural partisan. To argue, dispute, deny is, with him, a matter of conscience. Every man here tonight is his own pope, and every man cordially believes that his pope is infallible. From this diversity of views, this individuality and antagonism of opinion, sects arise, and denominations are multiplied in our midst. The American is not lacking in reverence for the deity. That is not it. But he is determined to have a deity that suits himself. In England and France and Germany, people are content to worship in one place. They accept one form of ecclesiastical government. They subscribe to one order of service. If they have differences, they are politely and decorously waived. The established order is recognized as essential and tolerated if it is not admired. Progress is less rapid, but there is more peace and quietness than we have here. But with us the condition of things is entirely different. Independence of views is universal. The love of argument and the habit of disputation are national characteristics. This is also noticeable in our history. New England was never harmonious within itself. In its principles, as well as in its administration of government, it existed the very embodiment of contradictions. Politically, it was dedicated to freedom, and yet it held slaves. Its birth cry was liberty of conscience, and yet it banished the peaceful Quaker and scourged the Baptist through the streets of Boston. In name and the voice of its own affirmation, it was a democracy, and yet, in point of fact, I presume that in no other country on the globe were the lines between the poor and the rich, the titled and the unhonored, ever more sharply drawn. The parson of a New England church, a century ago, was a great village dignitary, made such by no wish or effort of his own, but by the custom and habits of the age. He, with the colonel and the esquire of the village, were the ruling potentates. These three men dictated its political, social, and religious life to an extent that we, of our freer habits of thought and speech, cannot realize. Their word was literally law. Nothing in the parish was undertaken without their cooperation. Nothing could prosper that they and their families did not inaugurate or at least favor. This aristocratic element, strange to say, was most visible where we might expect it to be entirely absent, in the administration of religion, the religion, too, of the simple, unformal Savior. The house of God, in which all mere human distractions should fade away, was made to perpetuate these, and the sanctuary, even in the allotment of its sittings, became a sort of advertising card by which was proclaimed the social status of the worshippers. To be an officer of the church in those days was to be a dignitary. Office gave rank. It lifted the man himself, and lifted his family socially. What in the scriptural appointment designated a man for an humble service, in the New England church elected him to a distinction and ministered to his pride. Men naturally grew to love the honor and forget the humility of the original service as founded in Stephen's time, until the office at last was given a reward for uncommon piety, or what was supposed to be such, and the deacon, instead of being a co-laborer with the pastor, releasing him from the detail work of the administration, came at length to be a kind of ornamental assistant in one of the two sacraments. The original service being lost sight of, the office came to be regarded as bestowing a certain rank and dignity upon the holder of it, which the appointing power itself could not justly take from him. This anomalous state of things no longer exists. Politically, the democratic element has triumphed in our polity, until it has swept away the stately habits and titles of address that once marked distinction in New England. If any of these gentlemen present should have occasion to address a letter to Patrick Finnegan or Michael O'Flaherty, they would, I presume, put the once honorable title of Esquire after the name, especially if they expected to be nominated to an office in their ward. The dominie is no longer a dignitary. I travel a good deal in the country, where I always make it a point to carry myself most ministerially. Indeed, I might say that I am noted in this respect, but I never see a row of little sunburnt, chubby-faced urchins ranged up against the side of the schoolhouse, hat in hand, as I move slowly, and with august expression on my features, past the little fellows as I might have seen, had I filled the office which I hold a century ago. But although the esquire and parson have passed away, the deacon still lives, not as a class, but here and there as a remnant, an exception, we will say. Almost every church has one or more who represent the reverse of progress, of fitness for the office, of humility, of charity. Wherever you find one of this kind, he is a marked man. I can sit in the pulpit and pick him out from among 1,000. He is as different from the mass of Christians as a crab is from fish, or a zebra from cattle. I will run cursorily over the list. There is the bigoted, narrow-minded deacon. I knew one once so narrow-minded that you had to hold him up and look at him sideways to see that he had any mind at all. There, too, is the querulous deacon, who fights his pastor with the same fervor in which he prays for the heathen, and with about the same effect. And the heresy-hunting deacon, who watches the pulpit as a terrier does a rat-hole, in order to pounce upon some unfortunate sentence or quotation, and goes trotting down the center aisle after the benediction, his eyes fairly snapping with suppressed satisfaction that he has scented out one more proof that his pastor is unsound in the faith. Then there is the timid deacon. You all know him, afraid of the smallest thing, even his own shadow, and who is always worrying in his goodness and trembling that his minister might do something to hurt his influence, forgetful of the great fact which hangs like a pillar of cloud and fire before the path of every public man in America, that if he does what seems to him needed, and keeps in the main right, God will take care of his influence. And then there is the old fogey deacon. The best specimen I ever saw was nominally only 43 years of age, though in point of fact he was older than Methuselah, and the deacon who leads the choir and knows better than the pastor how to select the hymns. And last but not least, the deacon who studied 2 terms in the theological seminary, and whom the sewing society of his native village was educating to send as a missionary to the heathen, but who didn't go for 2 reasons. First, because the sewing society got into a sisterly fight and broke up and the funds failed. And second, because he himself failed to pass the examination at the end of the 2nd term, all of which was ordered by Providence in mercy to the heathen. These are several of the typical deacons which I have met and known in my service in journeying up and down through New England. Descending now from the general to the specific, friends, I will sketch you the portrait of 3 in detail. The first I present to you is Deacon Slowup, senior deacon of the First Congregational Church of Fossilville, and I select an interesting and critical time in the history of this church in order to get a substantial frame for the picture I am to paint. A momentous event impended over Fossilville. The Congregational Church, of which Deacon Slowup was senior deacon, after much deliberation had voted 17-4 to have a picnic. To be sure, this decision had not been reached without the expenditure of much time and not a little maneuvering on the part of those who had the matter in hand. It had taken 3 sewing bees, 4 sociables, 2 sermons, 39 pastoral visitations, and 1 church meeting to accomplish it. But the pastor and his coadjutors had carried the day, and the thing was settled. As I have said, it was a momentous event, and as the appointed day drew near, Fossilville was convulsed as never before. The children were hilarious. They had never had a picnic, and hence their knowledge was beautifully indefinite. Tom Hazard said it was kind of a 4th of July without the firecrackers. Little Jimmy Finch, whose father was dead and whose mother took in washing for a living, and had a pretty hard time of it in trying to clothe and feed the 3 little Finches, Jimmy wished to know if it wouldn't be a kind of Thanksgiving, and when Martha Simpson assured him that it would be, only a great deal better, and told him that there would be puddings as big as he could lift, and bushel baskets full of sandwiches, his little shrunken cheeks actually puffed out, and he loosened 2 buttons on his waistcoat in anticipation. Bill Stevens, a kind of oracle to the school, whose father was a doctor and something of a wag, Bill Stevens assured his wondering followers that it was a religious April Fool's Day, in which the deacons tripped each other up, the minister had a foot race with the sexton, and old Miss Delia Mitchell would roll the trencher for 4 hours and a half with Colonel Joshua Stubbs. He said he guessed he knew, for his father had told him that very morning at breakfast. But if the little folks were excited, the elderly people were not less so. The progressives were jubilant. They congratulated each other slyly on the streets. They squeezed the pastor's hand when they met him. They exchanged significant looks as they went into church on Sundays. They realized the magnitude of their triumph and enjoyed it hugely. They felt that a brighter day was dawning for Fossilville. Not so with the conservatives. They were in a state of solemn anxiety. They shook their heads gravely at one another as they went out of the meeting after the vote to hold the picnic was carried. When approached in conversation by the pastor, who wished to smooth their somewhat ruffled tempers, they said, "It was a momentous step and a terrible responsibility for a church to take upon itself, but they hoped the Lord would overrule it for good. But they had their fears. Yes, they had their fears. Several of the more venerable female members, unable to endure the strain upon their nervous systems, took sick, and Dr. Stevens, for once, had his hands full. The morning before the picnic, he sent an extra $5 bill to the Financial Committee, in a note in which he said that the enclosed was a business investment to encourage future picnics. At last, the evening preceding the day of the picnic came. A meeting for all interested had been called to meet at 7 o'clock in the conference room. I need not say that it was crowded. Everybody was there. The pastor called the meeting to order promptly and invited Deacon Slowup to open with a prayer. Now, the deacon had but one. It had served him well on all occasions for 35 years. But a dim suspicion flashed through his mind as he arose that it would not answer for a picnic. Everybody was on tiptoe of curiosity to see how he would begin. The deacon realized the gravity of the moment and what there was at stake. He did his best to begin appropriately. It was too much. The tyranny of habit was too strong upon him. He hesitated, stammered, coughed, cleared his throat in the traditional way, and then gave it up. He swung into his old form with a long breath of relief and went through the whole thing with all its verbal inflections, its vocal lapses and swellings, and snapped off the amen with a little more than his customary vigor at the close. He sat down. His prayer had manifestly affected not a few of his audience. Several handkerchiefs were visible. Flushed faces were everywhere. The pastor's eyes were moist, but he was a man of excellent nerve, and he controlled his voice, and the meeting proceeded to business. Several committees were called and reported. At last they came to the Committee on Provisions. At this, the meeting reached its crisis. An unexpected event occurred. A difference had arisen in the committee in respect to the sandwiches. It was not as to whether they should have sandwiches. That had been carried unanimously. But whether they should be ham sandwiches or beef sandwiches. Upon this point the committee had been unable to agree, and therefore, as the chairman repeated, they had voted to refer the whole question to the church, which they now did, and asked for instructions. A moment of death-like stillness followed this announcement. Everybody felt that they were on the eve of a terrible explosion. The pastor settled his face to a dead calm, and waited the development. At last a brother who was seated at the farthest corner of the room slowly arose and said deliberately, "Mr. Chairman, in order to test the sense of the church, I move you, sir, that the committee be instructed to procure beef sandwiches." The speaker had barely recovered his seat before another brother on the opposite side of the room was on his feet. "Mr. Chairman," said he, "I move to amend Brother Go-Ahead's motion by striking out the word beef and substituting the word ham before sandwiches." The ball was now opened, and at it they went. Fossilville was not lacking in local orators, and they were not inclined to let this opportunity slip. First the motion, then the amendment was advocated. Arguments from prophecy and arguments from revelation were adduced, pro and con. History was cited, science appealed to, chemistry quoted. Beef was pronounced cheaper, ham the more scriptural. Motion was added to motion, amendment piled upon amendment. 10 o'clock came, and no vote had been reached. At this point Deacon Slowup got the floor. It was evident to all that he was powerfully wrought upon. He took the gravity of the occasion all in. To see this night he had been spared. For this emergency had Providence caused him to be elected deacon. He arose to make the speech of his life. "Brethren and sisters," he said, "this is indeed an eventful moment. If ever a people needed wisdom, we do at this time. It will be 43 years next December since I was elected deacon of this church. I have seen many dark days in its history, but never such a season as this. I tremble for our future. Never did I expect to live to see the day when such a motion as this could be discussed in this church. Such a motion could never have been introduced when Dr. Longtongue, of sainted memory, occupied the pulpit in the room over our heads. Can any brother or sister who ever heard him preach suppose that he would have countenanced beef sandwiches? Never. He would have died first. One brother says that he does not see what difference it makes. as an officer of the church, as a standard-bearer in this branch of Zion, I warn the brother against backsliding. He stands on slippery places. This church cannot and will not tolerate Arminianism. Only last week I saw in the Phillipstown Gazette an account of a picnic that the Unitarian Church in Harrisboro was to hold, and it went on to say that they had voted to have 6,500 beef sandwiches. My friends, who can estimate the influence of those 6,500 beef sandwiches? It is by such subtle and cunning methods that error is being promulgated in the land. And now let me ask, are our children to be filled tomorrow with Unitarianism, and the church make no protest? From the day when it was founded, the First Congregational Church of Fossilville has always believed in ham sandwiches. Not that we ever really had them, but that was our faith. We believed in them. I do tonight. I wish every child in the land had a ham sandwich. I was brought up on ham. It was instilled into me in my youth. I love it tonight, and always shall. Ham is a scriptural word. I do not at this minute recall the passage, but it can be found in the Bible. Beef is a secular word. It is carnal. It has been appropriated by error. Remember, you are establishing a precedent. If we have beef this year, it shall be beef next year. Our children will grow to love it, and we shall never have anything but beef. The deacon sank into his seat, overpowered with emotion caused by the picture he had drawn. Not a word more was said. The pastor, a young man, dismissed the meeting without a syllable, and resigned his charge the next Sabbath. He was called soon after to a city church. The church at Fossilville has never been able to settle another pastor, and it is still divided on the momentous question of sandwiches. Ham and beef have their respective advocates up to this day. My friends, I am not to blame for the lightness of my treatment. I laugh at what I cannot reason down. But underneath my laughter, and almost marring it, I will confess there comes a moan for opportunities lost, for energies misspent, for golden chance abused. You know as well as I that, all up and down New England, churches have been and are being rent by questions of no earthly moment. The church at Fossilville is typical, and deacons' slow-ups are everywhere. Stupidity sits in official stations, and bigotry sows dragons' teeth where flowers of Christian fellowship should spring and bloom. In half our churches no new measure, however good, can be proposed and not meet with persistent opposition. The instant that some plan, inspired of God and zealous hearts, is born, a dozen bony hands clutch at its throat and strangle it. Progress, instead of being peaceful, is made through such tumult and conflict that it is almost robbed of profit. And when the needed change at last is made, and one counts up the loss and gain, they so nearly balance that you hesitate to which side to give your verdict. The motto in these churches is, "What has not been shall not be." I could name church after church where a dozen men sit like leeches on the swelling veins of holy enterprise. They form a minority powerful in their ignorance and narrowness and stupidity. Their very pig-headedness constitutes their ability to resist what is good. They make it a matter of conscience, and you must batter them over before you can budge them an inch. By them religion is so advertised that it becomes a target for wit to practice at, and a stumbling block to the humane. Christ is made to appear hostile to whatever is most honorable in conduct and noble in aspiration. And Christianity, the sweet, the beautiful Christianity of the New Testament, as they interpret it, stands like a huge barricade stretched across the path of an unmoving humanity, a thing to be stormed over and trampled underfoot. And so it comes about that men who need salvation more than life, alienated from our churches by the bigotry and illiberality in them, die unsaved. I know there was a strong drift all over the land in our generation to wash men out into a sea of loose opinions and looser practices. Many are unwilling to abide by the old anchorages, albeit the sea is white outside and the air filled with patches of froth, and those who are foolish enough to sever the stout cables that held the fathers and push out into wild and chartless seas, for the most part make wreck and go down. I tell you, friends, at a time like this, when the intellect of the world is stimulated into an almost frenzied activity, when letters and science are full of contradictions, when 1,000 conflicting influences, like the atmospheric commotions of a whirlwind, revolve around us with bewildering violence, and threaten to lift us off our feet and spin us into the air, a man must lay hold of certain deeply rooted, immovable truths, and link his fingers around them. In religion, in politics, in his views of social development, he must have some faith, some deeply rooted and oak-like confidence to tie up to. Swinging with a lateral range I care not how far, held by a cable I care not how long, he must, nevertheless, strike his grapnel into the cleft of some immovable rock. I doubt if any who know me would call me a conservative, as that word is now unfortunately applied, and yet I have not, and never have had, any sympathy with a radicalism which smites gods and mummies alike, that blind, reckless, conceited egotism which refuses to discriminate between the good and the evil, the needed and the useless of the past, too vain to tread a path ever trodden before, albeit by feet that passed along it to heaven. The progress I urge and argue for is of a different sort. I urge that our churches of all denominations no longer abide by maxims which, although once proper, are now ill-suited to the age. What I wish is to set the strong, lusty present face to face with the weak and wrinkled past, and let the stout lungs of the one breathe a new vitality into the withered bosom of the other. I never let age alone sanctify anything, nor prejudice my mind against it. If a whole catacomb of mummies stood in the path of a Pacific railroad, I would say to the engineers, away with these dry and dusty threads of withered mortality, albeit souls once tabernacled within the circle of these linen investments. Yet some there are who would call this sacrilege, and gaze in holy reverence at the senseless objects, and sniff with pious delight the scent of ancient embalmment. My friends, piety does not put a man into a straitjacket. It does not cramp and pucker him up. It does not prescribe the fashion of his necktie, or goose-poke him with spinal stiffness. Those who think that it is unpardonable sin to row a boat or shoot a rifle and ride a horse so as not to make a fool of yourself or kill the horse are not up in their exegesis. These croakers should know that Christianity is not owl-like or bat-like. She does not mope in dismal places, and the most timid child is not afraid to look into her eyes. She is full of adaptiveness. She is many-sided and swift of foot, and the world and its fast-racing progressiveness cannot outrun her. In ages of persecution she showed men her heroic side, and thus inspired they went unflinchingly to the stake. In days of revolution, when the world was about to give birth to a higher liberty, she whets the edge of the sword and swells up in patriotic songs around blazing campfires. There have been times in the history of the race when the symbol of Christianity was a rent banner, her herald a cavalry trumpet, her pulpit the field men died on. Ours is an age of trade, of commercial combinations, of material development, and scientific investigation. She adapts herself to it, and her symbol today is the white sail of a ship, a chemical laboratory, and an axe sunk into the root of a tree. Is it not strange that some of our churches will not open their eyes enough to see that the world is changing rapidly, and that the Church herself must change in the phases of her experience, and the means and methods of her growth and power? One thing may as well be taken as settled, that if the Church would direct the age, she must keep in the van of the age. The world is forging ahead, and Deacons slow-ups must get out of the way. The Church has been represented by dyspeptic and consumptive men long enough. We have been trying for 70 years in New England to run our pulpits on nervous forces alone. It is a failure. The pulpits have broken down under the experience. I hope to live to see the day in Boston City when a stoop in the back will be unorthodox, and a narrow chest put a theological student at an immense disadvantage in candidating. A church should examine a pastor-elect touching hygiene as closely as touching his theological tenets, and D.O. Lewis be recognized as a wise teacher as well as St. Paul. A diseased eye unfits a surgeon for practice, and a diseased stomach unfits a man to use that knife which pierceth the joints and marrow. All down through history, God has always selected healthy, outdoor men to be his mediums through whom to communicate with the race. Take Moses. This is not fancy. Run over the list. Joshua, Elijah, David, the apostles, Christ himself, all were outdoor men. Adam lived principally in the country, and John saw heaven in vision when camping out on the Isle of Patmos. This thing will settle itself in a few years. Americans are not fools. They will see which class of men do the most work, and the most telling work. Bronchitis and consumption, I say nothing against them, though I wish nothing to do with them myself, will be looked upon as a misfortune, and not to be regarded as proof of high scholarship and soundness in doctrine as they have been, and are still in many of our rural churches. My friends, I know what I am saying. A man who says nothing but what stares at him from a manuscript is not careless of speech. I was born and brought up among people like these I am describing. I have served in country churches for years. I have preached in a parish where the blast of a steam whistle had never sounded, where to skate was unministerial, and to slide downhill a sin, where the crack of my rifle caused as much excitement in the church as the last trump, and where, if I took a step over 14 inches and a half from heel to toe, it made the sewing society lively for 2 weeks. I think the man who came after me, the present incumbent, could step 14 feet at a stride, and no one noticed that it was longer than common. And yet, to show you how rapidly changes are going on in New England, I had not been gone 6 months before the church came together and chose 2 new deacons out of my rifle club, and they were my best shots at that. I tell you, friends, the large-hearted, level-headed men in our churches must come to the front. We cannot put pious inefficiency in office much longer. A necklace of 6 millstones is more than a church can wear, and keep her head above water in as rough seas as heave us around now. Every election in a church should be to a service and not to a rank, and the man or woman best calculated to do the work, nominated to do it. Then, when by reason of years or failing health or change in circumstances they become unable to do the work entrusted to them, they would naturally resign, or else the church would depose them. I counsel no harshness, no disrespect, no unnecessary wounding of feeling, but when it comes to offending one man or crippling the usefulness of an entire church, the question is one about which there can be no debate. There is another typical man whom one can meet in New England, the harsh, unlovely, wickedly cunning deacon. Nearly every pastor has met him once at least. I sketch his portrait in profile, and yet I sketch it in charity. I sketch it first as many a pastor sees it, Sabbath by Sabbath, looking from his pulpit, with sad eyes and a sadder heart, and then as every pastor shall see it, let us hope, ere it fades from mortal sight. Deacon Sharpface was a peculiar man. A very unfortunate man he was, even at birth. His mother was bilious, and his father rheumatic, and he resembled both. To his parental inheritance he had managed to add dyspepsia, and dyspepsia to him meant something. He paid attention to it, he ate with it, and slept with it. It sharpened his countenance, glared ferociously at you through his spectacles, and sounded through his nose when he prayed. He had been a professor 40 years, but had been reconverted after he had been a member of the church 30, and a deacon 10. I find no fault with this. His second conversion was rather needed. Even another would have done him no considerable injury. Spiritually, he needed the allopathic treatment, large doses and frequent administrations. But friends, whatever Deacon Sharpface lacked in gentleness, in charity, in sweet graces of the Spirit, in brotherly kindness and patience, it mattered little, for he was thoroughly orthodox. That saved him. If he had been a Parkerite or had worshipped with Brother Alger, he would have been a terrible example of what heresy could do, but his orthodoxy saved him, It covered him with a mantle of charity and won him the election to the deaconate that filled his cup to overflowing. It gave him many advantages, chief among which was this. It gave him a lifelong opportunity to defend the old faith. Never did a man improve an opportunity better. Woe to the preacher who preached before Deacon Sharpface, especially if he was a young man. He listened to every sermon, from beginning to end, only to discover heresy. Any unusual form of expression was instantly noted down. If a text was misquoted, he was in ecstasy, and the hard lines of his face absolutely for once relaxed, as if, somewhere in its cadaverous recesses, there yet remained the corpse of an unburied smile. A sermon was an intellectual refreshment, and prayers he enjoyed pencil in hand. I had said that the deacon was unfortunate in his nature, his education, and his temper, but his greatest misfortune was the time of his birth. He was born 1900 years too late. He should have been a Pharisee and a member of the Sanhedrin at the time of Christ. Now, if you think that is harsh, well, I will hang the two faces side by side for a moment, and you shall look into their eyes. Like a Pharisee, this New England deacon was bigoted. It was the joke of the city. Like a Pharisee, he was spiritually proud. Like a Pharisee, he was fond of traditions. What had not the mold of mildew of age upon it must be in error. Whatever had, from that fact, became the highest wisdom. Like a Pharisee, he was sharp in his judgments and bitter in his speech. His wife knew that best. Like a Pharisee, he loved to have his goodness recognized. He loved to have it known in the great gatherings of his denomination, where the lay and clerical dignitaries met, that he was the senior deacon of a great metropolitan organization. But the strength of his position in that church, the granite barricade behind which the miserable man crouched to cast forth stones at better people than himself, was his undoubted orthodoxy. My friends, we shall pass, but the influence of our words and deeds will never pass. If wrong be in our lives, then it shall live, and give us evil representation when we are gone. If good be in us, then long after we are in our graves, it will grow and walk the earth in power, and be among the majestic forces of the world. Oh, for the discerning eye, therefore, the judgment well instructed, and unbiased by the pressure of any passion, a conscience quick, and a love which wears the golden rule upon its brow, as a queen takes her largest jewel and binds it to her forehead on a public day. And here once more I make my record. If orthodoxy means knowledge of words only, if it means defense of ancient forms and usage once valuable, now useless, left like camps far in the rear by the world and its progressive movements, which, like an army, stays not in one place, but is forever on the move, inspired by the command to march on, if it means a narrow view of men and things, if it arms one hand of God with thunder, but takes the branch of mercy from another, if it means a clannish love for doctrines based on one of a dozen forms of interpretation, but neglect of charitable practice, if it means bitterness towards any human being or severance from the growing sense of human brotherhood which now, beyond all other tendencies, represents the Pentecostal influence, if it thinks that Boston can be converted by Westminster catechisms, and not by bread for the starving, clothing for the naked, knowledge for the ignorant, improved dwellings for the poor, and charity toward all, if it means this, I say for one, I will have none of it. If, on the other hand, it uses words as a mirror through which to see the will and wish of God reflected, if it means discarding what was local and temporary in the past, but holding stoutly on to the universal, if it means keeping the old anchors on deck for emergencies of tempest, but spreading below and aloft every inch of canvas for swift traffic in those humanities calculated to elevate the race, if it means the highest culture of the intellect, widest play of the affections, reverence towards God, and sincere love for all mankind, if it means this, I say, then I will love it. And it shall be the platform of my utterances in life, and the couch on which, when life is spent, I will lie down in gravity and peace to die. And so at last it seemed to Deacon Sharpface, The years grew on apace, time bore heavily on him, and the focus of his mind and body, like a receding tide, ebbed away. Upon his bed, new visions came to him, at dead of night, in the stillness of his chamber, from which he felt that he should never more go forth until the angels lifted him, angels came, and ministered to his soul. Within his bosom, like a well in the desert, was open a fountain of new, of precious, and at first unutterable thoughts. His temper, like a sea long ruffled, whose action was too often like a rush of waves, no longer poured upon by gust and gale of human infirmity, subsided, and its hasty impulses settled gradually but surely to a blessed calm. Its fret and fervor left him, his prejudices died out, his haughty pride that had distinguished him left its throne, and sweet humanity, timidly, as to an unaccustomed place, came in, and, true to her nature, seated herself upon the footstool. Love stole to her side, and the two, like long-parted sisters with brimming eyes and hands joined, what power might ever part them, sat there together, saying each to the other, "My sister, forever and ever." The time wore on, and his life, like a rich autumn day, grew lovelier as it drew to its close. He sent for all his friends. They saw the blessed change and spoke of it in whispers, marveling. He sent for all his enemies, and he had many, and parted with every man in peace. Last of all he sent a few lines, penciled with feeble hand, praying that his pastor would come. And he came, the man of God, and stood beside him, all others being decorously without. The deacon took him by the hand, and a smile lit up his features and sweetened all his face. And he said, "My pastor, I have sent for you to tell you what the Lord has done to me in sickness, and rejoice your soul. My eyes are open, brother, and I see as never before. God does not seem as he once did to me. He is not such as I supposed. He is more gracious, more loving. The Bible does not seem as it once did. It is a sweeter book, a revelation not of wrath and judgment, but of a sweet, a deathless mercy. Oh, my brother, for years I read it wrongly. Men lost by mistake, but I lost more than they, for I missed peace, and the multiplying joys that come of merciful thoughts, and the rich pleasure of loving. But I see better now. Yes, I see better now." He paused a moment, pressed with weakness. His pastor lifted him upon the pillow, and placed the pillow with the whiter head upon it against his own breast. The deacon rested thus a moment, like a tired child, and then he said, "My pastor, I have wronged you more than once. I might have helped you more and grieved you less, and here I make the restitution of a dying man. I crave forgiveness. You need not speak. I know I have it, for I know your nature. You thought of God one way, I another, and our natures grew in harmony with our respective thoughts. But now we think alike, and I know your feelings by my own. And now, my brother, the God of whom you told me in the sanctuary, in whom I did not then believe, but do today, the God of infinite mercy bless you. Go on as you have gone. Tell men of his love. Tell them of his truth. Publish his wrath at intervals, only to check the vicious, and make a dark background on which to sketch the whiteness of his mercy. Here on my dying bed, and with my dying breath, remembering all our past differences and my bitter words, and taking them all back like ashes to my mouth, I simply charge you to go on." But here the deacon paused. His breath became short and quick, each breath a gasp. He reached his hands up feebly and drew his pastor's face down to his own, and kissed it twice, once on either cheek. For the two men had drawn so nigh to the kingdom of heaven that they had become like little children, and white-headed as they were not ashamed to kiss each other. And then a light broke over all his countenance. A look of wonder and recognition came to his eyes. now dim with that grey mist which comes at last to all of us. His lips parted to speak the words that came not forth, parted, quivered, closed. And the deacon, prepared at last in understanding to meet his God, prepared in heart to say farewell to men, passed up to dwell unvexed forever amid the glory of the everlasting light. My friends, as a public man, I presume I have had my share of enemies. I have probably been pelted up to the full average. At least I hope the average is not much higher. And this, as one whose path has not been altogether smooth, I wish to say to you that the longer I live, and the more I know, the larger seems to me the proportion of good men. Never before did the world seem so lovely, or men so kind. Never before did the suffrage in favor of frankness and honesty appear to me so large. The world grows to be more and more delightful in its friendships and noble in its loves. In a class whose exceptional cases furnish me with my theme, true piety has been the rule, harshness and meanness the exception. Where I have found one to resist, I have found a dozen to applaud. Among these I have found many of my warmest friends, men of the widest knowledge, the most Christ-like spirit, and the most progressive minds, men zealous in every good word and work. And now one of these, as my last portrait, I will present. I lift the curtain, and behold, Deacon Goodhart stands before you. Deacon Goodhart, may his tribe increase, was deacon in one of the stiffest Orthodox churches. Of its orthodoxy, according to the letter of the law, there was no doubt. Its creed would have made Calvin himself laugh. There is but one word that precisely describes it. It is stiff. The church was organized in troublesome times. Every now and then, society is seized with a spasm, a wild desire for something new. A desire to tear down and demolish takes possession of the public mind. It breaks out and rages in the midst of a community, like an epidemic among children, which never kills anybody, but makes the old folks anxious. Well, some 60 years back, Boston had an experience theologically. It was a pretty sharp attack, and the joints were all loosened, the nerves excited, and everything shook. The fathers and mothers in Israel, and all those who loved the old order of things, the Word of God as it had been interpreted, and that stern but magnificent system of ethics, which may make its disciples bigoted, but at the same time makes it possible for men and women to sleep safely at night with the doors and windows of their houses unfastened. These, I say, were alarmed, and certain grouped themselves together, and formed a church. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising that, when they came to form a creed, they should make it decidedly stiff. They loved the old faith, the faith of the fathers, the faith that had made New England the birthplace of heroic men, and filled their days with toil, and sent them to their graves magnificently, as warriors who sleep at evening on the field they have gloriously won. These, I say, were not ashamed of their faith, and they were willing the city should know it. Whatever was decided, therefore, whatever was unequivocal, whatever was obnoxious to the current opinion, whatever was gnarled and tough and unhewed in the old faith, they spiked it all in. Their ship was ungainly. Its lines were not symmetrical. Its masts were short. Its sailing qualities poor. But you could not sink it, for its compartments were filled with the buoyancy of the gospel, and its sides plated with 6-inch proof texts, and turreted with the thunders of the law. More than once have the wit and culture of the city laughed at its ungainliness, and the skeptic darkened the air around it with the arrows of his sarcasm. But more than once have wit and culture acknowledged with pride its steadfastness, and more than once has New England rocked when its turrets began to revolve for action. Of such a church, severe, strict, with a hypocrite and bigot here and there in it, our friend was elected deacon. His election was a miracle, that is, unaccountable. In physique he was not exactly corpulent, I wouldn't say that, but he was, to put it mildly, a little stout, and whoever knew of an old-type Orthodox church having a fat man for a deacon? He was an anomaly, and as large a one as could be gotten in and out of a pew door. I cannot say how tall he was. I never thought of his height. No one ever did when they saw him. It was not his height, but his thickness you thought of. The deacon, to say the least, was voluminous, ample, and generous. His countenance was full and florid, a fact which should have cost him 20 votes in his election. And when he laughed, it shook and wrinkled and flushed until it looked no more like a deacon's than a 40-pound watermelon looks like a little warty, shriveled, crooked-necked gourd. The deacon served as usher at the rectangular church. The words slipped off my pen before I knew what was coming, formed itself, as it were, out of the ink. But why I should call it the rectangular church I can hardly say. Perhaps because the name, by the law of association of ideas, suggested itself naturally from the strictness of its doctrines. Perhaps because, like authors who cudgel their brains for a name for a book, or clergymen who write a logical sermon before they select a text, and then take whatever they hit upon. You see, I know how it's done. No matter how this is, the deacon served as usher at the rectangular church. And what an usher he was! To see him come sailing down the aisle, his face beaming as a benignant welcome upon you. To be addressed as if the whole church belonged to you, and you have only to elect your favorite sitting when every seat is jammed. To have him act as if your coming was a personal favor, and the service would not have been quite complete without your presence. Surely such an usher is invaluable. Why, friends, Deacon Goodhart's face hung over the front entrance of a church that didn't cost over $100,000, could fill every seat in it within 10 minutes. I limit the cost, for when a church edifice costs over a certain sum, it is not built for the people to worship in, and the masses know it. And there are churches, and in Boston too, that neither the faces of 40 Deacon Goodharts nor the faces of 40 angels either could ever persuade the common people, the like of whom heard the Savior gladly in their time, to enter. Deeper than reason, friends, deeper than education, there is in the human heart an instinct which warns the modest, the poor, and the proud where not to go. These cathedrals of exclusiveness, these palaces of wealthy piety, into which no angels enter, save such as money has painted on the tinted glass and etched upon the smooth ceilings, these temples of aesthetic piety, built by the few, for the few, are useless for the great, on-pushing work of redeeming man. Away with these vast piles of chiseled stone, these ornamental sepulchres of free utterance, these mausoleums where sleeps the spirit of that warm brotherhood, which had a full common treasure, and give us buildings large enough for all, and free to all. Then shall great preachers arise, men as great in utterance as the truth they are sent to proclaim, equally inspired of God, and the gospel be no longer peddled from house to house, but preached with an eloquence as classic as the Greeks, and as fervid as Isaiah's lofty verse. Churches that shall seat thousands of all faiths and creeds, drawn to one assemblage, not by the egotism of common belief, which small men deem the basis of fellowship, but by the craving of a quick intelligence thirsting for knowledge, by the attraction which the larger magnetic has for the smaller and less inspired, and by the certainty that the independence of the intellect shall be acknowledged, and none abused for what they might not help, the errors of their thinking. But that day will never dawn on this city, or if it comes, a change will first come to the hearts of the men who dictate taste and fitness to us. This commonwealth must first feel the shame of its heathenism, the shame of its low-browed ignorance, the shame of its red-eyed drunkenness, the shame of its popular brothels, its swarming jails, and the perils of its brute-necked violence, or ever churches will be built to serve the end which alone justifies their erection. But Deacon Goodhart was something more than an usher. He was the best of deacons. He was not rich in money, and yet no one deemed him poor, for the church all felt that he had great riches laid up somewhere ahead of him, and that he would come to them one day, and be as rich as the richest. His pastor loved him best, because he knew him best, for he knew him in his deeds, and who knows a Christian until he knows him so? He heard his name spoken and loved by the poor and sick, those whom the great roaring world forgets because of their littleness. And more than once, when kneeling himself beside a humble bed in some narrow room, he had heard the deacon's name spoken with gratitude, and coupled with blessing, with that greatest name given under heaven and among men, spoken by the lips that smiled in dying, but which would have had no smile had it not been for what the deacon's teaching and alms had done for them. His praise was spoken in lowly places, in chambers of neat poverty, in the hushed room of sickness, and those little narrow dormitories built for the indigent aged. In places such as these, and not in public halls and on great exchange, his praise was mentioned. Where else? In heaven. Is yours, friend? The deacon had his faults, but they seemed like the stains upon a lady's garment, the result of accident, not of design. They were of nature, and not of will, a kind of birthmark inherited from Adam, or some one way back. His face was like a full moon, flushed with summer's warmth. You remember how it looks, a perfect sphere of beaming benignity. Mirth looked laughingly out of his eyes, peered roguishly from the corners of his mouth, and sat demurely on his rounded chin. His face was a constant challenge to humor. The language of its look was, "Say something funny and see me laugh." The children all loved him, of course. He won their love by loving them. I doubt if any of us had loved God, we did not know that he first loved us. Whenever he came in sight, they swarmed round him. They would climb his knees and back and perch upon his shoulders and cling laughingly around his neck, until he looked like a pyramid covered with morning glories. He had no children after the flesh himself, but he counted his children after the spirit by scores and hundreds, and was a kind of universal father to them all. And when the deacon dies, his going hence will make more children glad in heaven and sad on earth than the death of any other man I know. Ecclesiastically, judged by the traditional standard, the deacon was entirely unsuited to his office. He was not great in prayer, that is, he did not tell the Lord all that he had done, and how he came to do it since the creation, which was not deacon-like. I never heard him begin with Genesis but once, and then he got no farther than the flood, when he lost his footing and broke down. Worse even than this peculiarity was the fact that his memory was so bad that he never used the same prayer twice, which is an unpardonable eccentricity in a deacon. Indeed, he was full of imperfections. He would often make an exhortation without quoting a text of Scripture. He very rarely wept when he spoke, which detracted materially from his influence with a certain class, nor did he ever boast what the rectangular church had done in the past, and congratulate mankind in general that it still existed. In fact, he was a very queer and most extraordinary deacon. His prayers were simple, direct, and confidential as a child's first penitential talk with a gentle-hearted, sweet-faced mother, although at times his voice would swell into a tone of exultation, and a light spread over his lifted face, as if, in answer to his prayer, some angel had come down, and was hovering for a moment on wings of light above his raised countenance. Nor was he fluent. At times he stammered, but his stammering sounded like the hesitation of a lowly person called upon to plead his cause before a king, and who scarcely knew how to express himself in such a presence. And once he broke entirely down, came to a dead stop. He was praying that evening for those who did not pray for themselves, for those unblessed ones, as he expressed it, who do not know the joy of holy utterance, or how sweet a thing it is to talk with thee, O God. And here the thought of their deprivations oppressed him, or else he missed the proper word, for he staggered in speech and suddenly sat down, and a great silence fell on the room, and no one, of all the hundreds present, lifted his head for a full minute, and nothing was heard unless it was a smothered sob here and there. But in spite of his verbal deficiency, the people loved to hear him, and the business men who knew him on the street, and who made money many times faster than he, listened respectfully to him when he spoke to them in meeting, touching the manner of life which they should live day by day in order to gain the better life to come. But it was what he did, and his way of doing it, and not what he said, that made his name to fit mirror-like into his character. It was night, a night such as the rich love and the poor hate, cold, bitter, and piercing. The air was full of snow, soggy and damp, while ever and anon a shower of sleet, half frozen, mingled with hail, plunged downward, or was slashed heavily against the walls of the houses. The winds were rampant. They roared around corners, careened along the streets, shook the shutters of houses, and wrestled at the lamp-posts until the gas-jets flared and sputtered in deadly fear lest they should be extinguished. It was a night to be remembered in mansion and garret alike. How warm the velvet carpet, how cheerful the glowing grate, how rich the dark woods look, how gay the laughter sounds, and how the swell of music rises, where love and plenty sit when the storm roars without, and the snow drives against the curtained pane. What a sense of comfort and the luxury of warmth steals over one as he sits, slippered and gowned, before the red coals on such a night. Never is warmth so warm, never luxury so luxurious, never wealth so satisfactory as then. But to those who live in garrets, or burrow in cellars, such a night is terrible. Black as the heavens seems to them their fate. Oh, the lack of clothing! Oh, the absence of light! How the old rookery shakes as a gale smites it! How the snow sifts through the ill-thatched roof, or whirls and eddies across the uneven floor! How the healthy curse, and the sick moan, and the drunken rave or lie in leaden sleep, while the limbs stiffen and the soul steals shiveringly out of the unwarmed body, and is borne away by the colder winds. It was on such a night that Deacon Goodhart left his snug home, his warm fireside, and his loving spouse, who muttered at his going, and yet, womanlike, loved him all the better in her heart for doing it, and started out in search of those who needed the Christian's loaf and the Christian's presence. Few deacons, I ween, were on the streets that night. It is so much easier, you know, good friends, to pray for the poor in their snug chambers, with your hands laid softly on the warm flannel and the white pillow waiting you, than to go forth into the cold snow and wade your way toward the fulfillment of your prayer. But the good deacon, God bless him and all like him, in and out of church, had a queer theology, and he held that he who works by means and not by miracles makes man the agent by whom to answer his own prayers. And he used to say, but the senior deacon of the church called it rank heresy, he used to say that deacons never prayed aright unless they went and did themselves what they asked God to do. Thus upheld, buttoned to the chin and warmly gloved, he opened the door of his dwelling and plunged out into the darkness. Now the deacon was no gymnast. He had never practiced on the trapeze. He was large, as I have hinted, and not remarkably agile. The snow lay a foot in depth. The flagging was iced beneath, and as he stepped boldly off into the drift, some of you may imagine the result, the deacon slipped. Even deacons do make a slip occasionally. The deacon slipped, I say, slipped on both feet at once, slipped and sat down. It was well done, as only a deacon of his size could do it. He was a man of decision, and he sat down decidedly. His first thought was of his wife. Had she seen him? Horrors if she had. He knew that he closed the door behind him, but had she, in her loving anxiety, followed him? And were her affectionate eyes now fastened on him? He twisted himself about and cast a look of agony at the door. Blessed absence, her darling face was not there. But had she heard him? She must have. It seemed to him that he had shaken the entire block when he struck the pavement. But no, the good woman had resigned him to the care of Providence when he left her, and Providence was now dealing with him alone. Yes, he was unobserved. A feeling of sweet complacency stole over him. There are positions perfectly honorable in themselves, but in which a man does not like to be looked at. The deacon started to get up. He succeeded only in part. He discovered with Carlyle that our successes are part failures. He lifted himself on his palms to the full length of his arms, and there he hung a moment, hung dubiously, and then sat down again. The deacon laughed. Friends, I never eulogized deacons. No man ever heard me. No one ever will. I had no intention of eulogizing Deacon Goodhart, but I submit that it is not every man that can laugh all to himself, without company, after he has sat down on an icy pavement as decidedly as the good deacon had. I said he began to laugh. The laugh started him. He began to slide. The more he slid, the louder he laughed, and the more he laughed, the faster he slid. He slid as if he were greased. He slid like lightning. He swept the sidewalks like an orthodox whirlwind. He lost his personality and looked more like a dozen coal hods tied together than an officer of the rectangular church as he came bowling along. At last he finished his declension and began to feel the reward of the backslider. He was literally filled with his own ways. Ears, eyes, mouth shared in the punishment. He shook himself, stamped, smote his sides with his palms until he was tolerably free from snow, and started on. He was now in a section of the city where the poor and desolate lived. He was pushing on when a low sound arrested his step. He paused to listen, and again he heard it, and this time he caught the direction. It came from the second story of an old house on his left. The deacon clomb the stairs, which creaked and groaned beneath his weight like a living thing in torture. He reached the hall above and paused to listen. A feeble moan penetrated the dividing wall, stole out into the cold air, and died away amid the roaring of the storm. It was a child's voice, and the sadness of it touched him deeply. He took a traveler's candlestick out of his pocket, felt for a dry spot in the wall to draw the match, and lighted it. A door was right before him. A noble door it had been once, of dark wood choicely wrought, a door through which the youth and beauty of departed generations have often passed in the full pride of their rich loveliness. But now 'twas scarred and dinted as if by blows of a hatchet, or rough things roughly thrown, and one carved panel had been knocked entirely out. He lifted the latch and stepped into the room. Would that I had the power to sketch that room as the deacon saw it on that night. The sitting here in all this light and comfort, you might take down to your warm houses a picture of one room, like those in which the children of poverty and sin are born and live and die. It was a home of desolation. Cheerlessness and discomfort reigned supreme. Their sway was never challenged. The fireplace was unlighted by a spark. A heap of sodden ashes and a mound of snow lay on the sunken and cracked hearthstone. One of the two windows was roughly boarded up, and the sash of the other bulged with rags stuffed coarsely in. There were no chairs. A mutilated table stood close to the wall, evidently so placed to steady it, and a rude bench, some 6 feet long without a back, and rudely hacked, was drawn up in front of it. In the farther corner stood a bedstead, or what had once been one, but now the posts, which once were long, had been sawn off, and the headboard wrenched away, doubtless for fuel. A heap of unbound straw covered by an old blanket composed the bed. It was a bed barely fit for a dog to lie on, and yet a girl lay on it, and a girl, too, born in the mould of beauty. The deacon stood and gazed upon her. In years she might have seen 8 winters. The happy reckon life by summers, friends, but wretchedness counts its life by its experiences of suffering. And so, I say, the girl that lay groaning on that blanket might have seen 8 winters. Her face was white as the snow upon the floor, and almost as cold. Her little features were shrunken. Hunger had eaten away their fullness, and where your child, mother, has a plump, round cheek, centered with a dimple which you have kissed 1,000 times, this wan cheek showed only a depression, and yet, emaciated as it was, the face was lovely. Starvation and sickness had done their utmost, and yet had left it beautiful. Her hair was of the color of yellow gold, shaded with bronze, and fine as unwoven silk blown out of nature's loom, and its tangled wealth swathed the coarse pillow, and framed her white face like a rich aureole such as old painters, the great masters of color, loved to paint around the heads of their Madonnas. Her eyes were of that gray which darkens in feeling, and looks out at the object of their love through a rich mist, when the soul swells up into the face in moments of passion. And as she lifted them to the deacon's countenance wonderingly, they seemed, in contrast to her small white face, strangely yet beautifully large and luminous. The deacon sat upon the edge of the bed and took her thin hands in his, and said, "My little girl, what is your name?" And she, in a low, weak voice, replied, "My name is Mary, sir. And who be you?" "My name," the deacon answered, "is Goodhart, and I have come to make you warm and well and happy." She looked at him a moment with her large, bright eyes, as if in doubt that he spoke honestly, and then half querulously, as the sick often answer, said, "You have been a long while in coming, sir." "But I am here at last," the deacon returned, cheerfully humoring her conceit, and his great round face, sweet as a woman's in its goodness, lighted up as he spoke. "I am here at last, Mary, and now I am going right to work to make you comfortable and get you well." "I shall never get well, sir," she replied. "I am going to die and be put in the ground." "Oh, no, you're not," returned the deacon. "You must get well. You don't wish to die, do you?" "Yes, sir, I do," she answered. "I did not wish to once, when I could run about and keep warm. But it is so cold here, sir. I guess I shall be warmer in the ground." And a shiver ran through her little frame and sharpened her tiny features. The deacon rose. A startled look came to his face. Could it be that the child was dying? He pulled off his great fur coat and placed it over her. It was so large it covered all the bed. And then he knelt beside her and smoothed back the tangled strands of golden hair that swept her forehead, and soothed her with low murmurs as a mother soothes her babe. And warmth came back to her little half-frozen limbs, and she made a motion as when a child nestles for sleep, and the fringed lids drooped over the waxen skin, as a light shadow outlines itself upon the snow in moonlight. The deacon smiled. His face brightened in hope. He said to himself, "If she can only sleep," and then aloud, "Mary, I must leave you for a little time. I'm going to get some wood and make a nice warm fire, and bring you medicine and some food, and tomorrow I shall take you home with me, and, if you wish, you shall never leave me but always stay, and be my little girl." The deacon said this chokingly, for his heart went out strangely toward this little thing, as one through suffering and neglect given by God to him. And then, rising, he bent down over her and whispered, "You think that you shall sleep now, Mary?" And she softly as a child speaks, and makes reply in drowsiness, answered, "Yes, sir, I shall sleep." An hour passed by, and the deacon entered the room again, loaded with fuel and supplies of comfort. He filled the fireplace with wood and kindled it, and stood a moment, as the flames leapt up, and dried his wet hands. And then he lifted the candle from the floor and stepped softly to the bed. Mary lay still hidden away under the great robe. He smiled and said, "The child sleeps, and the child shall live." He placed his hand upon the cover, and folded it slowly and gently back, until her face, pillowed amid its wealth of golden hair, was seen, sad and white and still. The deacon gazed a moment doubtingly. He bent his face down over hers. A moment he held it there, and then he lifted it. A look of reverent awe, a look as if one who had come near to God came to his countenance, and he said, "The child does indeed sleep, and the child shall indeed live. But her sleep is not the slumber of this earth, and her life is that forever lived with God." And then, as if stricken with a sense of some great loss, the fading out of some bright hope that had suddenly come to him and has suddenly left him, the deacon knelt, and bowing his head upon his crossed arms, while the wind roared outside and the firelight died away in ghostly glimmers along the wall, he broke out and sobbed aloud. End of Deacons.
An Episode of War by Stephen Crane. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winston, Tharp. An Episode of War. The lieutenant's rubber blanket lay on the ground, and upon it he had poured the company's supply of coffee. Corporals and other representatives of the grimy and hot-throated men who lined the breastwork had come for each squad's portion. The lieutenant was frowning and serious at this task of division. His lips pursed as he drew with his sword various crevices in the heap until brown squares of coffee, astoundingly equal in size, appeared on the blanket. He was on the verge of a great triumph in mathematics, and the corporals were thronging forward, each to recap a little square, when suddenly the lieutenant cried out and looked quickly at a man near him as if he had suspected it was a case of personal assault. The others cried out also when they saw blood upon the lieutenant's sleeve. He had winced like a man stung, swayed dangerously, and then straightened. The sound of his hoarse breathing was plainly audible. He looked sadly, mystically, over the breastwork at the green face of a wood, where now there were many little puffs of white smoke. During this moment the men about him gazed statue-like and silent, astonished and awed by this catastrophe which happened when catastrophes were not expected, when they had leisure to observe it. As the lieutenant stared at the wood, They too swung their heads, so that for another instant all hands, still silent, contemplated the distant forest as if their minds were fixed upon the mystery of a bullet's journey. The officer had, of course, been compelled to take his sword into his left hand. He did not hold it by the hilt. He gripped it at the middle of the blade, awkwardly. Turning his eyes from the hostile wood, he looked at the sword as he held it there, and seemed puzzled as to what to do with it, where to put it. In short, this weapon had of a sudden become a strange thing to him. He looked at it in a kind of stupefaction, as if he had been endowed with a trident, a scepter, or a spade. Finally he tried to sheathe it. To sheathe a sword held by the left hand, at the middle of the blade, in a scabbard hung at the left hip, is a feat worthy of a sawdust ring. This wounded officer engaged in a desperate struggle with the sword and the wobbling scabbard, and during the time of it he breathed like a wrestler. But at this instant the men, the spectators, awoke from their stone-like poses and crowded forward sympathetically. The orderly sergeant took the sword and tenderly placed it in the scabbard. At the time he leaned nervously backward and did not allow even his finger to brush the body of the lieutenant. A wound gives strange dignity to him who bears it. Well men shy from this new and terrible majesty. It is as if the wounded man's hand is upon the curtain which hangs before the revelations of all existence, the meaning of ants, potentates, wars, cities, sunshine, snow, a feather dropped from a bird's wing, and the power of it sheds radiance upon a bloody form, and makes the other men understand sometimes that they are little. His comrades look at him with large eyes, thoughtfully. Moreover, they fear vaguely that the weight of a finger upon him might send him headlong, precipitate the tragedy, hurl him at once into the dim, gray unknown. And so the orderly sergeant, while sheathing the sword, leaned nervously backward. There were others who proffered assistance. One timidly presented his shoulder and asked the lieutenant if he cared to lean upon it, but the latter waved him away mournfully. He wore the look of one who knows he is the victim of a terrible disease and understands the helplessness. He again stared over the breastwork at the forest, and then turning, went slowly rearward. He held his right wrist tenderly in his left hand, as if the wounded arm was made of very brittle glass. And the men in silence stared at the wood, then at the departing lieutenant, then at the wood, then at the lieutenant. As the wounded officer passed from the line of battle, he was enabled to see many things which as a participant in the fight were unknown to him. He saw a general on a black horse, gazing over the lines of blue infantry at the green woods which veiled his problems. An aide galloped furiously, dragged his horse suddenly to a halt, saluted, and presented a paper. It was, for a wonder, precisely like an historical painting. To the rear of the general and his staff, a group composed of a bugler, 2 or 3 orderlies, and the bearer of the corps standard, all upon maniacal horses, were working like slaves to hold their ground, preserve their respectful interval, while the shells boomed in the air around them and caused their chargers to make furious, quivering leaps. A battery, a tumultuous and shining mass, was swirling toward the right. The wild thud of hooves, the cries of the riders shouting blame and praise, menace and encouragement, and last, the roar of the wheels, the slant of the glistening guns, brought the lieutenant to an intent pause. The battery swept in curves that stirred the heart. It made halts as dramatic as the crash of a wave on the rocks, and when it fled onward, this aggregation of wheels, levers, motors had a beautiful unity, as if it were a missile. The sound of it was a war chorus that reached into the depths of man's emotion. The lieutenant, still holding his arm as if it were of glass, stood watching this battery until all detail of it was lost, save the figures of the riders, which rose and fell and waved lashes over the black mass. Later he turned his eyes toward the battle, where the shooting sometimes crackled like bushfires, sometimes sputtered with exasperating irregularity, and sometimes reverberated like the thunder. He saw the smoke rolling upward and saw crowds of men who ran and cheered or stood and blazed away at the inscrutable distance. He came upon some stragglers, and they told him how to find the field hospital. They described its exact location. In fact, these men, no longer having part in the battle, knew more of it than others. They told the performance of every corps, every division, the opinion of every general. The lieutenant, carrying his wounded arm rearward, looked upon them with wonder. At the roadside, a brigade was making coffee and buzzing with talk like a girls' boarding school. Several officers came out to him and inquired concerning things of which he knew nothing. One, seeing his arm, began to scold. "Why, man, that's no way to do. You want to fix that thing." He appropriated the lieutenant and the lieutenant's wound. He cut the sleeve and laid bare the arm, every nerve of which softly fluttered under his touch. He bound his handkerchief over the wound, scolding away in the meantime. His tone allowed one to think that he was in the habit of being wounded every day. The lieutenant hung his head, feeling in this presence that he did not know how to be correctly wounded. The low white tents of the hospital were grouped around an old schoolhouse. There was here a singular commotion. In the foreground, 2 ambulances interlocked wheels in the deep mud. The drivers were tossing the blame of it back and forth, gesticulating and berating, while from the ambulances, both crammed with wounded, there came an occasional groan. An interminable crowd of bandaged men were coming and going. Great numbers sat under the trees, nursing heads or arms or legs. There was a dispute of some kind raging on the steps of the schoolhouse. Sitting with his back against a tree, a man with a face as gray as a new army blanket was serenely smoking a corncob pipe. The lieutenant wished to rush forward and inform him that he was dying. A busy surgeon was passing near the lieutenant. "Good morning," he said with a friendly smile. Then he caught sight of the lieutenant's arm, and his face at once changed. "Well, let's have a look at it." He seemed possessed suddenly of a great contempt for the lieutenant. This wound evidently placed the latter on a very low social plane. The doctor cried out impatiently, "What mutton-headed tied it up that way, anyhow?" The lieutenant answered, "Oh, a man." When the wound was disclosed, the doctor fingered it disdainfully. He said. "You come along with me and I'll tend to you." His voice contained the same scorn as if he were saying, "You will have to go to jail." The lieutenant had been very meek, but now his face flushed, and he looked into the doctor's eyes. "I guess I won't have it amputated," he said. "Nonsense, man, nonsense, nonsense," cried the doctor. "Come along now. I won't amputate it. Come along. Don't be a baby." "Let go of me," said the lieutenant, holding back wrathfully, his glance fixed upon the door of the old schoolhouse, as sinister to him as the portals of hell. And this is the story of how the lieutenant lost his arm. When he reached home, his sisters, his mother, his wife, sobbed for a long time at the sight of the flat sleeve. "Oh, well," he said, standing shamefaced amid these tears, "I don't suppose it matters so much as all that." End of an episode of war.
The 5 Orange Pips by Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. When I glance over my notes and records of the Sherlock Holmes cases between the years 82 and 90, I am faced by so many which present strange and interesting features that it is no easy matter to know which to choose and which to leave. Some, however, have already gained publicity through the papers, and others have not offered a field for those peculiar qualities which my friend possessed in so high a degree, and which it is the object of these papers to illustrate. Some, too, have baffled his analytical skill, and would be, as narratives, beginnings without an ending, while others have been but partially cleared up, and have their explanations founded rather upon conjecture and surmise than on that absolute logical proof which was so dear to him. There is, however, one of these last which was so remarkable in its details and so startling in its results that I am tempted to give some account of it, in spite of the fact that there are points in connection with it which never have been, and probably never will be, entirely cleared up. The year 87 furnished us with a long series of cases of greater or less interest, of which I retain the records. Among my headings under this one 12 months, I find an account of the adventure of the Paradol Chamber, of the Amateur Mendicant Society, who held a luxurious club in the lower vault of a furniture warehouse, of the facts connected with the loss of the British bark Sophie Anderson, of the singular adventures of the Grice Pattersons in the island of Uffa, and finally of the Camberwell poisoning case in the latter, as may be remembered. Sherlock Holmes was able, by winding up the dead man's watch, to prove that it had been wound up 2 hours before, and that therefore the deceased had gone to bed within that time, a deduction which was of the greatest importance in clearing up the case. All these I may sketch out at some future date, but none of them present such singular features as the strange train of circumstances which I have now taken up my pen to describe. It was in the latter days of September, and the equinoctial gales had set in with exceptional violence. All day the wind had screamed and the rain had beaten against the windows, so that even here in the heart of great handmade London we were forced to raise our minds for the instant from the routine of life and to recognize the presence of those great elemental forces which shriek at mankind through the bars of his civilization, like untamed beasts in a cage. As evening drew in, the storm grew higher and louder, and the wind cried and sobbed like a child in the chimney. Sherlock Holmes sat moodily at one side of the fireplace, cross-indexing his records of crime, while I at the other was deep in one of Clark Russell's fine sea stories, until the howl of the gale from without seemed to blend with the text, and the splash of the rain to lengthen out into the long swash of the sea waves. My wife was on a visit to her mother's, and for a few days I was a dweller once more in my old quarters at Baker Street. "Why," said I, glancing up at my companion, "that was surely the bell. Who could come out tonight? Some friend of yours, perhaps?" "Except yourself, I have none," he answered. "I do not encourage visitors." "A client, then?" "If so, it is a serious case. Nothing less would bring a man out on such a day and at such an hour. But I take it that it is more likely to be some crony of the landlady's." Sherlock Holmes was wrong in his conjecture, however, for there came a step in the passage and a tapping at the door. He stretched out his long arm to turn the lamp away from himself and towards the vacant chair upon which a newcomer must sit. "Come in," said he. The man who entered was young, some 22 at the outside, well-groomed and trimly clad, with something of refinement and delicacy in his bearing. The streaming umbrella which he held in his hand and his long shining waterproof told of the fierce weather through which he had come. He looked about him anxiously in the glare of the lamp, and I could see that his face was pale and his eyes heavy, like those of a man who is weighed down with some great anxiety. "I owe you an apology," he said, raising his golden pince-nez to his eyes. "I trust that I am not intruding. I fear that I have brought some traces of the storm and rain into your snug chamber." "Give me your coat and umbrella," said Holmes. "These may rest here on the hook and will be dry presently. You have come up from the south-west, I see." "Yes, from Horsham. That clay and chalk mixture which I see upon your toe-caps is quite distinctive." I have come for advice. That is easily got. And help. That is not always so easy. I have heard of you, Mr. Holmes. I heard from Major Prendergast how you saved him in the Tankerville Club scandal. Aha, of course. He was wrongfully accused of cheating at cards. He said that you could solve anything. He said too much. That you are never beaten. I have been beaten 4 times, 3 times by men and once by a woman. But what is that compared with the number of your successes? It is true that I have been generally successful. Then you may be so with me. I beg that you will draw your chair up to the fire and favour me with some details as to your case. It is no ordinary one. None of those which come to me are. I am the last court of appeal. And yet I question, sir, whether, in all your experience, you have ever listened to a more mysterious and inexplicable chain of events than those which have happened in my own family. You fill me with interest, said Holmes. Pray give us the essential facts from the commencement, and I can afterwards question you as to those details which seem to me to be most important. The young man pulled his chair up and pushed his wet feet out towards the blaze. My name, said he, is John Openshaw, but my own affairs have, as far as I can understand, little to do with this awful business. It is a hereditary matter, so in order to give you an idea of the facts, I must go back to the commencement of the affair. You must know that my grandfather had 2 sons, my uncle Elias and my father Joseph. My father had a small factory at Coventry, which he enlarged at the time of the invention of bicycling. He was a patentee of the Openshaw unbreakable tyre, and his business met with such success that he was able to sell it and to retire upon a handsome competence. My uncle Elias emigrated to America when he was a young man and became a planter in Florida, where he was reported to have done very well. At the time of the war he fought in Jackson's army, and afterwards under Hood, where he rose to be a colonel. When Lee laid down his arms, my uncle returned to his plantation, where he remained for 3 or 4 years. About 1869 or 1870 he came back to Europe and took a small estate in Sussex near Horsham. He had made a very considerable fortune in the States, and his reason for leaving them was his aversion to the negroes and his dislike of the Republican policy in extending the franchise to them. He was a singular man, fierce and quick-tempered, very foul-mouthed when he was angry, and of a most retiring disposition. During the years that he lived in Horsham, I doubt if ever he set foot in the town. He had a garden and 2 or 3 fields around his house, and there he would take his exercise, though very often, for weeks on end, he would never leave his room. He drank a great deal of brandy and smoked very heavily, but he would see no society and did not want any friends, not even his own brother. He didn't mind me. In fact, he took a fancy to me, for at the time when he saw me first I was a youngster of 12 or so. This would be in the year 1878, after he had been 8 or 9 years in England. He begged my father to let me live with him, and he was very kind to me in this way. When he was sober he used to be fond of playing backgammon and draughts with me, and he would make me his representative both with the servants and with the tradespeople, so at the time that I was 16 I was quite master of the house. I kept all the keys and could go where I liked and do what I liked, so long as I did not disturb him in his privacy. There was one singular exception, however, for he had a single room, a lumber room up among the attics, which was invariably locked, and which he would never permit either me or anyone else to enter. With a boy's curiosity I have peeped through the keyhole, but I was never able to see more than such a collection of old trunks and bundles as would be expected in such a room. One day, it was in March 1883, a letter with a foreign stamp lay upon the table in front of the Colonel's plate. It was not a common thing for him to receive letters, for his bills were all paid in ready money, and he had no friends of any sort. "From India," said he as he took it up. "Pondicherry postmark. What can this be?" Opening it hurriedly, out there jumped 5 little dried orange pips, which pattered down upon his plate. I began to laugh at this, but the laugh was struck from my lips at the sight of his face. His lip had fallen, his eyes were protruding, his skin the colour of putty, and he glared at the envelope which he still held in his trembling hand. "K, K, K!" he shrieked, and then, my God, my sins have overtaken me." "What is it, uncle?" I cried. "Death," said he, and rising from the table, he retired to his room, leaving me palpitating with horror. I took up the envelope and saw, scrawled in red ink upon the inner flap, just above the gum, the letter K 3 times repeated. There was nothing else save the 5 dried pips. What could be the reason of his overpowering terror? I left the breakfast table, and as I ascended the stair, I met him coming down with an old rusty key, which must have belonged to the attic, in one hand, and a small brass box, like a cash-box, in the other. "They may do what they like, but I'll checkmate them still," said he with an oath. "Tell Mary that I shall want a fire in my room today, and send down to Fordham, the Horsham lawyer." I did as he ordered, and when the lawyer arrived I was asked to step up to the room. The fire was burning brightly, and in the grate there was a mass of black, fluffy ashes as of burned paper, while the brass box stood open and empty beside it. As I glanced at the box I noticed with a start that upon the lid was printed the treble K which I had read in the morning upon the envelope. "I wish you, John," said my uncle, "to witness my will. I leave my estates, with all its advantages and all its disadvantages, to my brother, your father, whence it will, no doubt, descend to you. If you can enjoy it in peace, well and good. If you find you cannot, take my advice, my boy, and leave it to your deadliest enemy. I'm sorry to give you such a two-edged thing, but I can't say what turn things are going to take. Kindly sign the paper where Mr. Fordham shows you." I signed the paper as directed, and the lawyer took it away with him. The singular incident made, as you may think, the deepest impression upon me, and I pondered over it and turned it every way in my mind without being able to make anything of it. Yet I could not shake off the vague feeling of dread which it left behind, though the sensation grew less keen as the weeks passed, and nothing happened to disturb the usual routine of our lives. I could see a change in my uncle, however. He drank more than ever, and he was less inclined for any sort of society. Most of this time he would spend in his room, with the door locked upon the inside, but sometimes he would emerge in a sort of drunken frenzy, and would burst out of the house and tear about the garden, with a revolver in his hand, screaming out that he was afraid of no man, and that he was not to be cooped up like a sheep in a pen by man or devil. When these hot fits were over, however, he would rush tumultuously in at the door and lock and bar it behind him, like a man who can brazen it out no longer against the terror which lies at the roots of his soul. At such times I have seen his face, even on a cold day, glisten with moisture, as though it were new raised from a basin. Well, to come to an end of the matter, Mr. Holmes, and not to abuse your patience, there came a night when he made one of those drunken sallies from which he never came back. We found him, when we went to search for him, face downward, in a little green, scummed pool, which lay at the foot of the garden. There was no sign of any violence, and the water was but 2 feet deep, so that the jury, having regard to his known eccentricity, brought in a verdict of suicide. But I, who knew how he winced from the very thought of death, had much ado to persuade myself that he had gone out of his way to meet it. The matter passed, however, and my father entered into possession of the estate and of some £14,000 which lay to his credit at the bank. "One moment," Holmes interposed. "Your statement is, I foresee, one of the most remarkable to which I have ever listened. Let me have the date of the reception by your uncle of the letter, and the date of his supposed suicide." "The letter arrived on March 10th, 1883. His death was 7 weeks later, upon the night of May 2nd. "Thank you. Pray proceed." "When my father took over the Horsham property, he, at my request, made a careful examination of the attic, which had been always locked up. We found a brass box there, although its contents had been destroyed. On the inside of the cover was a paper label, with the initials of KKK repeated upon it, and letters, memorandum, receipts, and a register written beneath. These, we presume, indicated the nature of the papers which had been destroyed by Colonel Openshaw. For the rest, there was nothing of much importance in the attic, save a great many scattered papers and notebooks bearing upon my uncle's life in America. Some of them were of the war time and showed that he had done his duty well and had borne the repute of a brave soldier. Others were of a date during the reconstruction of the southern states, and were mostly concerned with politics, for he had evidently taken a strong part in opposing the carpet-bag politicians who had been sent down from the north. Well, it was the beginning of '84 when my father came to live at Horsham, and all went as well as possible with us until the January of '85. On the 4th day after the New Year, I heard my father give a sharp cry of surprise as we sat together at the breakfast table. There he was, sitting with the newly opened envelope in one hand and 5 dried orange pips in the outstretched palm of the other one. He had always laughed at what he called my cock and bull story about the Colonel, but he looked very scared and puzzled now that the same thing had come upon himself. "Why, what on earth does this mean, John?" he stammered. My heart had turned to lead. "It is KKK," said I. He looked inside the envelope. "So it is," he cried. "Here are the very letters. But what is this written above them?" "Put the papers on the sundial," I read, peeping over his shoulder. "What papers? What sundial?" he asked. "The sundial in the garden. There is no other," said I. "But the papers must be those that are destroyed." "Pooh," said he, gripping hard at his courage. "We are in a civilized land here, and we can't have tomfoolery of this kind. Where does the thing come from?" "From Dundee," I answered, glancing at the postmark. "Some preposterous practical joke," said he. "What have I to do with sundials and papers? I shall take no notice of such nonsense." "I should certainly speak to the police," I said. "And be laughed at for my pains? Nothing of the sort." "Then let me do so." "No, I forbid you. I won't have a fuss made about such nonsense." It was in vain to argue with him, for he was a very obstinate man. I went about, however, with a heart which was full of forebodings. On the 3rd day after the coming of the letter, my father went from home to visit an old friend of his, Major Freebody, who was in command of one of the forts upon Portsdown Hill. I was glad that he should go, for it seemed to me that he was farther from danger when he was away from home. In that, however, I was in error. Upon the 2nd day of his absence, I received a telegram from the Major imploring me to come at once. My father had fallen over one of the deep chalk pits which abound in the neighbourhood, and was lying senseless, with a shattered skull. I hurried to him, but he passed away without having ever recovered his consciousness. He had, as it appears, been returning from Fareham in the twilight, and as the country was unknown to him and the chalk pit unfenced, the jury had no hesitation in bringing in a verdict of death from accidental causes. Carefully as I examined every fact connected with his death, I was unable to find anything which could suggest the idea of murder. There were no signs of violence, no footmarks, no robbery, no record of strangers having been seen upon the roads. Yet I need not tell you that my mind was far from at ease, and that I was well nigh certain that some foul plot had been woven round him. In this sinister way I came into my inheritance. You will ask me why I did not dispose of it. I answer, because I was well convinced that our troubles were in some way dependent upon an incident in my uncle's life, and that the danger would be as pressing in one house as in another. It was in January 85 that my poor father met his end, and 2 years and 8 months have elapsed since then. During that time I have lived happily at Torsham, and I had begun to hope that this curse had passed away from the family, and that it had ended with the last generation. I had begun to take comfort too soon, however. Yesterday morning the blow fell in the very shape in which it had come upon my father. The young man took from his waistcoat a crumpled envelope, and turning to the table he shook out upon it 5 little dried orange pips. "This is the envelope," he continued. "The postmark is London, Eastern Division. Within are the very words which were upon my father's last message, KKK, and then put the papers on the sundial." "What have you done?" asked Holmes. "Nothing." "Nothing?" To tell the truth, he sank his face into his thin, white hands. "I have felt helpless. I felt like one of those poor rabbits when the snake is writhing towards it. I seem to be in the grasp of some restless, inexorable evil, which no foresight and no precautions can guard against." "Tut, tut!" cried Sherlock Holmes. "You must act, man, or you are lost. Nothing but energy can save you. This is no time for despair." "I have seen the police." "Ah!" But they listened to my story with a smile. "I am convinced that the inspector has formed the opinion that the letters are all practical jokes, and that the deaths of my relations were really accidents, as the jury stated, and were not to be connected with the warnings." Holmes shook his clenched hands in the air. "Incredible imbecility!" he cried. "They have, however, allowed me a policeman who may remain in the house with me. Has he come with you tonight?" "No, his orders were to stay in the house." Again Holmes raved in the air. "Why did you come to me?" he said, "and above all, why did you not come at once?" "I did not know. It was only today that I spoke to Major Prendergast about my troubles and was advised by him to come to you. It is really 2 days since we had the letter. We should have acted before this. You have no further evidence, I suppose, than that which you have placed before us, no suggestive detail which might help us." "There is one thing," said John Openshaw. He rummaged in his coat pocket, and, drawing out a piece of discoloured blue-tinted paper, he laid it out upon the table. "I have some remembrance," said he, "that on the day when my uncle burned the papers, I observed that the small unburned margins which lay amid the ashes were of this particular colour. I found this single sheet upon the floor of his room, and I am inclined to think that it may be one of the papers which has, perhaps, fluttered out from among the others, and in that way has escaped destruction. Beyond the mention of pips, I do not see that it helps us much. I think myself that it is a page from some private diary. The writing is undoubtedly my uncle's." Holmes moved the lamp and we both bent over the sheet of paper, which showed by its ragged edge that it had indeed been torn from a book. It was headed March 1869, and beneath were the following enigmatical notices. 4th, Hudson came. Same old platform. 7th, set the pips on Macaulay, Paramore and John Swain of St. Augustine. 9th, Macaulay cleared. 10th, John Swain cleared. 12th, visited Paramore. All well. "Thank you," said Holmes, folding up the paper and returning it to our visitor. "And now you must on no account lose another instant. We cannot spare time even to discuss what you have told me. You must get home instantly and act." "What shall I do?" "There is but one thing to do. It must be done at once. You must put this piece of paper which you have shown us into the brass box which you have described. You must also put in a note to say that all the other papers were burned by your uncle, and that this is the only one which remains. You must assert that in such words as will carry conviction with them. Having done this, you must at once put the box out upon the sundial as directed. Do you understand?" "Entirely." "Do not think of revenge or anything of the sort at present. I think that we may gain that by means of the law. But we must have our web to weave, while theirs is already woven. The first consideration is to remove the pressing danger which threatens you. The second is to clear up the mystery and to punish the guilty parties." "Thank you," said the young man, rising and pulling on his overcoat. "You have given me fresh life and hope. I shall certainly do as you advise. Do not lose an instant, and above all take care of yourself in the meanwhile, for I do not think that there can be a doubt that you are threatened by a very real and imminent danger. How do you go back?" "By train from Waterloo." "It is not yet 9. The streets will be crowded, so I trust that you may be in safety. And yet you cannot guard yourself too closely." "I am armed." "That is well. Tomorrow I shall set to work upon your case." "I shall see you at Horsham, then?" "No, your secret lies in London. It is there that I shall seek it." "Then I shall call upon you in a day, or in 2 days, with news as to the box and the papers. I shall take your advice in every particular." He shook hands with us and took his leave. Outside the wind still screamed and the rain splashed and pattered itself against the windows. This strange wild story seemed to have come to us from amid the mad elements, blown in upon us like a sheet of seaweed in a gale, and now to have been reabsorbed by them once more. Sherlock Holmes sat for some time in silence, with his head sunk forward and his eyes bent upon the red glow of the fire. Then he lit his pipe, and leaning back in his chair he watched the blue smoke rings as they chased each other up to the ceiling. "I think, Watson," he remarked at last, "that of all our cases we have had none more fantastic than this. Save, perhaps, the sign of 4. Well, yes, save perhaps that. And yet this John Openshaw seems to me to be walking amid even greater perils than did the Sholtos." "But have you," I asked, "formed any definite conception as to what these perils are?" "There can be no question as to their nature," he answered. "Then what are they? Who is this KKK, and why does he pursue this unhappy family?" Sherlock Holmes closed his eyes and placed his elbows upon the arms of his chair and his finger-tips together. "The ideal reasoner," he remarked, "would, when he had once been shown a single fact in all its bearings, deduce from it not only all the chain of events which led up to it, but also all the results which would follow from it. As Cuvier could correctly describe a whole animal by the contemplation of a single bone, so the observer, who has thoroughly understood one link in a series of incidents, should be able to accurately state all the other ones, both before and after. We have not yet grasped the results which the reason alone can attain to. Problems may be solved in a study which have baffled all those who have sought a solution by the aid of their senses. To carry the art, however, to its highest pitch, it is necessary that the reasoner should be able to utilize all the facts which have come to his knowledge, and this in itself implies, as you will readily see, a possession of all knowledge, which, even in these days of free education and encyclopedias, is a somewhat rare accomplishment. It is not so impossible, however, that a man should possess all knowledge which is likely to be useful to him in his work, and this I have endeavoured in my case to do. If I remember rightly, you on one occasion, in the early days of our friendship, defined my limits in a very precise fashion. Yes, I answered, laughing. It was a singular document. Philosophy, astronomy, and politics were marked at 0. I remember botany variable, geology profound as regards the mudstains from any region within 50 miles of town, chemistry eccentric, anatomy unsystematic, sensational literature and crime records unique, violin player, boxer, swordsman, lawyer, and self-poisoner by cocaine and tobacco. Those, I think, were the main points of my analysis. Holmes grinned at the last item. Well, he said, I say now, as I said then, that a man should keep his little brain attic stocked with all the furniture that he is likely to use, and the rest he can put away in the lumber room of his library, where he can get it if he wants it. Now, for such a case as the one which has been submitted to us tonight, we need certainly to muster all our resources. Kindly hand me down the letter K of the American Encyclopedia, which stands upon the shelf beside you. Thank you. Now let us consider the situation and see what may be deduced from it. In the first place, we must start with a strong presumption that Colonel Openshaw had some very strong reason for leaving America. Men at his time of life do not change all their habits and exchange willingly the charming climate of Florida for the lonely life of an English provincial town. His extreme love of solitude in England suggests the idea that he was in fear of someone or something, so we may assume as a working hypothesis that it was fear of someone or something which drove him from America, and to what it was he feared we can only deduce that by considering the formidable letters which were received by himself and his successors. Did you remark the postmarks of those letters? The first was from Pondicherry, the second from Dundee, and the third from London, from East London. What do you deduce from that? They were all seaports, that the writer was on board of a ship. Excellent. We have already a clue. There can be no doubt that the strong probability, is that the writer was on board of a ship. And now let us consider another point. In the case of Pondicherry, 7 weeks elapsed between the threat and its fulfilment. In Dundee it was only some 3 or 4 days. Does that suggest anything? A greater distance to travel, but the letter has also a greater distance to come. Then I do not see the point. There is at least a presumption that the vessel in which the man or men are is a sailing ship. It looks as if they always send their singular warning or token before them when starting upon their mission. You see how quickly the deed followed the sign when it came from Dundee. If they'd come from Pondicherry in a steamer, they would have arrived almost as soon as their letter. But as a matter of fact, 7 weeks elapsed. I think that those 7 weeks represented the difference between the mail boat which brought the letter and the sailing vessel which brought the writer. It is possible. More than that, it is probable. And now you see the deadly urgency in this new case, and why I urged young Openshaw to caution. The blow has always fallen at the end of the time which it would take the senders to travel the distance, but this one comes from London, and therefore we cannot count upon delay. Good God, I cried, what can it mean, this relentless persecution? The papers which Openshaw carried are obviously of vital importance to the person or persons in the sailing ship. I think that it is quite clear that there must be more than one of them. A single man could not have carried out 2 deaths in such a way as to deceive a coroner's jury. There must have been several in it, and they must have been men of resource and determination. Their papers they mean to have, be the holder of them who it may. In this way, you see, KKK ceases to be the initials of an individual and becomes the badge of a society. But of what society? Have you never, said Sherlock Holmes, bending forward and sinking his voice, have you never heard of the Ku Klux Klan? I never have. Holmes turned over the leaves of the book upon his knee. Here it is, said he presently. Ku Klux Klan, a name derived from the fanciful resemblance to the sound produced by cocking a rifle. This terrible secret society was formed by some ex-Confederate soldiers in the southern states after the Civil War, and it rapidly formed local branches in different parts of the country, notably in Tennessee, Louisiana, the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida. Its power was used for political purposes, principally for the terrorizing of the Negro voters and the murdering and driving from the country of those who were opposed to its views. Its outrages were usually preceded by a warning sent to the marked man in some fantastic but generally recognized shape. A sprig of oak leaves in some parts, melon seeds or orange pips in others. On receiving this, the victim might either openly abjure his former ways or might fly from the country. If he braved the matter out, death would unfailingly come upon him, and usually in some strange and unforeseen manner. So perfect was the organization of the society, and so systematic its methods, that there is hardly a case upon record where any man succeeded in braving it with impunity, or in which any of its outrages were traced home to the perpetrators. For some years the organization flourished in spite of the efforts of the United States government and of the better classes of the community in the South. Eventually, in the year 1869, the movements rather suddenly collapsed, although there have been sporadic outbreaks of the same sort since that date. You will observe, said Holmes, laying down the volume, that the sudden breaking up of the society was coincident with the disappearance of Openshaw from America with their papers. It may well have been cause and effect. It is no wonder that he and his family have some of the more implacable spirits upon their track. You can understand that this register and diary may implicate some of the first men of the South, and that there may be many who will not sleep easy at night until it is recovered. Then the page we have seen is such as we might expect. It ran, if I remember right, sent the pips to A, B, and C, and that is, sent the Society's warnings to them. Then there are successive entries that A and B cleared, or left the country, and finally that C was visited, with, I fear, a sinister result for C. Well, I think, Doctor, that we may let some light into this dark place, and I believe that the only chance of young Openshaw has in the meantime is to do what I have told him. There is nothing more to be said or to be done tonight, so hand me over my violin and let us try to forget for half an hour the miserable weather and the still more miserable ways of our fellow men. It had cleared in the morning, and the sun was shining with a subdued brightness through the dim veil which hangs over the great city. Sherlock Holmes was already at breakfast when I came down. "You will excuse me for not waiting for you," said he. I foresee, a very busy day before me in looking into this case of young Openshaw's." "What steps will you take?" I asked. "It will very much depend upon the results of my first inquiries. I may have to go down to Horsham after all." "You will not go there first?" "No, I shall commence with the city. Just ring the bell and the maid will bring up your coffee." As I waited, I lifted the unopened newspaper from the table and glanced my eye over it. It rested upon a heading which sent a chill to my heart. "Holmes!" I cried. "You are too late." "Ah," said he, laying down his cup. "I feared as much. How was it done?" He spoke calmly, but I could see that he was deeply moved. My eye caught the name of Openshaw and the heading, "Tragedy near Waterloo Bridge." Here is the account. "Between 9 and 10 last night, Police Constable Cook of the H Division, on duty near Waterloo Bridge, heard a cry for help and a splash in the water. The night, however, was extremely dark and stormy, so that, in spite of the help of several passers-by, it was quite impossible to effect a rescue. The alarm, however, was given, and by the aid of the water police, the body was eventually recovered. It proved to be of a young gentleman whose name, as it appears from an envelope which was found in his pocket, was John Openshaw, and whose residence is near Horsham. It is conjectured that he may have been hurrying down to catch the last train from Waterloo Station, and that in his haste and the extreme darkness he missed his path and walked over the edge of one of the small landing places for river steamboats. The body exhibited no traces of violence, and there can be no doubt that the deceased had been the victim of an unfortunate accident, which should have the effect of calling the attention of the authorities to the condition of the riverside landing stages. We sat in silence for some minutes, Holmes more depressed and shaken than I had ever seen him. "That hurts my pride, Watson," he said at last. "It is a petty feeling, no doubt, but it hurts my pride. It becomes a personal matter with me now, and if God sends me health, I shall set my hand upon the gang. That he should come to me for help, and that I should send him away to his death." He sprang from his chair and paced about the room in uncontrollable agitation, with a flush upon his sallow cheeks and a nervous clasping and unclasping of his long, thin hands. "They must be cunning devils," he exclaimed at last. "How could they have decoyed him down there? The embankment is not on the direct line to the station. The bridge, no doubt, was too crowded, even on such a night, for their purpose. Well, Watson, we shall see who will win in the long run. I am going out now." "To the police?" "No, I shall be my own police. When I have spun the web, they may take the flies, but not before." All day I was engaged in my professional work, and it was late in the evening before I returned to Baker Street. Sherlock Holmes had not come back yet. It was nearly 10 o'clock before he entered, looking pale and worn. He walked up to the sideboard, and tearing a piece from the loaf, he devoured it voraciously, washing it down with a long draught of water. "You are hungry," I remarked. "Starving. It has escaped my memory. I've had nothing since breakfast." "Nothing?" "Not a bite. I had no time to think of it." "And how have you succeeded?" "Well, you have a clue?" "I have them in the hollow of my hand. Young Openshaw shall not long remain unavenged. Why, Watson, let us put their own devilish trademark upon them. It is well thought of." "What do you mean?" He took an orange from the cupboard, and tearing it to pieces, he squeezed out the pips upon the table. Of these he took 5 and thrust them into an envelope. On the inside of the flap he wrote, "S.H. for J.O." Then he sealed it and addressed it to Captain James Calhoun, Bark Lone Star, Savannah, Georgia. "That will wait for him when he enters port," said he, chuckling. "It may give him a sleepless night. He will find it as sure as a precursor of his fate as Openshaw did before him." "And who is this Captain Calhoun?" "The leader of the gang. I shall have the others, but he first." "How did you trace it, then?" He took a large sheet of paper from his pocket, all covered with dates and names. "I spent the whole day," said he, "over Lloyd's registers and files of the old papers, following the future career of every vessel which touched at Pondicherry in January and February in '83. There were 36 ships of fair tonnage which were reported there during those months. Of these, one, the Lone Star, instantly attracted my attention, since, although it was reported as having cleared from London, the name is that which is given to one of the states of the Union. Texas, I think. I was not and am not sure which, but I knew that the ship must have an American origin." "What then?" "I searched the Dundee records, and when I found that the barque Lone Star was there in January '85, my suspicion became a certainty. I then inquired as to the vessels which lay at present in the port of London. Yes, the Lone Star had arrived here last week. I went down to the Albert Dock and found that she had been taken down the river by the early tide this morning, homeward bound to Savannah. I wired to Gravesend and learned that she had passed some time ago, and as the wind is easterly, I have no doubt that she is now past the Goodwins and not very far from the Isle of Wight." "What will you do then?" "Oh, I have my hand upon him. He and the 2 mates are, as I learned, the only native-born Americans in the ship. The others are Finns and Germans. I know also that they were all 3 away from the ship last night. I had it from the stevedore who has been loading their cargo. By the time that their sailing ship reaches Savannah, the mail-boat will have carried this letter, and the cable will have informed the police of Savannah that these 3 gentlemen are badly wanted here upon a charge of murder. There is ever a flaw, however, in the best laid of human plans, and the murderers of John Openshaw were never to receive the orange pips which would show them that another, as cunning and as resolute as themselves, was upon their track. Very long and very severe were the equinoctial gales that year. We waited long for news of the Lone Star of Savannah, but none ever reached us. We did at last hear that somewhere far out in the Atlantic a shattered stern-post of a boat was seen swinging in the trough of a wave, with the letters LS carved upon it, and that is all which we will ever know of the fate of the Lone Star. End of The 5 Orange Pips by Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
John Harper's Insight by Dick Purcell. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Derek Powell. John Harper's Insight. They thought he was insane, and with good reason. Here was a man who'd spent his life in a machine shop, coming down one morning to say in all apparent sincerity, "I've decided to become a concert pianist." Jan Grabowski, on the turret lathe, grinned and said, "Sure, John, they'll bring in a grand piano, and you can practice between cuts." "They laughed when I sat down to the piano," someone bellowed, and there was general laughter, and the thing was forgotten. But later, when he told the boss he was quitting, they looked at each other in amazement. He'd evidently gone mad, and that was no laughing matter, because they liked John. Sam Payne, harassed plant manager, still found time to be human. When he discovered John was serious, he sat down and gave him half an hour, figuring he could find the quirk and straighten the man out. As they went to his office, he swiftly classified his employee. John Harper, 33 years old, introverted, intelligent over and above his job. Harper seemed to be without ambition, though, and Sam wondered about this, but had never had time to talk with him much. After the half hour was up, Payne sighed and let him go. Obviously, the concert pianist gag was a cover-up for something else, some fancied wrong, perhaps plain restlessness. Alone, Payne went back over the conversation, intrigued by John Harper's strange determination. This talk about being a concert pianist is a gag, of course, isn't it, John? No, Mr. Payne. But man, you're too old to start a thing like that. You never in your life studied music, did you? No, sir. Then let me tell you, first in a thing like that, you've got to have talent. Have you got talent? I don't know. It had seemed ridiculous, seriously pinpointing things that should have been obvious. Well, let's say you have, just for argument's sake. All right? Talent has to be caught early and nourished, like a seed. Get what I mean? A man can't start at your age and get any place in a game the experts started in at 8 or 9 as children. You may be right, Mr. Payne, but maybe that doesn't apply to me. Maybe it does, of course, but I've got to find out. Sam Payne gave up. He told John Harper his job would be waiting when he wanted it again. Even gave him an extra week's pay, but that was to salve his conscience, because he felt he should bring in a psychiatrist at company expense to see what had gone wrong with Harper. Then he shrugged and put the thing out of his mind. Funny things happened in this day and age, he thought. The trouble was, he didn't really know John Harper. No one did. A bachelor, Harper lived alone, thought alone, and suffered alone. He hated the futility of his life, the work he was doing, the passing of unfulfilled days and nights. He felt a strong pull of destiny he could neither explain nor deny, an unreasoning certainty that he, John Harper, was meant for better things, or perhaps a single better thing. He lived with this certainty while the unfulfilled days and nights piled up, until the misery became a pain and possibly demanded some sort of recognition by its very existence. At any rate, the morning of the day he quit his job, he had just awakened to the old familiar dread of the day ahead, a dread almost akin to a physical sickness. He was sure he did not go back to sleep, but he clearly saw, on the floor within range of his eyes, a television set. The picture was bright and clear, a famous newscaster with the smile known from coast to coast and the rat-tat-tat voice that was his trademark. He was beginning his broadcast with the standard opening line. And now, folks, what's been going on in the world? John Harper, the great concert pianist, the man who brought long-hair music into the home, the man loved by millions, will... The voice and the image vanished. Then the set faded, and John Harper lay tense in the bed in his shoddy little room. But a different John Harper now. In an instant, he became a dedicated man, knowing he had been building up to this moment for years. This was the incident Sam Payne did not know of, nor did anyone except John Harper himself. He had a little money saved up, a few $100s, and he went straight to a music school. His difficulty was that he could not camouflage his ambition, or rather his intent, and after stating exactly what he proposed to do, he was turned down by 5 reputable maestros in a row. So he gave up seeking instruction and rented a piano. He was fortunately situated in that his room lay at the back of the resident hotel where he lived, and the walls were as thick as the building was old and shoddy-looking. He bought some instruction books at a second-hand store and went to work. He practiced, plowing doggedly through the intricacies of the notes and scales until his money ran out. Then he got a job washing dishes and practiced all night, until he was able to present himself again at a music school, where the maestro was, fortunately, both honest and possessed of a conscience. His honesty said, "Send this man away." But John Harper had just enough pathetic skill and foggy talent that the instructor's conscience dictated the final policy. "I will teach you," he said, adding to himself, "It will be an act of charity, nothing more." He would have been astounded, however, had he known that 4 short months before, John Harper had not known even the scale. John told no one this. He told no one anything. But he applied himself to the piano with a single-mindedness that made a fanatic seem changeable as the wind by comparison. And soon, Professor Heinrich, he of the conscience, was confronted with something he could not understand. Genius was blooming and functioning before his eyes. The rest is history. It is told in hushed tones how this sad-faced, middle-aged man with no background, he was called the Man from Nowhere by certain romantically inclined critics, gave his first recital in New York City. It was given exactly 7 years from the day he told Sam Payne, "I'm quitting to become a concert pianist." The television networks found him quickly, and he rocketed to fame by giving classical music an interpretation that made it understood and loved by millions. It was said that John Harper gave more musical pleasure to the world in his brief 2-year career than had any other genius in a natural span. But of course, the 7 years had taken their toll. The punishment of learning would have killed a far younger and stronger man than John Harper. So, after a tragically brief time at the top of his ladder, John Harper was the subject of a newscast by a famous newscaster with a smile famous from coast to coast and a rat-tat-tat voice that was his trademark, but not smiling as he finished his first item. Be buried tomorrow in New York City. End of John Harper's Insight by Dick Purcell.
The Lie by Holloway Horn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neil Jaybe. The hours had passed with the miraculous rapidity which tinctures time when one is on the river, and now overhead the moon was a gorgeous yellow lantern in a greyish-purple sky. The punt was moored at the lower end of Glover's Island on the Middlesex side, and rose and fell gently on the ebbing tide. A girl was lying back amidst the cushions, her hands behind her head, looking up through the vague tracery of leaves to the soft moonlight. Even in the garish day she was pretty, but in that enchanting dimness she was wildly beautiful. The hint of strength around her mouth was not quite so evident, perhaps. Her hair was the colour of oaten straw in autumn, and her deep blue eyes were dark in the gathering night. But despite her beauty, the man's face was averted from her. He was gazing out across the smoothly flowing water, troubled and thoughtful. A good-looking face, but not so strong as the girl's in spite of her prettiness, and enormously less vital. 10 minutes before he had proposed to her, and had been rejected. It was not the first time, but he had been very much more hopeful than on the other occasions. The air was softly, embracingly warm that evening. Together they had watched the lengthening shadows creep out across the old river, and it was spring still, which makes a difference. There is something in the year's youth. The sap is rising in the plants. Something there is, anyway, beyond the sentimentality of the poets, and overhead was the great yellow lantern gleaming at them through the branches with ironic approval. But, in spite of everything, she had shaken her head, and all he received was the maddening assurance that she liked him. "I shall never marry," she had concluded. "Never. You know why." "Yes, I know," the man said miserably. "Carruthers." And so he was looking out moodily, almost savagely across the water, when the temptation came to him. He would not have minded quite so much if Carruthers had been alive, but he was dead and slept in the now silent salient, where a little cross marked his bed. Alive, one could have striven against him, striven desperately, although Carruthers had always been rather a proposition, but now it seemed hopeless. A man cannot strive with a memory. It was not fair, so the man's thoughts were running. He had shared Carruthers' risks, although he had come back. This persistent and exclusive devotion to a man who would never return to her was morbid. Suddenly, his mind was made up. "Olive?" he said. "Yes?" she replied quietly. What I am going to tell you, I do for both our sakes. You will probably think I'm a cad, but I'm taking the risk. He was sitting up, but did not meet her eyes. What on earth are you talking about? She demanded. You know that, apart from you, Carruthers and I were pals? Yes, she said, wondering, and suddenly she burst out petulantly. What did you want to say? He was no better than other men, he replied bluntly. It is wrong that you should sacrifice your life to a memory, wrong that you should worship an idol with feet of clay. I loathe parables, she said coldly. Will you tell me exactly what you mean about feet of clay? The note in her voice was not lost on the man by her side. I don't like telling you. Under other conditions I wouldn't, but I'd do it for both our sakes. Then for goodness sake do it. I came across it accidentally at the Gordon Hotel at Brighton. He stayed there while he was engaged to you, with a lady whom he described as Mrs. Carruthers. It was on his last leave. Why do you tell me this? She asked after a silence. Her voice was low and a little husky. Surely, my dear, you must see. He was no better than other men. The ideal you have conjured up is no ideal. He was a brave soldier, a darned brave soldier, and, until we both fell in love with you, my pal. But it is not fair that his memory should absorb you. It's unnatural. I suppose you think I should be indignant? There was no emotion of any kind in her voice. I simply want you to see that your idol has feet of clay, he said with the stubbornness of a man who feels he is losing. What has that got to do with it? You know I loved him. Other girls have loved, he said bitterly. And forgotten? Yes, I know, she interrupted him. But I do not forget, that is all. But after what I have told you, surely, you see, I knew, she said, even more quietly than before. You knew? Yes, it was I who was with him. It was his last leave, she added thoughtfully, and only the faint noise of the water and the wistful wind in the trees overhead broke the silence. End of The Lie by Holloway Horn.
Luck by George L. Catton. From Adventure Magazine, September 9th, 1918. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Luck by George L. Catton. The pendulum of the fortunes of men swings one way, and one man wins. Then it swings the other way, and a man loses. And men call it luck. But is it? Ted Carling threw 200 pounds of youthful ambition and 4 days' grub onto the trail and broke out with the stampede. He was the last man. Ted had been asleep when old Pete Johnson finally succumbed to the ancient get him drunk enough to talk scheme and disclosed the source of his bulky poke. Ted had no hand in it, but when he awoke to the swift rasp of many feet in the snow going by his cabin, and learned of the reason for it. The spirit tube hanging outside his window said 35 below when he snapped the padlock on his cabin door and swung onto the trail. Ted grinned grimly. Before him, in the glow of the lights, stretched out upon the flats like a long black snake across the glittering snow, a line of fully 50 old-timers and as many newcomers like himself drove leg muscles mercilessly. Ahead of them, 40 miles straight north, lay old Pete Johnson's strike and Poplar Creek. 40 miles north. 10, 12, 14 hours straight away for those who could stand the pace. Poplar Creek lay rigid in its winter bed, its frost-expanding waters, somewhere along its course, biting off little knobs and big flakes of heavy, dull yellow metal. little knobs and big flakes to carry down to the rotting ice in the spring and sink to the bottom on somebody's claim, and Ted had determined to own one of those claims. 6 feet, even in his moccasins. Legs, they called him. Hard as 22 years of strenuous, honest living could pack him. Fresh and eager from 8 solid hours of dreamless sleep, Ted ate up the trail. Yard after yard after yard, swiftly and surely, his pounding feet closed up the gap between him and the tail of that long black snake. Mile after mile of the creaking foot-packed trail slipped away behind him. Then he caught up. 3 hours out, Ted caught up with and passed with a nod a dozen panting men, panting weaklings who would soon turn back. 2 hours later, he set the pace for a team of trail-green new men, and laughed over his shoulder when he bade them goodbye. A mile further, he swung out to pass the leaders of the rear half of the snake, and when the brief day edged up in the south, there were just 6 men ahead of him on the last 5 miles to the creek. Old-timers, those 6 were, stampeders, in more than one rush. And with the wisdom of experience, they had held well back to the middle of the line, to the trail packed to slide on. Then, passing with a sudden spurt the fag trail breakers, they strung out a quarter of a mile ahead in the frenzied race across the last lap of 5 miles of unbroken snow. But they couldn't shake Ted. Of average height, the 6 stepped exactly into each other's footprints too close together for Ted's long legs. Nevertheless, Ted gained with each stride. Barring accidents or trickery, but nothing was barred in the Poplar Creek stampede. The 3rd man ahead of Ted stumbled and went down. When he got up, he sat down again. Those immediately behind him raced past. Ted stopped. "Ah, in?" he grinned. "All in," came the snarling answer. "Look at that!" He held up his right foot. The moccasin on the foot was split full length of the sole, and red with blood, and carefully buried in one of the hard-packed imprints of the pounding feet ahead, pointed up and back, the 6-inch needle-pointed blade of a game knife. Ted dropped to his knees, snorting his surprise and disgust. The next minute he was on his feet again. A dozen haggard men raced past, but he paid no attention. It was 30-odd miles back to Kelly's, and this man couldn't travel. Half an hour later, Ted threw his 5th huge armful of wood down beside the roaring fire and grabbed up his pack. Said he, "I'll be back as soon as I stake." And he was back on the trail again. There were 11 men in sight when the leader of the stampede reached old Pete Johnson's claim at the mouth of Poplar Creek. Ted was the 11th. After the 11th 500-foot claim would place its owner over a mile up the creek valley, over a mile away from the original strike. And that was too far. Old Pete Johnson was an old prospector, not a man of those there who knew him, but knew that old Pete would cover the whole creek before he settled down. And when old Pete staked, he would measure off a full 500 feet of the very heart of the find. If there were any color worth working outside old Pete's claim, it would be found next to that claim, up the creek. The deep, silent river flowed by on the other side. 2 or 3 claims upstream. There was a chance. 5 or 6. A possibility. But a mile up? But Ted didn't get the 11th claim. A man behind him got that. Men behind him got the 11th and 12th, and Ted stood guard. Reaching the mouth of Poplar Creek, Ted found that one of those ahead of him had jumped old Pete Johnson's claim and was restaking it. Whether or not he was the man who had planted the knife in the trail, Ted didn't know. No one ever knew anything about that. But that didn't matter. Ted stopped. "Blind, can't you see or what?" he challenged shortly. "Didn't you see old Pete's notice?" "Huh," the jumper snorted. "Old Pete ain't never registered. If he had, we'd 'a' heard of this before." Ted's fingers in his mitten knotted to an iron fist. His long arm shot straight out. The first fight was on. Then, with the arrival of the crowd, came the general mix-up. Axes bit off the stunted spruce, and men fought for the stakes. Grub packs and blankets were tossed aside, and men fought for position. Mittens were lost, parkas were torn off, and men fought for breath. And then the flying snow finally settled down again, and the creek was claimed upstream for a full 3 miles, and only one of the 30 who had lasted the 40 miles had failed to stake. That man was Ted. Ted stayed on old Pete Johnson's claim. Down at Kelly's, where old Pete Johnson, sober enough to realize that his intoxicated tongue had done, he staggered into the registry office and saved his claim. But Ted didn't know that. It needed but 5 minutes of Ted's flying fists to send the claim jumper on up the creek. But there were others. Then, when the race back to register had left the creek deserted, and not until then, Ted moved. When Ted started anything, he finished it. Just because he had come for that purpose, he staked a claim. With his right eye turning blue and rapidly closing, and a hopeless grin on his swollen features, Ted walked 3 miles up the creek and measured off the last claim staked. Then he started back. The stampede was history when Ted registered that claim. 60 hours after the last claim was in, Ted staggered into Kelly's with yet another man across his shoulders, and that man had a right foot swollen up 3 times its normal size. The frost had got into the knife wound in the sole, and the men who had taken part in the stampede, the men who knew all the circumstances, shrugged their shoulders and said, "Tough luck." Then came the second stampede to Poplar Creek, and Ted was in that, too. The sun came back, and the ice broke up and roared down the river, and Poplar Creek was again a living stream. Men waded out knee-deep into the numbing waters with their pans, washed sand and cursed, and went back to Kelly's. Of the 31 who had staked claims on Poplar Creek, but 6 stayed. Old Pete Johnson and 4 men above him washed sand and grinned. But 3 miles up the creek, on the last claim stake, Ted climbed out onto the bank and threw his pan into the bushes. He wasn't disappointed. He had staked that claim simply because he had mushed 40 miles for that purpose, and he always finished what he started. He threw his long arms above his head and yawned, and sat down in the creek. Ted was a big man and heavy, and the throwing up of his long arms added suddenly to his weight. The overhanging bank he stood on sagged and tore loose. The water was numbingly cold. The ice had been out only a few days. The creek bottom was stony there, a hard seat. But Ted sat still. Ted sat still and laughed. Old Pete Johnson and the 4 men above him were standing out in the creek. They were panning sand and finding little knobs and big flakes of gold where the rotting ice that carried them down began to drop them. But Ted Carling sat in the creek. Ted was staring at a big raw spot where an overhanging bank had broken off under his weight. Ted had staked the spot where the frost-expanded waters of the winter creek had bitten off all those little knobs and big flakes. And the men who took part in the stampede, the men who knew all the circumstances, shrugged their shoulders and said, "Great luck." And Ted claimed. When Ted Carling got back to his little home village, his mother backed him up into a corner and demanded the reason for his sudden wealth. And Ted laughed and said, "Oh, just luck." The pendulum of fortunes of men swings one way, and one man wins. It swings the other way, and a man loses. And men call it luck. But is it? The end of Luck by George L. Catton.
My Maiden Brief by W.S. Gilbert, Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MichaelMaggs. My Maiden Brief. Late on a certain May morning, as I was sitting at a modest breakfast in my residence chambers, Pump Court, Temple, my attention was claimed by a single knock at an outer door, common to the chambers of Felix Poulter and of myself, Horace Penderton, both barristers of law of the Inner Temple. The outer door was not the only article common to Poulter and myself. We also shared what Poulter, who wrote farces, was pleased to term a property clerk, who did nothing at all, and a practicable laundress, who did everything. There existed also a communion of interest in teacups, razors, gridirons, candlesticks, etc., for though neither of us was particularly well supplied with the necessities of domestic life, each happened to possess the very articles in which the other was deficient. So we got on uncommonly well together, each regarding his friend in the light of an indispensable other self. We had both embraced the higher walk of the legal profession, and were both patiently awaiting for the legal profession to return the compliment. The single knock raised some well-founded apprehensions in both our minds. "Walker," I said to the property clerk. "Sir, if that knock is for me, I'm out, you know." "Of course, sir." "And Walker," cried Poulter. "Sir, if it's for me, I'm not at home." Poulter always rejoiced if he could manage to make the conversation partake of a Madisonian, more tonic character. Mr. Walker opened the door. "Mr. Penderton's a breakfasting with a master of the rolls, if it's him you want, and if it isn't, Mr. Poulter's with the Attorney General." "You don't say so," remarked the visitor. "Then perhaps you'll give this to Mr. Penderton as soon as the master can make up his mind to part with him." And so saying, he handed to Walker a lovely parcel of brief paper, tied up neatly with a piece of red tape, and minuted, "Central Criminal Court, May Sessions, 1860. The Queen on the prosecution of Anne Black versus Elizabeth Briggs. Brief for the prisoner. Mr. Penderton, 1 guinea. Poddle and Shaddery, Brompton Square." So it had come at last. Only an Old Bailey brief, it is true, but still a brief. We scarcely knew what to make of it. Poulter looked at me, and I looked at Poulter, and then we both looked at the brief. It turned out to be a charge against Elizabeth Briggs, widow, of picking pockets in an omnibus. It appeared from my instructions that my client was an elderly lady and religious. On the 2nd of April, then last, she entered an Islington omnibus with the view of attending a tea and prayer meeting in Bell Court, Islington. A woman in the omnibus missed her purse and accused Mrs. Briggs, who sat on her right, of having stolen it. The poor soul, speechless with horror at the charge, was dragged out of the omnibus, and as the purse was found in a pocket on the left-hand side of her dress, she was given into custody. As it was stated by the police that she had been in trouble before, the infatuated magistrate who examined her committed her for trial. "There, my boy, your fortune's made," said Poulter. "I don't see the use of my taking it," I said. "There's nothing to be said for her." "Not take it? Won't you, though? I'll see about that. You shall take it, and you shall get her off too. Highly respectable old lady, attentive member of a well-known congregation, parson to speak to her character, no doubt, as honest as you are. But the purse was found upon her. Well, sir, and what of that? Poor woman left-handed, and pocket in left of dress. Robbed woman right-handed, and pocket in right of dress. Poor woman sat on right of robbed woman. Robbed woman, replacing her purse, slipped it accidentally into poor woman's pocket. Ample folds of dress, you know, crinolines overlapping and all that. Splendid defence for you. But she's an old hand, it seems. The police know her. Police always do. Always know everybody. Police maxim. Swear anything they will. Poulter really seems so sanguine about it that I began to look at the case hopefully, and to think something might be done with it. He talked to me to such effect that he not only convinced me there was a good deal to be said in Mrs. Briggs's favour, but I actually began to look upon her as an innocent victim of circumstantial evidence, and determined that no effort should be wanting on my part to procure her release from a degrading but unmerited confinement. Of the firm of Poddle and Shaddery I knew nothing whatever, and how they came to entrust Mrs. Briggs's case to me I can form no conception. For Poulter took so deep a personal interest in the success of Mrs. Briggs's case that he completely identified himself, in my mind, with her fallen fortunes, resolved to go to work in a thoroughly business-like manner, we determined to commence operations by searching for the firm of Poddle and Shaddery in the law list. To our dismay, the law list of that year had no record of Poddle, neither did Shaddery find a place in its pages. This was serious, and Poulter did not improve matters by suddenly recollecting that he had once heard an old QC say that, as a rule, the farther west of Temple Bar, the shadier the attorney. So that, assuming Poulter's friend to have come to a correct conclusion on this point, a firm dating officially from Brompton Square, and whose name did not appear in Mr. Dalbiac's law list, was a legitimate object of suspicion. But Poulter, who took a hopeful view of anything which he thought might lead to good farce situations, and who probably imagined that my first appearance on any stage as counsel for the defence was likely to be rich in suggestions, remarked that they might possibly have been certificated since the publication of the last law list. And as for the dictum about Temple Bar, why, the case of Poddle and Shaddery might be one of those very exceptions whose existence is necessary to the proof of every general rule. So Poulter and I determined to treat the firm in a spirit of charity and accept their brief. As the May sessions of Oyer and Terminer did not commence until the 8th, I had 4 clear days in which to study my brief and to prepare my defence. Besides, there was a murder case and a desperate burglary or two which would probably be taken first, so that it was unlikely that the case of the poor soul whose cause I had espoused would be tried before the 12th. so I had plenty of time to master what Poulter and I agreed was one of the most painful cases of circumstantial evidence ever submitted to a British jury. And I really believe that by the first day of the May sessions I was intimately acquainted with the details of every case of pocket-picking reported in Cox's criminal cases and Buckler's shorthand reports. On the night of the 11th I asked Bodger of Brasenose, Norton of Gray's Inn, Cadbury of the Lancers, and 3 or 4 other men, college chums principally, to drop in at Pump Court and hear a rehearsal of my speech for the defence in the forthcoming cause célèbre of the Queen on the prosecution of Anne Black versus Elizabeth Briggs. At 9 o'clock they began to appear, and by 10 all were assembled. Pipes and strong waters were produced, and Norton of Gray's was forthwith raised to the bench by the style and dignity of Sir Joseph Norton, one of the barons of Her Majesty's Court of Exchequer. Cadbury, Bodger, and another represented the jury. Wilkinson of Lincoln's Inn was counsel for the prosecution. Poulter was clerk of arraigns, and Walker, my clerk, was the prosecutrix. Everything went satisfactorily. Wilkinson broke down in his speech for the prosecution. His witness prevaricated and contradicted himself in a preposterous manner, and my speech for the defence was voted to be one of the most masterly specimens of forensic ingenuity that had ever come before the notice of the court. And the consequence was that the prisoner, inadequately represented by a statuette of the Greek slave, was discharged, and Norton, who would have looked more like a baron of the Exchequer if he had looked less like a tipsy churchwarden, remarked that she left the court without a stain upon her character. The court then adjourned for refreshments, and the conversation took a general turn, after canvassing the respective merits of "May it please your lordship," and "May it please you, my lord," as an introduction to a council's speech, a discussion which terminated in favour of the latter form, as being a trifle more independent in its character. I remember proposing that the health of Elizabeth Briggs should be drunk in a solemn and respectful bumper, and as the evening wore on, I'm afraid I became exceedingly indignant with Cadbury, because he had taken the liberty of holding up to public ridicule an imaginary and highly undignified carte de visite of my unfortunate client. The 12th of May, big with the fate of Penderton and of Briggs, dawned in the usual manner. At 10 o'clock, Poulter and I drove up in wigs and gowns to the Old Bailey, as well because we kept those imposing garments at our chambers, not having any use for them elsewhere, as to impress passers-by and the loungers below the court with a conviction that we were not merely Old Bailey counsel, but had come down from our usual sphere of action at Westminster to conduct a case of more than ordinary complication. Impressed with a sense of propriety, of presenting an accurate professional appearance, I had taken remarkable pains with my toilette. I had the previous morning shaved off a flourishing moustache and sent Walker out for 6 serious collars, as substitutes for the unprofessional lay-downs I usually wore. I was dressed in a correct evening suit and wore a pair of thin gold spectacles, and Poulter remarked that I looked the sucking bencher to the life. Poulter, whose interest in the accuracy of my get-up was almost fatherly, had totally neglected his own. He made his appearance in the raggedest of beards and moustaches under his wig, and the sloppiest of cheap drab lounging coats under his gown. I modestly took my place in the back row of the seats allocated to the bar. Poulter took his at the very front, in order to have an opportunity, at the close of the case, of telling the leading counsel in the hearing of the attorneys the name and address of the young and rising barrister who had just electrified the court. In various parts of the building I detected Cadbury, Wilkinson and others, who had represented judge, jury and counsel on the preceding evening. They had been instructed by Poulter, who had had some experience of packing a house, to distribute themselves about the court, and, at the termination of the speech for the defence, to give vent to their feelings in that applause which is always so quickly suppressed by the officers of a court of justice. I was rather annoyed at this, as I did not consider it altogether legitimate, and my annoyance was immensely increased when I found that my 3 elderly maiden aunts, to whom I had been foolish enough to confide the fact of my having to appear on the 12th, were seated in state in that portion of the court allotted to friends of the bench and bar, and busied themselves by informing everybody within whisper-shot that I was to defend Elizabeth Briggs, and that this was my first brief. It was some little consolation, however, to find that the unceremonious manner in which the facts of the cases that preceded mine were explained and commented upon by judge, jury, and counsel caused those ladies great uneasiness, and indeed compelled them, on 1 or 2 occasions, to beat an unceremonious retreat. At length the Clerk of Arraigns called the case of Briggs, and, with my heart in my mouth, I began to recollect the opening words of my speech for the defence. But I was interrupted in that hopeless task by the appearance of Elizabeth in the dock. She was a pale, elderly widow, rather buxom, and remarkably neatly dressed in slightly rusty mourning. Her hair was arranged in 2 sausage curls, one on each side of her head, and looped in 2 festoons over the forehead. She appeared to feel her position acutely, and although she did not weep, her red eyes showed evident traces of recent tears. She grasped the edge of the dock and rocked backwards and forwards, accompanying the motion with a low moaning sound that was extremely touching. Poulter looked back at me with an expression which plainly said, "If ever an innocent woman appeared in that dock, that woman is Elizabeth Briggs." The Clerk of Arraigns now proceeded to charge the jury. "Gentlemen of the jury, the prisoner at the bar, Elizabeth Briggs, is indicted for that she did, on the 2nd April last, steal from the person of Anne Black a purse containing 10 shillings and 4pence, the moneys of the said Anne Black. There is another count to the indictment, charging her with having received the same, knowing it to have been stolen. To both of these counts the prisoner has pleaded not guilty, and it is your charge to try whether she is guilty or not guilty." Then, to the bar, "Who appears in this case?" Nobody replying in behalf of the Crown, I rose and remarked that I appeared for the defence. A counsel here said that he believed the brief for the prosecution was entrusted to Mr. Porter, but that gentleman was engaged at the Middlesex Sessions in a case which was likely to occupy several hours, and that he, Mr. Porter, did not expect that Briggs's case would come on that day. A consultation then took place between the judge and the Clerk of Arraigns. At its termination, the latter functionary said, "Who is the junior counsel present?" To my horror, up jumped Poulter and said, "I think it's very likely that I am the junior counsel in court. My name is Poulter, and I was only called last term." A titter ran through the crowd, but Poulter, whose least fault was bashfulness, only smiled benignly at those around him. Another whispering between judge and clerk. At its conclusion, the clerk handed a bundle of papers to Poulter, saying at the same time, "Mr. Poulter, his lordship wishes you to conduct the prosecution." "Certainly," said Poulter, and he opened the papers, glanced at them, and rose to address the court. He began by requesting that the jury would take into consideration the fact that he had only at that moment been placed in possession of the brief for prosecution of the prisoner at the bar, who appeared, from what he could gather from a glance at his instructions, to have been guilty of as heartless a robbery as ever disgraced humanity. He would endeavour to do his duty, but he feared that, at so short notice, he should scarcely be able to do justice to the brief with which he had been most unexpectedly entrusted. He then went on to state the case in a masterly manner, appearing to gather the facts, with which, of course, he was perfectly intimate, from the papers in his hand. He commented on the growing frequency of omnibus robberies, and then went on to say, "Gentlemen, I am at no loss to anticipate the defence on which my learned friend will base his hope of inducing you to acquit that wretched woman. I don't know whether it has ever been your misfortune to try criminal cases before, but if it has, you will be able to anticipate his defence as certainly as I can. He will probably tell you, because the purse was found in the left-hand pocket of that miserable woman's dress, that she is left-handed, and on that account wears her pocket on the left side. And he will then, if I am not very much mistaken, ask the prosecutrix if she is not right-handed. And lastly, he will ask you to believe that the prosecutrix, sitting on the prisoner's left, slipped the purse accidentally into the prisoner's pocket. But, gentlemen, I need not remind you that the facts of these omnibus robberies are always identical. The prisoner always is left-handed, the prosecutrix is always right-handed, and the prosecutrix always does slip the purse accidentally into the prisoner's pocket instead of her own. My lord will tell you that this is so, and you will know how much faith to place upon such a defence, should my friend think proper to set it up." He ended by entreating the jury to give the case their attentive consideration, and stated that he relied confidently upon an immediate verdict of guilty. He then sat back, saying to the usher, "Call Anne Black." Anne Black, who was in court, shuffled up into the witness box and was duly sworn. Poulter then drew out her evidence bit by bit, helping her with leading questions of the most flagrant description. I knew that I ought not to allow this, but was too horrified at the turn matters had taken to interfere. At the conclusion of the examination in chief, Poulter sat down triumphantly, and I rose to cross-examine. "You are right-handed, Mrs. Black?" Laughter. "Oh, yes, sir." "Very good. I've nothing else to ask you." So Mrs. Black stood down, and the omnibus conductor took her place. His evidence was not material, and I declined to cross-examine. The policeman who had had charge of the case followed the conductor, and his evidence was to the effect that the purse was found in her pocket. I felt that this witness ought to be cross-examined, but not having anything ready, I allowed him to stand down. A question, I am sorry to say, then occurred to me, and I requested his lordship to allow the witness to be recalled. "You say you found the purse in her pocket, my man?" "Yes, sir." "Did you find anything else?" "Yes, sir." "What?" "2 other purses, a watch with the bow broken, 3 handkerchiefs, 2 silver pencil cases, and a hymn book." Roars of laughter. "You may stand down." "That is the case, my lord," said Poulter. It was now my turn to address the court. What could I say? I believe I observed that, undeterred by my learned friend's opening speech, I did intend to set up the defence he had anticipated. I set it up, but I don't think it did much good. The jury, who were perfectly well aware that this was Poulter's first case, had no idea but that I was an old hand at it, and no doubt thought me an uncommonly clumsy one. They had made every allowance for Poulter, who needed nothing of the kind, and they made none at all for me, who needed all they had at their disposal. I soon relinquished my original line of defence, and endeavoured to influence a jury by vehement assertions of my personal conviction of the prisoner's innocence. I warmed to my subject, for Poulter had not anticipated me here, and I believe I grew really eloquent. I think I staked my professional reputation on her innocence, and I sat down expressing my confidence in a verdict that would restore that unfortunate lady to a circle of private friends, several of whom were waiting in the court below to testify to her excellent character. "Call witnesses to Mrs. Briggs' character," I said. "Witnesses to the character of Briggs," shouted the crier. The call was repeated 3 or 4 times outside the court, but there was no response. "No witnesses to Briggs' character here, my lord," said the crier. Of course I knew this very well, but it sounded respectable to expect them. "Dear, dear," I said, "this is really most unfortunate. They must have mistaken the day." "Shouldn't wonder," observed Poulter, rather dryly. I was not altogether sorry that I had no witnesses to adduce, as I am afraid that they would scarcely have borne the test of Poulter's cross-examination. Besides, if I had examined witnesses for the defence, Poulter would have been entitled to a reply, of which privilege he would, I am sure, avail himself. Mr. Baron Bounderby proceeded to sum up, grossly against the prisoner, as I then thought, but, as I have since had reason to believe, most impartially. He went carefully over the evidence, and told the jury that if they believed the witnesses for the prosecution, they should find the prisoner guilty, and if they did not, why, they should acquit her. The jury were then directed by the crier to consider their verdict, which they couldn't possibly have done, for they immediately returned a verdict of guilty. The prisoner not having anything to say in arrest of judgment, the learned judge proceeded to pronounce sentence, inquiring, first of all, whether anything was known about her. A policeman stepped forward and stated that she had twice been convicted at this court of felony and once at the Middlesex sessions. Mr. Baron Bounderby, addressing the prisoner, told her that she had been most properly convicted on the clearest possible evidence, that she was an accomplished thief and a most dangerous one, and that the sentence of the court was that she be imprisoned and kept to hard labour for the space of 18 calendar months. No sooner had the learned judge pronounced this sentence than the poor soul stooped down, and taking off a heavy boot, flung it at my head as a reward for my eloquence on her behalf, accompanying the assault with a torrent of invective against my abilities as a counsel and my line of defence. The language in which her oration was couched was perfectly shocking. The boot missed me, but hit a reporter on the head, and on this fact I am disposed to attribute the unfavourable light in which my speech for the defence was placed in 2 or 3 of the leading daily papers the next morning. I hurried out of court as quickly as I could, and, hailing a hansom, I dashed back to chambers, pitched my wig at a bust of Lord Brougham, bowled over Mrs. Briggs' prototype with my gown, packed up, and started that evening for the west coast of Cornwall. Poulter, on the other hand, remained in town, and got plenty of business in that and the ensuing session, and afterwards on circuit. He is now a flourishing Old Bailey counsel, while I am as briefless as ever. End of My Maiden Brief by W.S. Gilbert.
Prohibition Comes to London by Stephen Leacock, Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A letter to a Canadian friend. London, year 1930. How glad I am that I have lived to see this wonderful reform of Prohibition at last accomplished in England. There is something so difficult about the English, so stolid, so hard to move. We tried everything in the great campaign that we made, and for ever so long it didn't seem to work. We had processions, just as we did at home in Canada, with great banners carried around with the inscription, "Do you want to save the boy?" But these people looked on and said, "Boy? Boy? What boy?" Our workers were almost disheartened. "Oh, sir," said one of them, an ex-barkeeper from Lethbridge, "it does seem so hard that we have total prohibition in Canada, and here they can get all the drink they want." And the good fellow broke down and sobbed. But at last it has come. After the most terrific efforts, we managed to get this nation stampeded, and for more than a month now England has been dry. I wish you could have witnessed the scenes, just like what we saw at home in Canada, when it was known that the bill had passed. The members of the House of Lords all stood up on their seats and yelled, "Rah, rah, rah, who's bone dry? We are!" And on the streets the brewers and innkeepers were emptying their barrels of beer into the Thames, just as at Montreal they emptied the beer into the St. Lawrence. I can't tell you with what pleasure I watched a group of members of the Athenaeum Club sitting on the bank of the Thames and opening bottles of champagne and pouring them into the river. "To think," said one of them to me, "that there was a time when I used to lap up a couple of quarts of this terrible stuff every evening. But it's over now," he said. "Hallelujah!" And he heaved a quart bottle of Mumm's Extra Dry away out into the Thames. I got him to give me a few bottles as a souvenir, and I got some more souvenirs, whiskey and liqueurs, when the members of the Beefsteak Club were emptying out their cellars onto Green Street. So when you come over I shall still be able, of course, to give you a drink. The elevating influences. We have, as I said, been bone dry only a month, and yet already we are getting the same splendid results as in Canada. In the first place, there is the clarifying and elevating of social life. You remember what the London dinners and banquets used to be like, the uproarious speeches and the laughter and all that? Well, that's entirely changed. All the big dinners are now as refined and as elevating, and the dinner speeches as long and as informational as they are in Toronto or New York. And the other night at a dinner at the Whitefriars Club, I heard Sir Owen Seaman speaking, not in that light, futile way that he used to, but quite differently. He talked for an hour and a half on the state of ownership of the Chinese railway system, and I almost fancied myself back in Toronto or Edmonton. He was followed by someone else, I forget who, but I think it was Mr. Grothmann, on the excavation of mud from the bottom of the Thames. But that, of course, is only one side, and a small side of the extraordinary effects. Much more noticeable is the very obvious increase in efficiency. A member of the House of Commons told me that he finds himself at least 40% more efficient than he was. Before the great change, he used, so he said, always to take a gill of sherry before he went to the House. Either a gill or a gallon, I forget which. Now he simply goes to the soda-water fountain that they have opened in Parliament Square and drinks a pint of orange phosphate. He can speak longer and hear better and understand almost all of what is going on around him. Calling down the bricklayers. And the working class, too. It is just wonderful how Prohibition has increased their efficiency. In the old days, they used to drop their work the moment the hour struck. Now they simply refuse to. I noticed yesterday a foreman in charge of a building vainly trying to call the bricklayers down. "Come, come, gentlemen," he shouted, "I must insist on your stopping for the night." But they just went on laying bricks faster than ever. I know a man near here, a coal cart driver, who used to spend every evening at the public house. Now, after his supper, he hitches his horse to his coal cart and drives over to the National Gallery to see the pictures. Of course, as yet there are a few slight difficulties and deficiencies, just as there are with us in Canada. We have had the same trouble with wood alcohol. They call it methylated spirit here, with the same deplorable results. On some days the list of deaths is very serious, and in some cases we are losing men that we can hardly spare. A great many of our leading actors, in fact most of them, are dead. And there has been a heavy loss, too, among the literary class and in the legal profession. There was a very painful scene last week at the dinner of the benchers of Gray's Inn. It seems that one of the Chief Justices had undertaken to make a home brew for the benchers, just as people do on our side of the water. He got one of the waiters to fetch him some hops and 3 raw potatoes, a packet of yeast, and some boiling water. In the end, 4 of the benchers were carried out dead, but they are going to give them a public funeral at the Abbey. Death List in Navy. I regret to say that the death list in the Royal Navy is very heavy. Some of our best sailors are gone, and it is very difficult to keep admirals. But I have tried to explain to the people here that these are merely the things that one must expect, and that, with a little patience, they will have bone-dry admirals and bone-dry statesmen just as good as the wet ones. Even the clergy can be dried up with firmness and perseverance. There was also a slight sensation here when the Chancellor of the Exchequer brought in his first appropriation for maintaining Prohibition. From our point of view in Canada, it was modest enough, but these people are not used to it. The Chancellor merely asked for £10 million a month to begin on. He explained that his task is heavy. He has to police not only the entire coast, but the interior. For the Grampian Hills of Scotland alone, he asked £1 million. There was a good deal of questioning the figures in the House. The Chancellor was asked if he intended to keep a hired spy at every street corner in London. He answered no, only on every other street. He added also that every spy will wear a brass collar with his number. I must admit further, and I am sorry to have to tell you this, that now we have Prohibition, it is becoming increasingly difficult to get a drink. In fact, sometimes, especially in the very early morning, it is most inconvenient and almost impossible. The public houses being closed, it is necessary to go into a drug-store, just as it is with us, and lean up against the counter and make a gurgling sigh like apoplexy. One often sees these apoplexy cases lined up 4 deep. Big run on the glue. But the people are finding substitutes just as they do with us. There is a tremendous run on patent medicines, perfume, glue, and nitric acid. It has been found that shear soap contains alcohol, and one sees people everywhere eating cakes of it. The upper classes have taken to chewing tobacco very considerably, and the use of opium in the House of Lords has very greatly increased. But I don't want you to think that if you come over here to see me, your private life will be in any way impaired or curtailed. I am glad to say that I have plenty of rich connections whose cellars are very amply stocked. The Duke of Blank is said to have 5,000 cases of Scotch whisky, and I have managed to get a card of introduction to his butler. In fact, you will find that just as in Canada and the United States, the benefit of Prohibition is intended to fall on the poorer classes. There is no desire to interfere with the rich. End of Prohibition Comes to London by Stephen Leacock. Read by David Wales.
Reputation by W.C. Tuttle. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reputation.
El tigre! Madre de Dios!
A man must indeed have the soul of a devil to draw such an exclamation at the mere mention of his name.
The tiger! Mother of God!
We of Santa Ynez, a little handful of folks living in a little mission village near the Mexican border, knew him only by reputation. But that was enough. Riders dropped in at the little cantina, and over their cups of tequila or warm beer would tell us of some new deviltry done by Jeff Teagard, the killer. And Felipe's hands trembled as he drew the beer, while we laughed at him for being such a coward. What would the tiger do in Santa Ynez, we asked each other. There is nothing for him here.
Who knows, senores? Trembled Felipe.
Always the tales come closer to Santa Ynez. Some day he will come.
Perhaps to cut off your ears, laughed Ramon, who is very brave. I hear the tiger strings them on a gold thread and wears them for a girdle.
Diable, swore Mendez, whose fierce beard belies his character.
Are we weaklings? One man. Bah! Tiger indeed. The devil may own his soul, but his body's mortal, and mortal man dies.
Mendez gulped his warm beer and waited for someone to challenge his statement. It was very warm in the little one-story adobe cantina, too warm for heated argument, even over the tiger.
Mendez speaks true,
nodded Pascual, who is not a Mexican but Italian.
Mortal man dies when he is killed.
That is the point, compadres. This tiger will most surely die when he is killed. More beer, Felipe?
But why should the tiger come to Santa Ynez?
Asked Felipe nervously, clattering the mug bottoms on the rough tabletop.
Dios,
swore Mendez angrily.
One might think he had sent you a message, Felipe. You're like a timid hen which hears the rustle of a hawk's wings in every stirring breeze.
Ramon laughed softly and drained his mug.
Why should we have fear of that man? It's true that he has the soul of a devil. Men have told us that he is without a conscience, and that he kills men for sport. It must be so. But we of Santa Ynez need not fear this man. We live at peace with everyone. Our vineyards are loaded. The hills are dotted with our cattle and horses, and there is nothing but good in our hearts. There remains only the fact that Felipe serves his beer too warm.
Ramon laughed joyously and slapped Mendez on the back.
Is it not so, compadre? We do not fear the tiger, eh?
Fear? Mendez rumbled, deep in his beard.
I fear no man. I am Mendez.
And thou art full of warm beer, stated Pascual, laughing loudly. Mendez joined the laugh, even at his own expense, for Mendez was full of beer, which always makes him boastful, but not angry. It was very hot in Santa Ynez, as I have said before, but that day it was oppressive. The very sky seemed to press down upon the earth. Even the cattle seemed to stand in silent wonder and did not eat. The pinon pines on the high hills were as black blots against the skyline, and the canyons seemed to send out faint whisperings to the hills and valleys. Perhaps the canyons knew and were telling that a storm was coming. But no whispering was needed to tell us that the storm god was preparing for a ride through the valley of Santa Ynez. Long lines of cattle were winding their way off the hills, like great jointed serpents seeking the shelter of the lowlands. The little street of the village was deserted. Not a horse was tied to the hitch racks. The bright colors of the adobe houses had faded in that queer light and were now only a gray. Gone were the laughing voices of the children which had filled the street. Even the dogs were in hiding. It was as if a great calamity had fallen, although there was nothing except fear and caution. And then, from the westward, high over the tops of the mountains, which looked down on the Pacific, came the cloud, like the belching of a mighty furnace. Swiftly it blotted out the sun, and the semi-darkness settled upon the valley. But there was none of the coolness of the night. At the door of the cantina, we watched it come, that cloud. There were Ramon, Mendez, Pascual, Pancho, a herder, Felipe, and myself. None of us had wives to go home to. We had been intently watching this cloud, but now the whole sky seemed overcast, dropping lower and lower as if to crush out the world. A dog started across the street toward us, but stopped, sniffing at the air. A gust of wind stirred the dust at his feet, and with a whimper, as if in pain, it turned back, leaning sideways in its walk, as if bracing against the wind which had not yet come. Let us have beer, said Mendez softly. Madre de Dios, that dog bracing against a ghost wind makes me weak of the spine. Thou art Mendez, said Pascual, as if to remind Mendez of his former boasting. But I am not that Mendez. Just now I am sober, and I have no stomach to be sober at a time like this. We went into the cantina. I think we were all in need of artificial courage. Felipe lighted the candles which guttered in the draught and cast grotesque shadows on the wall, shadows which danced drunkenly at our every move. Felipe swore softly at his drawing. Even the beer's wild tonight. I cannot keep it in the mugs. That was ever my greatest trouble, laughed Mendez. They are forever becoming empty. Hurry, Felipe, or I shall drink from the spigot. The wind was wailing now, and from a distance came the jarring of thunder, like roll of a mighty drum. It was not good to hear. Then the candles paled in the flash of the lightning. Mendez drained his mug and thrust it back at Felipe. More, he panted. Madre de Dios, what a night for a sober man. He but echoed our sentiments. A drift of rain pattered upon the cantina. Then, like the roar of a stampeded herd, the storm was upon us. We sat in awe as the cantina seemed to fairly writhe in the grasp of that mighty wind, and the thunder beat a devil's tattoo on our very roof. Flash after flash, so close together that they seemed one great light. The lightning seemed to hiss through that whirling, howling tempest, and the swirling candle flame danced the shadows on the wall whenever the lightning ceased for a moment. Felipe was praying on his knees, with his forehead against a beer cask. I think I laughed, but it was not with mirth. I could see Mendez, his eyes shut tight and lips moving. Perhaps I might have prayed, but I knew no prayer at that time. My thoughts were jumbled. The door crashed open, letting in a mighty swirl of wind and rain, which extinguished the candles.
I sprang across the room and forced the door shut. I thought there was someone near the door, but could not see. Ramon was lighting the candles, bringing the room back to a half-light again. The wind roared against the door, rattling the bar, as if angry at being cheated. I was looking at Mendez, and he was no longer praying. His eyes were wide open now, and he was staring toward the door. I turned. Just between me and the door stood a man whose eyes glittered like beads under the brim of his rain-drenched sombrero. The evils of purgatory showed in every line of his face, the hawk-like nose, scarred chin, and thin-lipped, grinning mouth. 2 heavy revolvers rested in holsters at his hips, and the cartridges in his crossed belts gleamed like points of light. He wore black leather chaparejos with wide flaring sides which flapped like the wings of a great buzzard. "Ah, ha, 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 ha!" He laughed at us mockingly, while the water spewed off his clothes and ran in dirty puddles along the dirt floor. "Welcome, Signor," said Pasquale in a weak voice. "What need have I of welcome?" The man's voice was like the hoarse croak of an angry buzzard. He took a step forward and dropped his claw-like hands to his holsters. "Afraid to talk?" he sneered. "Know who I am?" He leered around at us and hunched his shoulders as if about to attack. "I am the tiger." No need to tell us that. We knew it. His looks did not belie his reputation, for he was every inch a killer. Perhaps he could see the fear in our eyes, and it served to fan his devilish egotism. He leered at Felipe, who crossed himself, and the action caused the tiger much merriment. "What do you want here?" queried Ramon huskily. "Want? Ha ha ha!" He threw back his head and laughed, but his beady eyes watched closely. "What does a tiger always want?" He shoved out a claw-like hand, opening and closing it. "Gold! Give me your gold, all of it!" "I have little gold, Signor," whined Felipe. "We are poor people in Santa Ynez." The storm still raged, but we gave it no heed now. "Liars!" snarled the tiger. "I teach men to tell the truth. Give me the gold, fool!" Felipe got slowly to his feet and moved back of his small counter where he kept his money. "Stop!" commanded the tiger. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Felipe stopped, and the tiger went slowly over to him, keeping an eye on us all the while. He shoved Felipe aside and picked up the money box. It was nearly empty, and the tiger threw it aside with a curse. "Were you expecting me?" He shoved his evil face close to Felipe as he spoke, and Felipe recoiled in terror. "But I told you that we are poor men, Signor," protested Felipe. "Bah!" The tiger drew a gun and struck Felipe a slashing blow on the head. Felipe crumpled at his feet. It was a dastardly thing to do, and I sprang to my feet, but the unwavering muzzle of the gun pointed straight at my middle, and I sat down again. Felipe tried to get to his feet, but the tiger kicked him viciously. "Fool! I said I wanted gold, not a few mangy silver coins." "He has no gold," said Ramon softly. "He does not lie, Signor." "Did I speak to you?" asked the tiger angrily. "When I ask for your gold, you may lie, if you dare." It was a strange sight there in the little cantina. Poor Felipe sprawled at the feet of the tiger, his hands outspread on the floor, while the tiger leaned forward facing us, a snarl writhing his thin lips. Ramon had backed against the table and almost into Mendez's chair. Pasquale was sprawled forward, his arms on the tabletop, while I hunched in my chair, afraid to move, I think. Suddenly the tiger whipped off his dripping sombrero and sent it spinning onto the table. A wisp of the water struck me in the eyes, but I did not blink. "Put your gold in the hat, said the tiger. I have stayed too long. But, Senor, Ramon started to protest. Gold, not lies, rasped the tiger. I moved my feet to enable me to get into my pocket, and they came into contact with something. It was Pancho under the table. I had forgotten him. For a moment I thought perhaps he was intending to shoot the tiger. Pancho was armed because I could see the butt of his pistol, but his attitude was one of cramped prayer. I tossed my slender wallet into the hat and prayed that the tiger might not see how meager it was. Behind me the door creaked as if from the wind, but when I looked up at the tiger, I knew that it was not wind. He was standing in the same position, gun leveled at us, but the sneer seemed frozen on his face, and his eyes were dilated. I looked back. At the closed door stood a man, empty-handed. He was dressed in the loose shirt, baggy pants, worn shoes of a peon. He wore no hat, and his wet, colorless hair hung bedraggled about his face. He was rather scrawny-looking, thin of face, and his eyes were gray and very level. I glanced back at the tiger. He had dropped the gun and stepped back against Felipe's counter. I think his eyes were closed, but it was hard to tell in that weak light. "Welcome, Señor," said Mendez huskily. "Gracias, Señor." The man spoke softly, and there was a half-smile on his lips as he crossed to the tiger, who threw up one arm as if to ward off a blow. It was as if he were hypnotized. We watched in amazement. He looked down at Felipe and turned his head toward us as he said in Spanish, "Move him to an easier position and wash away the blood." Mendez and I picked him up and placed him near the table, but we were too interested to take time in doctoring poor Felipe. The tiger had not moved. Now the stranger unbuckled the tiger's belts and let them fall to the floor. "Undress," ordered the stranger. The tiger slowly removed every garment. He seemed like a man asleep. Not once did he speak or make a sign, and he stood there, stripped to the skin, while the stranger dressed in the cowboy garb, tossing the peon garments aside. The stranger dumped the wallets out of the sombrero and put it on his head. "It was a terrific storm, señores," the stranger said softly. "It fairly blew my horse from under me, and at times I despaired of finishing my quest." "Señor, we do not understand," said Ramon, pointing to the stripped tiger. "It is a short tale," smiled the stranger. "I was a guest at this man's house. It was miles from here. Not so far, perhaps, if one went as the crow flies, but there have been many twistings which made it long. This man had a wife and but one bed. To me they gave the bed because I was their guest. But I am not the kind of man who deprives a woman, so I gave her the bed. This man did not know. I had much gold which he wanted. He thought I was in that bed. That is the tale, señores. It was not nice." He turned and motioned to the tiger. The rain still whipped in from the west, but he drove the tiger out into it while we crowded into the doorway. Swiftly, the stranger uncoiled a rope and dropped a loop around the neck of the tiger and mounted his horse. "Señor," called Ramon, "we shall wonder much over this and not know whom we shall mention in our prayers. Who art thou?" And from out of the darkness, in the direction of the vanishing rider, came the words, "Jefferson Teagard, señores, and thank you. Buenas noches." End of Reputation.
The Bet by Anton Chekhov. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Zunzil. The Bet by Anton Chekhov. It was a dark autumn night. The old banker was walking up and down his study and remembering how, 15 years before, he had given a party one autumn evening. There had been many clever men there, and there had been interesting conversations. Among other things, they had talked of capital punishment. The majority of the guests, among whom were many journalists and intellectual men, disapproved of the death penalty. They considered that form of punishment out of date, immoral, and unsuitable for Christian states. In the opinion of some of them, the death penalty ought to be replaced elsewhere by imprisonment for life. "I don't agree with you," said their host, the banker. "I have not tried either the death penalty or imprisonment for life, but if one may judge a priori, the death penalty is more moral and more humane than imprisonment for life. Capital punishment kills a man at once, but lifelong imprisonment kills him slowly. Which executioner is the more humane, he who kills you in a few minutes, or he who drags the life out of you in the course of many years?" "Both are equally immoral," observed one of the guests, "for they both have the same object, to take away life. The state is not God. It has not the right to take away what it cannot restore when it wants to." Among the guests was a young lawyer, a young man of 25. When he was asked his opinion, he said, "The death sentence and the life sentence are equally immoral, but if I had to choose between the death penalty and imprisonment for life, I would certainly choose the second. To live anyhow is better than not at all." A lively discussion arose. The banker, who was younger and more nervous in those days, was suddenly carried away by excitement. He struck the table with his fist and shouted at the young man, "It's not true. I'll bet you 2 million you wouldn't stay in solitary confinement for 5 years. "If you mean that in earnest," said the young man, "I'll take the bet, but I would stay not 5, but 15 years. "15? Done!" cried the banker. "Gentlemen, I stake 2 million. "Agreed. You stake your millions, and I stake my freedom," said the young man. And this wild, senseless bet was carried out. The banker, spoiled and frivolous with millions beyond his reckoning, was delighted at the bet. At supper he made fun of the young man and said, "Think better of it, young man, while there is still time. To me, 2 million is a trifle, but you are losing 3 or 4 of the best years of your life. I say 3 or 4 because you won't stay longer. Don't forget either, you unhappy man, that voluntary confinement is a great deal harder to bear than compulsory. The thought that you have the right to step out in liberty at any moment will poison your whole existence in prison. I'm sorry for you." And now the banker, walking to and fro, remembered all this and asked himself, what was the object of that bet? What is the good of that man's losing 15 years of his life and my throwing away 2 million? Can it prove that the death penalty is better or worse than imprisonment for life? No. It was all nonsensical and meaningless. On my part, it was the caprice of a pampered man, and on his part, simple greed for money. Then he remembered what followed that evening. It was decided that the young man should spend the years of his captivity under the strictest supervision in one of the lodges in the banker's garden. It was agreed that for 15 years he should not be free to cross the threshold of the lodge, to see human beings, to hear the human voice, or to receive letters and newspapers. He was allowed to have a musical instrument and books, and was allowed to write letters, to drink wine, and to smoke. By the terms of the agreement, the only relations he could have with the outer world were by a little window made purposely for that object. He might have anything he wanted, books, music, wine, and so on, in any quantity he desired by writing an order, but could receive them only through the window. The agreement provided for every detail and every trifle that would make his imprisonment strictly solitary, and bound the young man to stay there exactly 15 years, beginning from 12 o'clock of November 14, 1870, and ending at 12 o'clock of November 14, 1885. The slightest attempt on his part to break the conditions, if only 2 minutes before the end, released the banker from the obligation to pay him 2 million. For the first year of his confinement, as far as one could judge from his brief notes, the prisoner suffered severely from loneliness and depression. The sounds of the piano could be heard continually day and night from his lodge. He refused wine and tobacco. Wine, he wrote, excites the desires, and desires are the worst foes of the prisoner. And besides, nothing could be more dreary than drinking good wine and seeing no one. And tobacco spoiled the air of his room. In the first year, the books he sent for were principally of a light character, novels with a complicated love plot, sensational and fantastic stories, and so on. In the second year, the piano was silent in the lodge, and the prisoner asked only for the classics. In the fifth year, music was audible again, and the prisoner asked for wine. Those who watched him through the window said that all that year he spent doing nothing but eating and drinking and lying on his bed, frequently yawning and talking angrily to himself. He did not read books. Sometimes at night he would sit down to write. He would spend hours writing and in the morning tear up all that he had written. More than once he could be heard crying. In the second half of the sixth year, the prisoner began zealously studying languages, philosophy, and history. He threw himself eagerly into these studies, so much so that the banker had enough to do to get him the books he ordered. In the course of 4 years, some 600 volumes were procured at his request. It was during this period that the banker received the following letter from his prisoner. My dear jailer, I write you these lines in 6 languages. Show them to people who know the languages. Let them read them. If they find not one mistake, I implore you to fire a shot in the garden. That shot will show me that my efforts have not been thrown away. The geniuses of all ages and of all lands speak different languages, but the same flame burns in them all. Oh, if you only knew what unearthly happiness my soul feels now from being able to understand them. The prisoner's desire was fulfilled. The banker ordered 2 shots to be fired in the garden. Then, after the 10th year, the prisoner sat immovably at the table and read nothing but the Gospels. It seemed strange to the banker that a man who in 4 years had mastered 600 learned volumes should waste nearly a year over one thin book easy of comprehension. Theology and histories of religion followed the Gospels. In the last 2 years of his confinement, the prisoner read an immense quantity of books quite indiscriminately. At one time he was busy with the natural sciences. Then he would ask for Byron or Shakespeare. There were notes in which he demanded at the same time books on chemistry and a manual of medicine and a novel, and some treatise on philosophy or theology. His reading suggested a man swimming in the sea among the wreckage of his ship and trying to save his life by grittily clutching first at one spar and then at another. The old banker remembered all this and thought, tomorrow at 12 o'clock he will regain his freedom. By our arrangement I ought to pay him 2 million. If I do pay him, it is all over with me. I shall be utterly ruined. 15 years before, his millions had been beyond his reckoning. Now he was afraid to ask himself which were greater, his debts or his assets. Desperately gambling on the stock exchange, wild speculation, and the excitability which he could not get over even in advancing years, had by degrees led to the decline of his fortune, and the proud, fearless, self-confident millionaire had become a banker of middling rank, trembling at every rise and fall in his investments. "Cursed bet!" muttered the old man, clutching his head in despair. "Why didn't the man die? He is only 40 now. He will take my last penny from me. He will marry, will enjoy life, will gamble on the exchange, while I shall look at him with envy like a beggar and hear from him every day the same sentence. I am indebted to you for the happiness of my life. Let me help you." No, it is too much. The one means of being saved from bankruptcy and disgrace is the death of that man. It struck 3 o'clock. The banker listened. Everyone was asleep in the house, and nothing could be heard outside but the rustling of the chilled trees. Trying to make no noise, he took from a fireproof safe the key of the door, which had not been opened for 15 years, put on his overcoat, and went out of the house. It was dark and cold in the garden. Rain was falling. A damp, cutting wind was racing about the garden, howling and giving the trees no rest. The banker strained his eyes, but could see neither the earth nor the white statues, nor the lodge, nor the trees. Going to the spot where the lodge stood, he twice called the watchman. No answer followed. Evidently the watchman had sought shelter from the weather and was now asleep somewhere either in the kitchen or in the greenhouse. If I had the pluck to carry out my intention, thought the old man, suspicion would fall first upon the watchman. He felt in the darkness for the steps and the door and went into the entry of the lodge. Then he groped his way into a little passage and lighted a match. There was not a soul there. There was a bedstead with no bedding on it, and in the corner there was a dark cast-iron stove. The seals on the door leading to the prisoners' rooms were intact. When the match went out, the old man, trembling with emotion, peeped through the little window. A candle was burning dimly in the prisoner's room. He was sitting at the table. Nothing could be seen but his back, the hair on his head, and his hands. Open books were lying on the table, on the 2 easy chairs, and on the carpet near the table. 5 minutes passed and the prisoner did not once stir. 15 years' imprisonment had taught him to sit still. The banker tapped at the window with his finger, but the prisoner made no movement whatever in response. Then the banker cautiously broke the seals off the door and put the key in the keyhole. The rusty lock gave a grating sound, and the door creaked. The banker expected to hear at once footsteps and a cry of astonishment, but 3 minutes passed, and it was as quiet as ever in the room. He made up his mind to go in. At the table, a man unlike ordinary people was sitting motionless. He was a skeleton with the skin drawn tight over his bones, with long curls like a woman's, and a shaggy beard. His face was yellow with an earthly tint in it. His cheeks were hollow, his back long and narrow, and the hand on which his shaggy head was propped was so thin and delicate that it was dreadful to look at. His hair was already streaked with silver, and seeing his emaciated, aged-looking face, no one would have believed that he was only 40. He was asleep. In front of his bowed head there lay on the table a sheet of paper, on which there was something written in fine handwriting. "Poor creature," thought the banker. "He is asleep and most likely dreaming of the millions. And I have only to take this half-dead man, throw him on the bed, stifle him a little with the pillow, and the most conscientious expert would find no sign of a violent death. But let us first read what he has written here." The banker took the page from the table and read as follows. "Tomorrow at 12 o'clock I regain my freedom and the right to associate with other men. But before I leave this room and see the sunshine, I think it necessary to say a few words to you. With a clear conscience I tell you, as before God who beholds me, that I despise freedom and life and health and all that in your books is called the good things of the world. For 15 years I have been intently studying earthly life. It is true I have not seen the earth or men, but in your books I have drunk fragrant wine, I have sung songs, I have hunted stags and wild boars in the forests, I have loved women, beauties as ethereal as clouds, created by the magic of your poets and geniuses, have visited me at night and have whispered in my ears wonderful tales that have set my brain in a whirl. In your books I have climbed to the peaks of Elburz and Mont Blanc, and from there I have seen the sun rise, and I have watched it at evening flood the sky, the ocean, and the mountain tops with gold and crimson. I have watched from there the lightning flashing over my head and cleaving the storm clouds. I have seen green forests, fields, rivers, lakes, towns. I have heard the singing of the sirens and the strains of the shepherds' pipes. I have touched the wings of comely devils who flew down to converse with me of God. In your books I have flung myself into the bottomless pit, performed miracles, slain, burned towns, preached new religions, conquered whole kingdoms. Your books have given me wisdom. All that the unresting thought of man has created in the ages is compressed into a small compass in my brain. I know that I am wiser than all of you, and I despise your books. I despise wisdom and the blessings of this world. It is all worthless, fleeting, illusory, and deceptive, like a mirage. You may be proud, wise, and fine, but death will wipe you off the face of the earth as though you were no more than mice burrowing under the floor, and your posterity, your history, your immortal geniuses will burn or freeze together with the earthly globe. You have lost your reason and taken the wrong path. You have taken lies for truth and hideousness for beauty. You would marvel if, owing to strange events of some sort, frogs and lizards suddenly grew on apple and orange trees instead of fruit, or if roses began to smell like a sweating horse. So I marvel at you who exchange heaven for earth. I don't want to understand you. To prove to you in action how I despise all that you live by, I renounce the 2 million of which I once dreamed as of paradise, and which I now despise. To deprive myself of the right to the money, I shall go out from here 5 minutes before the time fixed, and so break the compact. When the banker had read this, he laid the page on the table, kissed the strange man on the head, and went out of the lodge weeping. At no other time, even when he had lost heavily on the stock exchange, had he felt so great a contempt for himself. When he got home, he lay on his bed, but his tears and emotion kept him for hours from sleeping. Next morning, the watchmen ran in with pale faces and told him they had seen the man who lived in the lodge climb out of the window into the garden, go to the gate, and disappear. The banker went at once with the servants to the lodge and made sure of the flight of his prisoner. To avoid arousing unnecessary talk, he took from the table the writing in which the millions were renounced and, when he got home, locked it up in the fireproof safe. End of the Bet by Anton Chekhov.
The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Craig Franklin. The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. It was quite by accident I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet, I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government, and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing is known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paper-backed book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment I didn't respond. It took some time for the full impact to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties, not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hasten to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent in the face of the following observations by the author. It was at once obvious the author knew everything, and was taking it in his stride. The line, and I tremble remembering it even now, read, "His eyes slowly roved about the room." Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Did they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface. Rather rapidly, apparently. No one in the story was surprised. That's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later, the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him and were on their own. My heart pounded and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race. Obviously not terrestrial. Yet, to the characters in the book, it was perfectly natural. which suggested they belonged to the same species. And the author? A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently, he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal this knowledge. The story continued. Presently, his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off, and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarding me in wonder. "What's wrong, dear?" my wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. Nothing," I gasped. I leapt up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage, I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arms around Julia. Presently, she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will. Eyes, arms, and maybe more, without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously, they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive single-celled things, beings no more developed than starfish. Starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation, tossed off coolly by the author without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theatre, we split up. Part of us went inside, part over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously, splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being further, and the upper halves to the movies. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind was reeled as I made out the passage. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. Poor Bibney has lost his head again. Which was followed by, and Bob says he has utterly no guts. Yet Bibney got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was soon described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I had thought to be the one normal person, revealed herself as also being an alien life form similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. It didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I didn't really care. It was evident Julia had gone right on living in her usual manner, like all the others in the book, without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up into two when the occasion demanded, without a qualm. Thereupon she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand, as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with them by this time. He took her arm. Not content to wait, he had to start dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leapt to my feet. But not in time to escape one last reference to those carefree bits of anatomy whose travels had originally thrown me on the tracks. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house as if the accursed things were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervour, brow feverish, teeth shattering. I'd had enough of the thing. I want to hear no more about it. Let them come on, let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I have absolutely no stomach for it. End of The Eyes Have It.
The Mansion by Henry Van Dyke. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by jjschmidt. The Mansion. There was an air of calm and reserved opulence about the Waitman mansion that spoke not of money squandered, but of wealth prudently applied. Standing on a corner of the avenue, no longer fashionable for residence, it looked upon the swelling tide of business with an expression of complacency and half disdain. The house was not beautiful. There was nothing in its straight front of chocolate-colored stone, its heavy cornices, its broad, staring windows of plate glass, its carved and bronze-bedecked mahogany doors at the top of the wide stoop, to charm the eye or fascinate the imagination. But it was eminently respectable, and in its way imposing. It seemed to say that the glittering shops of the jewelers, the milliners, the confectioners, the florists, the picture dealers, the furriers, the makers of rare and costly antiquities, retail traders in luxuries of life, were beneath the notice of a house that had its foundations in the high finance, and was built, literally and figuratively, in the shadow of St. Petronius's church. At the same time, there was something self-pleased and congratulatory in the way in which the mansion held its own amid the changing neighborhood. It almost seemed to be lifted up a little among the tall buildings near at hand, as if it felt the rising value of the land on which it stood. John Waitman was like the house into which he had built himself 30 years ago, and in which his ideals and ambitions were encrusted. He was a self-made man. But in making himself, he had chosen a highly esteemed pattern and worked according to the approved rules. There was nothing irregular, questionable, flamboyant about him. He was solid, correct, and justly successful. His minor tastes, of course, had been carefully kept up to date. At the proper time, pictures of the Barbizon masters, old English plate and portraits, bronzes by Barry and marbles by Rodin, Persian carpets and Chinese porcelains, had been introduced to the mansion. It contained a Louis Quinze reception room, an Empire drawing room, a Jacobean dining room, and various apartments dimly reminiscent of the styles of furniture affected by deceased monarchs. That the hallways were too short for the historic perspective did not make much difference. American decorative art is capable d'état. It absorbs all periods. Of each period, Mr. Waitman wished to have something of the best. He understood its value, present as a certificate and prospective as an investment. It was only in the architecture of his townhouse that he remained conservative, immovable. One might almost say early Victorian Christian. His country house at Dulwich-on-the-Sound was a palace of the Italian Renaissance, but in town he adhered to an architecture which had moral associations, the 19th century brownstone epoch. It was a symbol of his social position, his religious doctrine, and even, in a way, of his business creed. "A man of fixed principles," he would say, "should express them in the looks of his house. New York changes its domestic architecture too rapidly. It is like divorce. It is not dignified. I don't like it. Extravagance and fickleness are advertised in most of these new houses. I wish to be known for different qualities. Dignity and prudence are the things that people trust. Everyone knows that I can afford to live in the house that suits me. It is a guarantee to the public. It inspires confidence. It helps my influence. There is a text in the Bible about a house that hath foundations. That is the proper kind of a mansion for a solid man." Harold Waitman had often listened to his father discoursing in this fashion on the fundamental principles of life, and always with a divided mind. He admired immensely his father's talents and the single-minded energy with which he improved them. But in the paternal philosophy there was something that disquieted and oppressed the young man, and made him gasp inwardly for fresh air and free action. At times during his college course and his years at the law school, he had yielded to this impulse and broken away, now toward extravagance and dissipation, and then, when the reaction came, toward a romantic devotion to work among the poor. He had felt his father's disapproval for both of these forms of imprudence, but it was never expressed in a harsh or violent way, always with a certain tolerant patience, such as one might show for the mistakes and vagaries of the very young. John Waitman was not hasty, impulsive, inconsiderate, even toward his own children. With them, as with the rest of the world, he felt that he had a reputation to maintain, a theory to vindicate. He could afford to give them time to see that he was absolutely right. One of his favorite scripture quotations was, "Wait on the Lord." He had applied it to real estate and to people, with profitable results. But to human persons, the sensation of being waited for is not always agreeable. Sometimes, especially with the young, it produces a vague restlessness, a dumb resentment, which is increased by the fact that one can hardly explain or justify it. Of this John Waitman was not conscious. It lay beyond his horizon. He did not take it into account in the plan of life which he made for himself and for his family as the sharers and inheritors of his success. "Father plays us," said Harold, in a moment of irritation to his mother, "like pieces in a game of chess." "My dear," said that lady, whose faith in her husband was religious, "you ought not to speak so impatiently. At least he wins the game. He is one of the most respected men in New York, and he is very generous, too." "I wish he would be more generous in letting us be ourselves," said the young man. "He always has something in view for us and expects to move us up to it." "But isn't it always for our benefit?" replied his mother. "Look what a position we have. No one can say there's any taint on our money. There are no rumors about your father. He has kept the laws of God and of man. He has never made any mistakes." Harold got up from his chair and poked the fire. Then he came back to the ample, well-gowned, firm-looking lady and sat beside her on the sofa. He took her hand gently and looked at the 2 rings, a thin band of yellow gold and a small solitaire diamond, which kept their place on her 3rd finger in modest dignity, as if not shamed, but rather justified by the splendor of the emerald which glittered beside them. "Mother," he said, "you have a wonderful hand, and Father made no mistake when he won you. But are you sure he has always been so inerrant?" "Harold," she exclaimed a little stiffly, "what do you mean? His life is an open book." "Oh," he answered, "I don't mean anything bad, Mother dear. I know the governor's life is an open book, a ledger, if you like, kept in the best bookkeeping hand, and always ready for inspection, every page correct, and showing a handsome balance. But isn't it a mistake not to allow us to make our own mistakes? To learn for ourselves? To live our own lives? Must we be always working for the balance in one thing or another? I want to be myself, to get outside of this everlasting profitable plan, to let myself go and lose myself for a while at least, to do the things that I want to do just because I want to do them." "My boy," said his mother anxiously, "you are not going to do anything wrong or foolish. You know the falsehood of that old proverb about wild oats." He threw back his head and laughed. "Yes, Mother," he answered, "I know it well enough. But in California, you know, the wild oats are one of the most valuable crops. They grow all over the hillsides and keep the cattle and the horses alive. But that wasn't what I meant, to sow wild oats. Say, to pick wild flowers, if you like, or even to chase wild geese, to do something that seems good to me just for its own sake, not for the sake of wages of one kind or another. I feel like a hired man in the service of this magnificent mansion, say in training for Father's place as major domo. I'd like to get out some way, to feel free, perhaps to do something for others." The young man's voice hesitated a little. "Yes, it sounds like a cant, I know, but sometimes I feel as if I'd like to do some good in the world, if Father only wouldn't insist upon God's putting it into the ledger." His mother moved uneasily, and a slight look of bewilderment came into her face. "Isn't that almost irreverent?" she asked. "Surely the righteous must have their reward, and your father is good. See how much he gives to all the established charities, how many things he has founded. He's always thinking of others and planning for them, and surely for us he does everything. How well he has planned this trip to Europe for me and the girls, the court presentation at Berlin, the season on the Riviera, the visits in England with the Plumptons and the Halverstones. He says Lord Halverstone has the finest old house in Sussex, pure Elizabethan, and all the old customs are kept up, too. Family prayers every morning for all the domestics. By the way, you know his son Bertie, I believe?" Harold smiled a little to himself as he answered, "Yes. I fished at Catalina Island last June with the Honorable Ethelbert. He's rather a decent chap, in spite of his ingrowing mind. But you, Mother, you are simply magnificent. You are Father's masterpiece." The young man leaned over to kiss her and went up to the riding club for his afternoon canter in the park. So it came to pass, early in December, that Mrs. Waitman and her 2 daughters sailed for Europe on their serious pleasure trip, even as it had been written in the Book of Providence, and John Waitman, who had made the entry, was left to pass the rest of the winter with his son and heir in the brownstone mansion. They were comfortable enough. The machinery of the massive establishment ran as smoothly as a great electric dynamo. They were busy enough, too. John Waitman's plans and enterprises were complicated, though his principle of action was always simple: to get good value for every expenditure and effort. The banking house, of which he was the chief, the brain, the will, the absolutely controlling hand, was so admirably organized that the details of its direction took but little time. But the scores of other interests that radiated from it and were dependent upon it, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say, that contributed to its solidity and success, the many investments, industrial, political, benevolent, reformatory, ecclesiastical, that had made the name of Waitman well known and potent in city, church, and state, demanded much attention and careful steering in order that each might produce the desired result. There were board meetings of corporations and hospitals, conferences in Wall Street and at Albany, consultations and committee meetings in the brownstone mansion. For a share in all this business and its adjuncts, John Waitman had his son in training in one of the famous law firms of the city, for he held that banking itself is a simple affair. The only real difficulties of finance are on its legal side. Meantime, he wished the young man to meet and know the men with whom he would have to deal when he became a partner in the house. So a couple of dinners were given in the mansion during December, after which the father called the son's attention to the fact that over $100 million had sat around the board. But on Christmas Eve, father and son were dining together without guests, and their talk across the broad table, glittering with silver and cut glass and softly lit by shaded candles, was intimate, though a little slow at times. The elder man was in rather a rare mood, more expansive and confidential than usual, and when the coffee was brought in and they were left alone, he talked more freely of his personal plans and hopes than he had ever done before. "I feel very grateful tonight," said he at last. "It must be something in the air of Christmas that gives me this feeling of thankfulness for the many divine mercies that have been bestowed upon me. All the principles by which I have tried to guide my life have been justified. I have never made the value of this salted almond by anything that the courts would not uphold, at least in the long run, and yet, or wouldn't it be truer to say, and therefore, my affairs have been wonderfully prospered. There's a great deal in that text. Honesty is the best, but no, that's not from the Bible after all, is it? Wait a moment, there is something of that kind, I know." "May I light a cigar, Father?" said Harold, turning away to hide a smile, "while you are remembering the text?" "Yes, certainly," answered the elder man rather shortly. "You know I don't dislike the smell, but it is a wasteful, useless habit, and therefore I have never practiced it. Nothing useless is worth while. That's my motto. Nothing that does not bring the reward. Oh, now I recall that text. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. I shall ask Dr. Snodgrass to preach a sermon on that verse some day. Using you as an illustration? Well, not exactly that, but I could give him some good materials from my own experience to prove the truth of Scripture. I can honestly say that there is not one of my charities that has not brought me in a good return, either in the increase of influence, the building up of credit, or the association with substantial people. Of course, you have to be careful how you give in order to secure the best results. No indiscriminate giving, no pennies in beggars' hats. It has been one of my principles always to use the same kind of judgment in charities that I use in my other affairs, and they have not disappointed me. Even the check that you put in the plate when you take the offertory up the aisle on Sunday morning? Certainly, though there the influence is less direct, and I must confess that I have my doubts in regard to the collection for foreign missions. That always seems to me romantic and wasteful. You never hear from it in any definite way. They say the missionaries have done a good deal to open the way for trade. Perhaps, but they have also gotten us into commercial and political difficulties. Yet I give to them a little. It is a matter of conscience with me to identify myself with all the enterprises of the church. It is the mainstay of social order and a prosperous civilization. But the best forms of benevolence are the well-established, organized ones here at home, where people can see them and know what they are doing. You mean the ones that have a local habitation and a name? Yes, they offer by far the safest return, though of course there is something gained by contributing to general funds. A public man can't afford to be without public spirit. But on the whole, I prefer a building or an endowment. There is a mutual advantage to a good name and a good institution in their connection in the public mind. It helps them both. Remember that, my boy. Of course, at the beginning, you will have to practice it in a small way. Later, you will have larger opportunities. But try to put your gifts where they can be identified and do good all around. You'll see the wisdom of it in the long run. I can see it already, sir. And the way you describe it, it looks amazingly wise and prudent. In other words, we must cast our bread on the waters in large loaves, carried by sound ships marked with the owner's name, so that the return freight will be sure to come back to us. The father laughed, but his eyes were frowning a little, as if he suspected something irreverent under the respectful reply. You put it humorously, but there's sense in what you say. Why not? God rules the sea, but he expects us to follow the laws of navigation and commerce. Why not take good care of your bread, even when you give it away? It's not for me to say why not. And yet I can think of cases. The young man hesitated for a moment. His half-finished cigar had gone out. He rose and tossed it into the fire, in front of which he remained standing. A slender, eager, restless young figure, with a touch of hunger in the fine face, strangely like and unlike the father, at whom he looked with half-wistful curiosity. "The fact is, sir," he continued, "there is such a case in my mind now, and it is a good deal on my heart, too, so I thought of speaking to you about it tonight. You remember Tom Rollins, the junior, who was so good to me when I entered college?" The father nodded. He remembered very well indeed the annoying incidents of his son's first escapade, and how Rawlins had stood by him and helped to avoid a public disgrace, and how a close friendship had grown between the two boys, so different in their fortunes. "Yes," he said, "I remember him. He was a promising young man. Has he succeeded?" "Not exactly. That is, not yet. His business has been going rather badly. He has a wife and little baby, you know, and now he has broken down, something wrong with his lungs. The doctor says his only chance is a year or 18 months in Colorado. I wish we could help him." "How much would it cost?" $3,000 or $4,000, perhaps, as a loan." "Does the doctor say he will get well?" "A fighting chance, the doctor says." The face of the older man changed subtly. Not a line was altered, but it seemed to have a different substance, as if it were carved out of some firm, imperishable stuff. "A fighting chance," he said, "may do for a speculation, but it is not a good investment. You owe something to young Rawlins. Your grateful feeling does you credit, but don't overwork it. Send him $300 or $400 if you like. You'll never hear from it again except in the letter of thanks. But for heaven's sake, don't be sentimental. Religion is not a matter of sentiment. It's a matter of principle." The face of the younger man changed now, but instead of becoming fixed and graven, it seemed to melt into life by the heat of an inward fire. His nostrils quivered with quick breath. His lips were curled. "Principle," he said. "You mean principle and interest, too. Well, sir, you know best whether that is religion or not. But if it is, count me out, please. Tom saved me from going to the devil 6 years ago, and I'll be damned if I don't help him to the best of my ability now." John Waitman looked at his son steadily. "Harold," he said at last, "you know I dislike violent language, and it never has any influence with me. If I could honestly approve of this proposition of yours, I'd let you have the money, but I can't. It's extravagant and useless. But you have your Christmas check for $1,000 coming to you tomorrow. You can use it as you please. I never interfere with your private affairs." "Thank you," said Harold. "Thank you very much. But there's another private affair. I want to get away from this life, this town, this house. It stifles me. You refused last summer when I asked you to let me go up to Grenfell's mission on the Labrador. I could go now, at least as far as a Newfoundland station. Have you changed your mind?" "Not at all. I think it is an exceedingly foolish enterprise. It would interrupt the career that I have marked out for you." "Well, then, here's a cheaper proposition. Algy Vanderhoof wants me to join him on his yacht with a little party, to cruise in the West Indies. Would you prefer that?" "Certainly not. The Vanderhoof set is wild and godless. I do not wish to see you keeping company with fools who walk in the broad and easy way that leads to perdition." "It is rather a hard choice," said the young man with a short laugh, turning toward the door. "According to you, there's very little difference, a fool's paradise or a fool's hell. Well, it's one or the other for me, and I'll toss up for it tonight. Heads, I lose. Tails, the devil wins. Anyway, I'm sick of this, and I'm out of it." "Harold," said the older man, and there was a slight tremor in his voice, "don't let us quarrel on Christmas Eve. All I want is to persuade you to think seriously of the duties and responsibilities to which God has called you. Don't speak lightly of heaven and hell. Remember, there is another life." The young man came back and laid his hand upon his father's shoulder. "Father," he said, "I want to remember it. I try to believe in it, But somehow or other, in this house, it all seems unreal to me. No doubt all you say is perfectly right and wise. I don't venture to argue against it, but I can't feel it. That's all. If I'm to have a soul, either to lose or to save, I must really live. Just now, neither the present nor the future means anything to me. But surely we won't quarrel. I'm very grateful to you, and will part friends. Good night, sir. The father held out his hand in silence. The heavy portiere dropped noiselessly behind the son, and he went up the wide, curving stairway to his own room. Meantime, John Waitman sat in his carved chair in the Jacobean dining room. He felt strangely old and dull. The portraits of beautiful women by Lawrence and Reynolds and Raeburn, which had often seemed like real company to him, looked remote and uninteresting. He fancied something cold and almost unfriendly in their expression, as if they were staring through him or beyond him. They cared nothing for his principles, his hopes, his disappointments, his successes. They belonged to another world in which he had no place. At this he felt a vague resentment, a sense of discomfort that he could not have defined or explained. He was used to being considered, respected, appreciated at his full value in every region, even in that of his own dreams. Presently he rang for the butler, telling him to close the house and not to sit up, and walked with lagging steps into the long library where the shaded lamps were burning. His eye fell upon the low shelves full of costly books, but he had no desire to open them. Even the carefully chosen pictures that hung above them seemed to have lost their attraction. He paused for a moment before an idol of Corot, a dance of nymphs around some forgotten altar in a vaporous glade, and looked at it curiously. There was something rapturous and serene about the picture, a breath of springtime in the misty trees, a harmony of joy in the dancing figures that wakened in him a feeling of half pleasure and half envy. It represented something that he had never known in his calculated, orderly life. He was dimly mistrustful of it. It is certainly very beautiful, he thought, but it is distinctly pagan. That altar is built to some heathen god. It does not fit into the scheme of a Christian life. I doubt whether it is consistent with the tone of my house. I will sell it this winter. It will bring 3 or 4 times what I paid for it. That was a good purchase, a very good bargain. He dropped into the revolving chair before his big library table. It was covered with pamphlets and reports of the various enterprises in which he was interested. There was a pile of newspaper clippings in which his name was mentioned with praise for his sustaining power as a pillar of finance, for his judicious benevolence, for his support of wise and prudent reform movements, for his discretion in making permanent public gifts. The Waitman Charities, one very complacent editor called them, as if they deserved classification as a distinct species. He turned the papers over listlessly. There was a description and a picture of the Waitman wing of the Hospital for Cripples, of which he was president, and an article on the new professor in the Waitman Chair of Political Jurisprudence in Jackson University, of which he was a trustee, and an illustrated account of the opening of the Waitman Grammar School at Dulwich on the Sound, where he had his legal residence for purposes of taxation. This last was perhaps the most carefully planned of all the Waitman charities. He desired to win the confidence and support of his rural neighbors. It had pleased him much when the local newspaper had spoken of him as an ideal citizen and the logical candidate for the governorship of the state. But upon the whole, it seemed to him wiser to keep out of active politics. It would be easier and better to put Harold into the running, to have him sent to the legislature from the Dulwich district, then to the National House, then to the Senate. Why not? The Waitman interests were large enough to need a direct representative and guardian at Washington. But tonight, all these plans came back to him with dust upon them. They were dry and crumbling like forsaken habitations. The son, upon whom his complacent ambition had rested, had turned his back upon the mansion of his father's hopes. The break might not be final, and in any event there would be much to live for. The fortunes of the family would be secure. But the zest of it all would be gone if John Waitman had to give up the assurance of perpetuating his name and his principles in his son. It was a bitter disappointment, and he felt that he had not deserved it. He rose from the chair and paced the room with leaden feet. For the first time in his life, his age was visibly upon him. His head was heavy and hot, and the thoughts that rolled in it were confused and depressing. Could it be that he had made a mistake in the principles of his existence? There was no argument in what Harold had said. It was almost childish. And yet it had shaken the elder man more deeply than he cared to show. It held a silent attack which touched him more than open criticism. Suppose the end of his life was nearer than he thought. The end must come sometime. What if it were now? Had he not founded his house upon a rock? Had he not kept the commandments? Was he not touching the law blameless? And beyond this, even if there were some faults in his character, and all men are sinners, yet he surely believed in the saving doctrines of religion, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting. Yes, that was the true source of comfort after all. He would read a bit in the Bible, as he did every night, and go to bed and to sleep. He went back to his chair at the library table. A strange weight of weariness rested upon him, but he opened the book at a familiar place, and his eyes fell upon the verse at the bottom of the page. Lay not up for yourself treasures upon earth. That had been the text of the sermon a few weeks before. Sleepily, heavily, he tried to fix his mind upon it and recall it. What was it that Dr. Snodgrass had said? Ah, yes, that it was a mistake to pause here in reading the verse. We must read on without a pause. Lay not up treasures upon earth where moth and rust do corrupt and where thieves break through and steal. That was the true doctrine. We may have treasures upon earth, but they must not be put into unsafe places, but into safe places. A most comforting doctrine. He had always followed it. Moths and rust and thieves had done no harm to his investments. John Waitman's drooping eyes turned to the next verse at the top of the second column. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven. Now, what had the doctor said about that? How was it to be understood? In what sense? Treasures in heaven. The book seemed to float away from him. The light vanished. He wondered dimly if this could be death, coming so suddenly, so quietly, so irresistibly. He struggled for a moment to hold himself up, and then sank slowly forward upon the table. His head rested upon his folded hands. He slipped into the unknown. How long afterward conscious life returned to him, he did not know. The blank might have been an hour or a century. He knew only that something had happened in the interval. What it was, he could not tell. He found great difficulty in catching the thread of his identity again. He felt that he was himself, but the trouble was to make his connections, to verify and place himself, to know who and where he was. At last it grew clear. John Waitman was sitting on a stone not far from a road in a strange land. The road was not a formal highway, fenced and graded. It was more like a great travel trace, worn by thousands of feet passing across the open country in the same direction. Down in the valley into which he could look, the road seemed to form itself gradually out of many minor paths, little footways coming across the meadows, winding tracks following along beside the streams, faintly marked trails emerging from the woodlands. But on the hillside, the threads were more firmly woven into one clear band of travel, though there were still a few dim paths joining it here and there, as if persons had been climbing up the hill by other ways, and had turned at last to seek the road. From the edge of the hill, where John Waitman sat, he could see the travelers, in little groups or larger companies, gathering from time to time by the different paths and making the ascent. They were all clothed in white, and the form of their garments was strange to him. It was like some old picture. They passed him, group after group, talking quietly together or singing, not moving in haste, but with a certain air of eagerness and joy, as if they were glad to be on their way to an appointed place. They did not stay to speak to him, but they looked at him often and spoke to one another as they looked. And now and then one of them would smile and beckon him a friendly greeting, so that he felt they would like him to be with them. There was quite an interval between the groups, and he followed each of them with his eyes after it passed, blanching the long ribbon of the road for a little transient space, rising and receding across the wide, billowy upland among the rounded hillocks of aerial green and gold and lilac, until it came to the high horizon and stood outlined for a moment, a tiny cloud of whiteness against the slender blue, before it vanished over the hill. For a long time he sat there, watching and wondering. It was a very different world from that in which his mansion on the avenue was built, and it looked strange to him, but most real as anything he had ever seen. Presently he felt a strong desire to know what country it was and where the people were going. He had a faint premonition of what it must be, but he wished to be sure. So he rose from the stone where he was sitting and came down through the short grass and the lavender flowers toward a passing group of people. One of them turned to meet him and held out his hand. It was an old man, under whose white beard and brows John Waitman thought he saw a suggestion of the face of the village doctor who had cared for him years ago when he was a boy in the country. "Welcome," said the old man. "Will you come with us?" "Where are you going?" "To the heavenly city, to see our mansions there." "And who are these with you?" "Strangers to me, until a little while ago. I know them better now. But you I have known for a long time, John Waitman. Don't you remember your old doctor?" "Yes," he cried. "Yes, your voice has not changed at all. I'm glad indeed to see you, Dr. McLean, especially now. All this seems very strange to me, almost oppressive. I wonder but may I go with you, do you suppose?" "Surely," answered the doctor with his familiar smile. "It will do you good, and you also must have a mansion in the city waiting for you, a fine one, too. Are you not looking forward to it?" "Yes," replied the other, hesitating a moment. "Yes, I believe it must be so, although I had not expected to see it so soon. But I will go with you, and we can talk by the way." The two men quickly caught up with the other people, and all went forward together along the road. The doctor had little to tell of his experience, for it had been a plain, hard life, uneventfully spent for others, and the story of the village was very simple. John Waitman's adventures and triumphs would have made a far richer, more imposing history, full of contacts with the great events and personages of the time. But somehow or other he did not care to speak much about it, walking on that wide, heavenly moorland, under that tranquil, sunless arch of blue, in that free air of perfect peace, where the light was diffused without a shadow, as if the spirit of life in all things were luminous. There was only one person besides the doctor in that little company whom John Waitman had known before, an old bookkeeper who had spent his life over a desk, carefully keeping accounts. A rusty, dull little man, patient and narrow, whose wife had been in the insane asylum for 20 years, and whose only child was a crippled daughter, for whose comfort and happiness he had toiled and sacrificed himself without stint. It was a surprise to find him here, as carefree and joyful as the rest. The lives of others in the company were revealed in brief glimpses as they talked together. A mother, early widowed, who had kept her little flock of children together and labored through hard and heavy years to bring them up in purity and knowledge. A sister of charity who had devoted herself to the nursing of poor folk who were being eaten to death by cancer. A schoolmaster whose heart and life had been poured into his quiet work of training boys for a clean and thoughtful manhood. A medical missionary who had given up a brilliant career in science to take the charge of a hospital in darkest Africa. A beautiful woman with silver hair who had resigned her dreams of love and marriage to care for an invalid father, and after his death had made her life a long, steady search for ways of doing kindnesses to others. A poet who had walked among the crowded tenements of the great city, bringing cheer and comfort not only by his songs, but by his wise and patient works of practical aid. A paralyzed woman who had lain for 30 years upon her bed, helpless but not hopeless, succeeding by a miracle of courage in her single aim, never to complain, but always to impart a bit of joy and peace to every one who came near her. All these, and other persons like them, people of little consideration in the world, but now seemingly all full of great contentment and an inward gladness that made their steps light, were in the company that passed along the road, talking together of things past and things to come, and singing now and then with clear voices from which the veil of age and sorrow was lifted. John Waitman joined in some of the songs, which were familiar to him from their use in the church. at first with a touch of hesitation, and then more confidently. For as they went on, his sense of strangeness and fear at his new experience diminished, and his thoughts began to take on their habitual assurance and complacency. Were not these people going to the celestial city? And was not he in his right place among them? He had always looked forward to this journey. If they were sure, each one, of finding a mansion there, could not he be far more sure? His life had been more fruitful than theirs. He had been a leader, a founder of new enterprises, a pillar of church and state, a prince of the house of Israel. 10 talents had been given him, and he had made them 20. His reward would be proportionate. He was glad that his companions were going to find fit dwellings prepared for them, but he thought also with a certain pleasure of the surprise that some of them would feel when they saw his appointed mansion. So they came to the summit of the moorland and looked over into the world beyond. It was a vast green plain, softly rounded like a shallow vase, and encircled with hills of amethyst. A broad shining river flowed through it, and many silver threads of water were woven across the green, and there were borders of tall trees on the banks of the river, and orchards full of roses abloom along the little streams. And in the midst of all stood the city, white and wonderful and radiant. When the travelers saw it, they were filled with awe and joy. They passed over the little streams and among the orchards quickly and silently, as if they feared to speak lest the city should vanish. The wall of the city was very low. A child could see over it, for it was made only of precious stones, which are never large. The gate of the city was not like a gate at all, for it was not barred with iron or wood, but only a single pearl, softly gleaming, marked the place where the wall ended and the entrance lay open. A person stood there, whose face was bright and grave, and whose robe was like the flower of the lily, not a woven fabric, but a living texture. "Come in," he said to the company of travelers. "You are at your journey's end, and your mansions are ready for you." John Waitman hesitated, for he was troubled by a doubt. Suppose that he was not really like his companions at his journey's end, but only transported for a little while out of the regular course of his life into this mysterious experience. Suppose that, after all, he had not really passed through the door of death, like these others, but only through the door of dreams, and was walking in a vision, a living man among the blessed dead. Would it be right for him to go with them into the heavenly city? Would it not be a deception, a desecration, a deep and unforgivable offense? The strange, confusing question had no reason in it, as he very well knew, for if he was dreaming, then it was all a dream. But if his companions were real, then he also was with them in reality. And if they had died, then he must have died too. Yet he could not rid his mind of the sense that there was a difference between them and him, and it made him afraid to go on. But as he paused and turned, the keeper of the gate looked straight and deep into his eyes and beckoned to him. Then he knew that it was not only right, but necessary that he should enter. They passed from street to street among fair and spacious dwellings, set in amaranthine gardens, and adorned with an infinitely varied beauty of divine simplicity. The mansions differed in size, in shape, in charm. Each one seemed to have its own personal look of loveliness, yet all were alike in fitness to their place, in harmony with one another, in the addition which each made to the singular and tranquil splendor of the city. As the little company came, one by one, to the mansions which were prepared for them, and their guide beckoned to the happy inhabitants to enter in and take possessions, there was a soft murmur of joy, half wonder and half recognition, as if the new and immortal dwelling were crowned with the beauty of surprise, lovelier and nobler than all the dreams of it had been, and yet also as if it were touched with the beauty of the familiar, the remembered, the long-loved. One after another, the travelers were led to their own mansions, and went in gladly, and from within, through the open doorways, came sweet voices of welcome, and low laughter, and song. At last there was no one left with the guide but the two old friends, Dr. McLean and John Waitman. They were standing in front of one of the largest and fairest of the houses, whose garden glowed softly with radiant flowers. The guide laid his hand upon the doctor's shoulder. "This is for you," he said. "Go in. There is no more pain here, no more death, nor sorrow, nor tears, for your old enemies are all conquered. But all the good that you have done for others, all the help that you have given, all the comfort that you have brought, all the strength and love that you have bestowed upon the suffering, are here, for we have built them all into this mansion for you." The good man's face was lighted with a still joy. He clasped his old friend's hand closely and whispered, "How wonderful it is! Go on, you will come to your mansion next. It is not far away, and we shall see each other again soon, very soon." So he went through the garden and into the music within. The keeper of the gate turned to John Waitman with level, quiet, searching eyes. Then he asked gravely, "Where do you wish me to lead you now?" "To see my own mansion," answered the man with half-concealed excitement. "Is there not one here for me? You may not let me enter in yet, perhaps, for I must confess to you that I am only—" "I know," said the keeper of the gate. "I know it all. You are John Waitman." "Yes," said the man more firmly than he had spoken at first, for it gratified him that his name was known. "Yes, I am John Waitman, senior warden of St. Petronius's church. I wish very much to see my mansion here, if only for a moment. I believe that you have one for me. Will you take me to it?" The keeper of the gate drew a little book from the breast of his robe and turned over the pages. "Certainly," he said with a curious look at the man. "Your name is here, and you shall see your mansion if you follow me." It seemed as if they must have walked miles and miles through the vast city, passing street after street of houses, larger and smaller, of gardens, richer and poorer, but all full of beauty and delight. They came into a kind of suburb where there were many small cottages, with plots of flowers, very lowly, but bright and fragrant. Finally they reached an open field, bare and lonely-looking. There were 2 or 3 little bushes in it, without flowers, and the grass was sparse and thin. In the center of the field was a tiny hut, hardly big enough for a shepherd's shelter. It looked as if it had been built of discarded things, scraps and fragments of other buildings, put together with care and pains by someone who had tried to make the most of cast-off material. There was something pitiful and shamefaced about the hut. It shrank and drooped and faded in its barren field, and seemed to cling only by sufferance to the edge of the splendid city. "This," said the keeper of the gate, standing still and speaking with a low, distinct voice, "this is your mansion, John Waitman." An almost intolerable shock of grieved wonder and indignation choked the man for a moment so that he could not say a word. Then he turned his face away from the poor little hut and began to remonstrate eagerly with his companion. "Surely, sir," he stammered, "you must be in error about this. There is something wrong. Some other John Waitman, a confusion of names. The book must be mistaken." "There is no mistake," said the keeper of the gate very calmly. "Here is your name, the record of your title, and your possessions in this place." "But how could such a house be prepared for me?" cried the man with a resentful tremor in his voice. "For me, after my long and faithful service? Is this a suitable mansion for one so well known and devoted? Why is it so pitifully small and mean? Why have you not built it large and fair, like the others?" "This is all the material you sent us." "What?" "We have used all the material that you sent us," repeated the keeper of the gate. "Now I know that you are mistaken," cried the man with growing earnestness. "For all my life long I have been doing things that must have supplied you with material. Have you not heard that I have built a schoolhouse, the wing of a hospital, 2, yes, 3 small churches, and the greater part of a large one, the spire of St. Petro—" The keeper of the gate lifted his hand. "Wait," he said. "We know all these things. They were not ill done, but they were all marked and used as foundations for the name and mansion of John Waitman in the world. Did you not plan them for that?" "Yes," answered the man, confused and taken aback. "I confess that I thought often of them in that way. Perhaps my heart was set upon that too much, but there are other things, my endowment for the college, my steady and liberal contributions to all the established charities, my support of every respectable—" "Wait," said the keeper of the gate again. "Were not all these carefully recorded on earth, where they would add to your credit? They were not foolishly done. Verily you have had your reward for them. Would you be paid twice?" "No!" cried the man with deepening dismay. "I dare not claim that. I acknowledge that I considered my own interests too much, but surely not altogether. You have said that these things were not foolishly done. They accomplished some good in the world. Does not that count for something?" "Yes," answered the keeper of the gate. "It counts in the world, where you counted it. But it does not belong to you here. We have saved and used everything that you sent us. This is the mansion prepared for you." As he spoke, his look grew deeper and more searching, like a flame of fire. John Waitman could not endure it. It seemed to strip him naked and wither him. He sank to the ground under a crushing weight of shame, covering his eyes with his hands and cowering face downward upon the stones. Dimly through the trouble of his mind he felt their hardness and coldness. "Tell me, then," he cried brokenly, "since my life has been so little worth, how came I here at all?" "Through the mercy of the king." The answer was like the soft tolling of a bell. "And how have I earned it?" he murmured. "It is never earned, it is only given," came the clear, low reply. "But how have I failed so wretchedly," he asked, "in all the purposes of my life? What could I have done better? What is it that counts here?" "Only that which is truly given," answered the bell-like voice. "Only that good which is done for the love of doing it. Only those plans in which the welfare of others is the master thought. Only those labors in which the sacrifice is greater than the reward. Only those gifts in which the giver forgets himself." The man lay silent. A great weakness, an unspeakable despondency and humiliation were upon him. But the face of the keeper of the gate was infinitely tender as he bent over him. "Think again, John Waitman. Has there been nothing like that in your life?" "Nothing," he sighed. "If there ever were such things, it must have been long ago. They were all crowded out. I have forgotten them." There was an ineffable smile on the face of the keeper of the gate, and his hand made the sign of the cross over the bowed head as he spoke gently. "These are the things that the king never forgets, and because there were a few of them in your life, you have a little place here." The sense of coldness and hardness under John Waitman's hands grew sharper and more distinct. The feeling of bodily weariness and lassitude weighed upon him, but there was a calm, almost a lightness, in his heart as he listened to the fading vibrations of the silvery bell tones. The chimney clock on the mantel had just ended the last stroke of 7 as he lifted his head from the table. Thin, pale strips of the city morning were falling into the room through the narrow partings of the heavy curtains. What was it that had happened to him? Had he been ill? Had he died and come to life again? Or had he only slept and had his soul gone visiting in dreams? He sat for some time, motionless, not lost, but finding himself in thought. Then he took a narrow book from the table drawer, wrote a check, and tore it out. He went slowly up the stairs, knocked very softly at his son's door, and, hearing no answer, entered without noise. Harold was asleep, his bare arm thrown above his head, and his eager face relaxed in peace. His father looked at him a moment with strangely shining eyes, and then tiptoed quietly to the writing desk, found a pencil and a sheet of paper, and wrote rapidly, "My dear boy, here is what you asked me for. Do what you like with it, and ask for more if you need it. If you are still thinking of that work with Grenfell, we'll talk it over today after church. I want to know your heart better, and if I have made mistakes—" A slight noise made him turn his head. Harold was sitting up in bed with wide open eyes. "Father!" he cried. "Is that you?" "Yes, my son," answered John Waitman. "I've come back. I've come up. No, come in. Well, here I am, and God give us a good Christmas together. End of The Mansion by Henry Van Dyke.
The Portrait by Aldous Huxley. Short Story Collection 100. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista, Zaleski. The Portrait. "Pictures," said Mr. Bigger. "You want to see some pictures? Well, we have a very interesting mixed exhibition of modern stuff in our galleries at the moment. French and English, you know." The customer held up his hand, shook his head. "No, nothing modern for me," he declared, in his pleasant northern English. "I want real pictures, old pictures, Rembrandt and Sir Joshua Reynolds and that sort of thing." "Perfectly," Mr. Bigger nodded. "Old masters." "Oh, of course we deal in the old as well as the modern." "The fact is," said the other, "that I've just bought a rather large house. A manor house," he added in impressive tones. Mr. Bigger smiled. There was an ingenuousness about this simple-minded fellow which was most engaging. He wondered how the man had made his money. A manor house. The way he had said it was really charming. Here was a man who had worked his way up from serfdom to the lordship of a manor, from the broad base of the feudal pyramid to the narrow summit. His own history and all the history of classes had been implicit in that odd, proud emphasis on the manor. But the stranger was running on. Mr. Bigger could not allow his thoughts to wander farther. "In a house of this style," he was saying, "and with a position like mine to keep up, one must have a few pictures. Old masters, you know, Rembrandts and what's-his-names." "Of course," said Mr. Bigger, "an old master is a symbol of social superiority." "That's just it," cried the other, beaming. "You've said just what I wanted to say." Mr. Bigger bowed and smiled. It was delightful to find someone who took one's little ironies as sober seriousness. "Of course, we should only need old masters downstairs, in the reception room. It would be too much of a good thing to have them in the bedrooms, too." "Altogether too much of a good thing," Mr. Bigger assented. "As a matter of fact," the lord of the manor went on, "my daughter, she does a bit of sketching. And very pretty it is. I'm having some of her things framed to hang in the bedrooms. It's useful having an artist in the family. Saves you buying pictures. But of course we must have something old downstairs." "I think I have exactly what you want." Mr. Bigger got up and rang the bell. "My daughter does a little sketching." He pictured a large, blonde, barmaidish personage, 31 and not yet married, running a bit to seed. His secretary appeared at the door. "Bring me the Venetian portrait, Miss Pratt. The one in the back room. You know which I mean." "You're very snug in here," said the lord of the manor. "Business good, I hope?" Mr. Bigger sighed. "The slump," he said. "We art dealers feel it worse than anyone." "Ah, the slump," the lord of the manor chuckled. "I foresaw it all the time. Some people seem to think the good times were going to last forever. What fools! I sold out of everything at the crest of the wave. That's why I can buy pictures now." Mr. Bigger laughed, too. This was the right sort of customer. "Wish I'd had anything to sell out during the boom," he said. The lord of the manor laughed till the tears rolled down his cheeks. He was still laughing when Miss Pratt re-entered the room. She carried a picture, shield-wise, in her two hands before her. "Put it on the easel, Miss Pratt," said Mr. Bigger. "Now," he turned to the lord of the manor, "what do you think of that?" The picture that stood on the easel before them was a half-length portrait, plump-faced, white-skinned, high-bosomed in her deeply scalloped dress of blue silk. The subject of the picture seemed a typical Italian lady of the middle 18th century. A little complacent smile curved the pouting lips, and in one hand she held a black mask, as though she had just taken it off after a day of carnival. "Very nice," said the lord of the manor, but he added doubtfully, "It isn't very like Rembrandt, is it? It's all so clear and bright. Generally, in old masters, you can never see anything at all, they're so dark and foggy." "Very true," said Mr. Bigger, "but not all old masters are like Rembrandt." "I suppose not." The lord of the manor seemed hardly to be convinced. "This is an 18th century Venetian. Their colour was always luminous. Giangolini was the painter. He died young, you know. Not more than half a dozen of his pictures are known. And this is one." The lord of the manor nodded. He could appreciate the value of rarity. One notices at first glance the influence of Longhi, Mr. Bigger went on airily, and there is something of the morbidezza of Rosalba in the painting of the face. The lord of the manor was looking uncomfortably from Mr. Bigger to the picture, and from the picture to Mr. Bigger. There is nothing so embarrassing as to be talked at by someone possessing more knowledge than you do. Mr. Bigger pressed his advantage. Curious, he went on, that one sees nothing of Tiepolo's manner in this. Don't you think so? The lord of the manor nodded. His face wore a gloomy expression. The corners of his baby's mouth drooped. One almost expected him to burst into tears. It's pleasant, said Mr. Bigger, relenting at last, to talk to somebody who really knows about painting. So few people do. Well, I can't say I've ever gone into the subject very deeply, said the lord of the manor modestly, but I know what I like when I see it. His face brightened again as he felt himself on safer ground. A natural instinct, said Mr. Bigger. That's a very precious gift. I could see by your face that you had it. I could see that the moment you came into the gallery. The lord of the manor was delighted. Really now, he said. He felt himself growing larger, more important. Really. He cocked his head critically to one side. Yes, I must say I think that's a very fine bit of painting. Very fine. But the fact is, I should rather have liked a more historical piece, if you know what I mean. Something more ancestor-like, you know, a portrait of somebody with a story, like Anne Boleyn or Nell Gwynn or the Duke of Wellington, or someone like that. But my dear sir, I was just going to tell you, this picture has a story. Mr. Bigger leaned forward and tapped the lord of the manor on the knee. His eyes twinkled with a benevolent and amused brightness under his bushy eyebrows. There was a knowing kindliness in his smile. A most remarkable story is connected with the painting of that picture. You don't say so, the lord of the manor raised his eyebrows. Mr. Bigger leaned back in his chair. The lady you see there, he said, indicating the portrait with a wave of the hand, was the wife of the 4th Earl Hurtmore. The family is now extinct. The 9th Earl died only last year. I got this picture when the house was sold up. It's sad to see the passing of these old ancestral homes, Mr. Bigger sighed. The lord of the manor looked solemn, as though he were in church. There was a moment's silence, then Mr. Bigger went on in a changed tone. From his portraits, which I have seen, the 4th Earl seems to have been a long-faced, gloomy, grey-looking fellow. One can never imagine him young. He was the sort of man who looks permanently 50. His chief interests in life were music and Roman antiquities. There's one portrait of him holding an ivory flute in one hand and resting the other on a fragment of Roman carving. He spent at least half his life travelling in Italy, looking for antiques and listening to music. When he was about 55, he suddenly decided that it was about time to get married. This was the lady of his choice. Mr. Bigger pointed to the picture. His money and his title must have made up for many deficiencies. One can't imagine from her appearance that Lady Hurtmore took a great deal of interest in Roman antiquities. Nor, I should think, did she care much for the science and history of music. She liked clothes, she liked society, she liked gambling, she liked flirting, she liked enjoying herself. It doesn't seem that the newly wedded couple got on too well, but still they avoided an open breach. A year after the marriage, Lord Hurtmore decided to pay another visit to Italy. They reached Venice in the early autumn. For Lord Hurtmore, Venice meant unlimited music. It meant Galuppi's daily concerts at the orphanage of the Misericordia. It meant Piccini at Santa Maria. It meant new operas at the San Moise. It meant delicious cantatas at 100 churches. It meant private concerts of amateurs. It meant Porpora and the finest singers in Europe. It meant Tartini and the greatest violinists. For Lady Hurtmore, Venice meant something rather different. It meant gambling at the Ridotto, masked balls, gay supper parties, all the delights of the most amusing city in the world. Living their separate lives, both might have been happy here in Venice almost indefinitely. But one day Lord Hurtmore had the disastrous idea of having his wife's portrait painted. Young Giangolini was recommended to him as the promising, the coming painter. Lady Hurtmore began her sittings. Giangolini was handsome and dashing. Giangolini was young. He had an amorous technique as perfect as his artistic technique. Lady Hurtmore would have been more than human if she had been able to resist him. She was not more than human. None of us are, eh? The lord of the manor dug his finger into Mr. Bigger's ribs and laughed. Politely, Mr. Bigger joined in his mirth. When it had subsided, he went on. In the end, they decided to run away together across the border. They would live at Vienna, live on the Hertmore family jewels, which the lady would be careful to pack in her suitcase. They were worth upwards of 20,000, the Hertmore jewels, and in Vienna, under Maria Theresa, one could live handsomely on the interest of 20,000. The arrangements were easily made. Giangolini had a friend who did everything for them, got them passports under an assumed name, hired horses to be in waiting on the mainland, placed his gondola at their disposal. They decided to flee on the day of the last sitting. The day came. Lord Hertmore, according to his usual custom, brought his wife to Giangolini's studio in a gondola, left her there, perched on the high-backed model's throne, and went off again to listen to Galuppi's concert at the Misericordia. It was the time of full carnival. Even in broad daylight people went about in masks. Lady Hertmore wore one of black silk. You see her holding it there in the portrait. Her husband, though he was no reveller and disapproved of carnival junketings, preferred to conform to the grotesque fashion of his neighbours, rather than attract attention to himself by not conforming. The long black cloak, the huge three-cornered black hat, the long-nosed mask of white paper were the ordinary attire of every Venetian gentleman in these carnival weeks. Lord Hertmore did not care to be conspicuous. He wore the same. There must have been something richly absurd and incongruous in the spectacle of this grave and solemn-faced English milord, dressed in the clown's uniform of a gay Venetian masker. Pantaloon in the clothes of Pulcinella was how the lovers described him to one another. The old dotard of the eternal comedy dressed up as the clown. Well, this morning, as I have said, Lord Hertmore came as usual in his hired gondola, bringing his lady with him. And she, in her turn, was bringing, under the folds of her capacious cloak, a little leather box wherein, snug on their silken bed, reposed the Hertmore jewels. Seated in the dark little cabin of the gondola, they watched the churches, the richly fretted palazzi, the high, mean houses gliding past them. From under his Punch's mask, Lord Hertmore's voice spoke gravely, slowly, imperturbably. "The learned Father Martini," he said, "has promised to do me the honour of coming to dine with us tomorrow. I doubt if any man knows of more musical history than he. I will ask you to be at pains to do him special honour." "You may be sure I will, my lord." She could hardly contain the laughing excitement that bubbled up within her. Tomorrow at dinner-time she would be far away, over the frontier beyond Gorizia, galloping along the Vienna road. Poor old Pantaloon. But no, she wasn't in the least sorry for him. After all, he had his music. He had his odds and ends of broken marble. Under her cloak she clutched the jewel case more tightly. How intoxicatingly amusing her secret was. Mr. Bigger clasped his hands and pressed them dramatically over his heart. He was enjoying himself. He turned his long, foxy nose towards the lord of the manor and smiled benevolently. The lord of the manor, for his part, was all attention. "Well?" he inquired. Mr. Bigger unclasped his hands and fell to his knees. "Well," he said, "the gondola draws up at Giangolini's door. Lord Hertmore helps his wife out, leads her up to the painter's great room on the first floor, commits her into his charge with his usual polite formula, and then goes off to hear Galuppi's morning concert at the Misericordia. The lovers have a good 2 hours to make their final preparations. Old Pantaloon safely out of sight, up pops the painter's useful friend, masked and cloaked like everyone else in the street and on the canals of this carnival Venice. There follow embracements and handshakings and laughter all around. Everything has been so marvellously successful, not a suspicion roused. From under Lady Hertmore's cloak comes the jewel case. She opens it, and there are loud Italian exclamations of astonishment and admiration. The brilliants, the pearls, the great Hertmore emeralds, the ruby clasps, the diamond earrings, all these bright, glittering things are lovingly examined, knowingly handled. 50,000 sequins at least is the estimate of the useful friend. The two lovers throw themselves ecstatically into one another's arms. The useful friend interrupts them. There are still a few last things to be done. They must go and sign for their passports at the Ministry of Police. Oh, a mere formality, but still it has to be done. He will go out at the same time and sell one of the lady's diamonds to provide the necessary funds for the journey. Mr. Bigger paused to light a cigarette. He blew a cloud of smoke and went on. So they set out, all in their masks and capes, the useful friend in one direction, the painter and his mistress in another. Ah, love in Venice. Mr. Bigger turned his eyes up in ecstasy. Have you ever been in Venice and in love, sir? He inquired of the lord of the manor. Never farther than Dieppe, said the lord of the manor, shaking his head. Ah, then you've missed one of life's great experiences. You can never fully and completely understand what must have been the sensations of the Lady Hurtmore and the artist as they glided down the long canals, gazing at one another through the eye-holes of their masks. Sometimes, perhaps, they kissed, though it would have been difficult to do that without unmasking, and there was always the danger that someone might have recognized their naked faces through the windows of their little cabin. No, on the whole, Mr. Bigger concluded reflectively, I expect they confined themselves to looking at one another. But in Venice, drowsing along the canals, one can almost be satisfied with looking, just looking. He caressed the air with his hand and let his voice droop away into silence. He took 2 or 3 puffs at his cigarette without saying anything. When he went on, his voice was very quiet and even. About half an hour after they had gone, a gondola drew up at Giagolini's door, and a man in a paper mask, wrapped in a black cloak and wearing on his head the inevitable 3-cornered hat, got out and went upstairs to the painter's room. It was empty. The portrait smiled sweetly and a little fatuously from the easel, but no painter stood before it, and the model's throne was untenanted. The long-nosed mask looked around the room with an expressionless curiosity. The wandering glance came to rest at last on the jewel case that stood where the lovers had carelessly left it, open on the table. Deep set and darkly shadowed behind the grotesque mask, the eyes dwelt long and fixedly on this object. Long-nosed Pulcinella seemed to be wrapped in meditation. A few minutes later there was the sound of footsteps on the stairs, of 2 voices laughing together. The masker turned away to look out of the window. Behind him the door opened noisily. Drunk with excitement, with gay, laughable irresponsibility, the lovers burst in. Ah, caro amico, back already. What luck with the diamond? The cloaked figure at the window did not stir. Giangolini rattled gaily on. There had been no trouble whatever about the signatures, no questions asked. He had the passports in his pockets. They could start at once. Lady Hurtmore suddenly began to laugh uncontrollably. She couldn't stop. What's the matter? asked Giangolini, laughing too. I was thinking, she gasped between the paroxysms of her mirth. I was thinking of the old pantaloon sitting at the Misericordia, solemn as an owl, listening. She almost choked, and the words came out shrill and forced as though she were speaking through tears. Listening to old Galuppi's boring old cantatas. The man at the window turned round. Unfortunately, madam, he said, the learned maestro was indisposed this morning. There was no concert. He took off his mask. And so I took the liberty of returning earlier than usual. The long, grey, unsmiling face of Lord Hurtmore confronted them. The lovers stared at him for a moment speechlessly. Lady Hurtmore put her hand to her heart. It had given a fearful jump, and she felt a horrible sensation in the pit of her stomach. Poor Giangolini had gone as white as his paper mask. Even in these days of Sisibé, of official gentlemen friends, there were cases on record of outraged and jealous husbands resorting to homicide. He was unarmed, but goodness only knew what weapons of destruction were concealed under that enigmatic black cloak. But Lord Hurtmore did nothing brutal or undignified. Gravely and calmly, as he did everything, he walked over to the table, picked up the jewel case, closed it with the greatest care, and saying, "My box, I think," put it in his pocket and walked out of the room. The lovers were left looking questioningly at one another. There was a silence. What happened then? asked the lord of the manor. The anticlimax, Mr. Bigger replied, shaking his head mournfully. Giangolini had bargained to elope with 50,000 sequins. Lady Hurtmore didn't, on reflection, much relish the idea of love in a cottage. Woman's place, she decided at last, is in the home, with the family jewels. But would Lord Hurtmore see the matter in precisely the same light? That was the question, the alarming, disquieting question. She decided to go and see for herself. She got back just in time for dinner. "His illustrissimus excellency is waiting in the dining room," said the majordomo. The tall doors were flung open before her. She swam in majestically, chin held high, but with what a terror in her soul. Her husband was standing by the fireplace. He advanced to meet her. "I was expecting you, madam," he said, and led her to her place. That was the only reference he ever made to the incident. In the afternoon he sent a servant to fetch the portrait from the painter's studio. It formed part of their baggage when, a month later, they set out for England. The story has been passed down with the picture from one generation to the next. I had it from an old friend of the family when I bought the portrait last year. Mr. Bigger threw his cigarette end into the grate. He flattered himself that he had told that tale very well. "Very interesting," said the lord of the manor. "Very interesting indeed. Quite historical, isn't it? One could hardly do better with a Nell Gwyn or Anne Boleyn, could one?" Mr. Bigger smiled vaguely, distantly. He was thinking of Venice, the Russian countess staying in his pension, the tufted tree in the courtyard outside his bedroom, that strong, hot scent she used. It made you catch your breath when you first smelt it. And there was the bathing on the Lido, and the gondola, and the dome of the salute against the hazy sky, looking just as it had looked when Gardy painted it. How enormously long ago and far away it all seemed now. He was hardly more than a boy then. It had been his first great adventure. He woke up with a start from his reverie. The lord of the manor was speaking. "How much now would you want for that picture?" he asked. His tone was detached, offhand. He was a rare one for bargaining. "Well," said Mr. Bigger, quitting with reluctance the Russian countess, the paradisiacal Venice of 25 years ago, "I've asked as much as 1,000 for less important works than this, but I don't mind letting this go to you for 750. The lord of the manor whistled. 750, he repeated. "It's too much." "But, my dear sir," Mr. Bigger protested, "think what you'd have to pay for a Rembrandt of this size and quality. 20,000 at least. 750 isn't at all too much. On the contrary, it's a very little considering the importance of the picture you're getting. You have a good enough judgment to see that this is a very fine work of art." "Oh, I'm not denying that," said the lord of the manor. "All I say is that 750 is a lot of money. Phew, I'm glad my daughter does sketching. Think if I'd had to furnish the bedrooms with pictures at 750 a time," he laughed. Mr. Bigger smiled. "You must also remember," he said, "that you're making a very good investment. Late Venetians are going up. If I had any capital to spare—" The door opened and Miss Pratt's blonde and frizzy head popped in. "Mr. Crowley wants to know if he can see you, Mr. Bigger." Mr. Bigger frowned. "Tell him to wait," he said irritably. He coughed and turned back to the lord of the manor. "If I had any capital to spare, I'd put it all into late Venetians, every penny." He wondered, as he said the words, how often he had told people that he'd put all his capital, if he had any, into primitives, cubism, nigger sculpture, Japanese prints. In the end, the lord of the manor wrote him a check for 680. "You might let me have a typewritten copy of the story," he said as he put on his hat. "It would be a good tale to tell one's guests at dinner, don't you think? I'd like to have the details quite correct." "Oh, of course," said Mr. Bigger. "The details are most important." He ushered the little round man to the door. "Good morning, good morning." He was gone. A tall, pale youth with side whiskers appeared in the doorway. His eyes were dark and melancholy. His expression, his general appearance were romantic and at the same time a little pitiable. It was young Crowley, the painter. "Sorry to have kept you waiting," said Mr. Bigger. "What did you want to see me for?" Mr. Crowley looked embarrassed. He hesitated. How he hated having to do this sort of thing. "The fact is," he said at last, "I'm horribly short of money. I wondered if perhaps you wouldn't mind, if it would be convenient to you, to pay me for that thing I did for you the other day. I'm awfully sorry to bother you like this." "Not at all, my dear fellow." Mr. Bigger felt sorry for this wretched creature who didn't know how to look after himself. Poor young Crowley was as helpless as a baby. "How much did we settle it was to be?" £20, I think it was," said Mr. Crowley timidly. Mr. Bigger took out his pocketbook. "We'll make it 25, he said. "Oh, no, really, I couldn't. Thanks very much." Mr. Crowley blushed like a girl. I suppose you wouldn't like to have a show of some of my landscapes, would you?" he asked, emboldened by Mr. Bigger's air of benevolence. "No, no, nothing of your own." Mr. Bigger shook his head inexorably. "There's no money in modern stuff. But I'll take any number of those sham old masters of yours." He drummed with his fingers on Lady Hertmore's sleekly painted shoulder. "Try another Venetian," he added. "This one was a great success." End of the portrait.